superintendent, represent a cross-section of municipal staff, school representation, and the broader community. That structure is one select board member, of which we'll need a volunteer, a budget finance committee member, which was discussed at their last meeting, and Karen Lockwood has offered to serve, a planning board member, of which we still need a volunteer, a school department rep. I spoke to the superintendent, and we'll talk about getting a volunteer for that. Town staff ad hoc as needed. Public Works makes sense because of facilities and maintenance background will be important. And then up to 3 community members at large, of which you've had 6 applications. Those folks were invited here tonight if you have any questions or they wanted to talk a little bit about their interest. And their applications were included in your packets.
I do have a question.
Sure.
And it's just my math, and then I feel like I'm missing something. So if we want a 9 to 11 member committee, as it's laid out here, that does not equate to that.
Well, that's interesting.
So did I?
I went back to the minutes from October, and there was, that's sort of where I pulled the historical information from. So if any of you were at that meeting and recall, we can clarify.
It involved some funky math, and if I recall, but I welcome comments, but if I'm doing the math
That's
correctly,
8,
and we wanted a 9 to 11 member committee, all 6 of these could serve, and we would still have an 11 committee member, or 11 members in the committee.
You could.
Any thoughts on this? Or is anyone's memory different? I don't recollect there being additional members that we asked. There would be people we would hire eventually.
6.
I have the minutes here.
You do? Yeah. I mean, it would just be helpful to maybe.
So the motion that was made at the October meeting to form this committee was that there be 4 community members, the town manager, select board and budget finance committee representatives that were non-voting. That's it. So 4 community members. That's what we're focusing on tonight. 4, 5, 6.
And we had non-voting members. That's correct?
What was that?
Did we have non-voting members?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we didn't think the planning board.
Select board, the town manager, select board, and budget finance representatives will be non-voting members. So there's gotta be.
So 3 non-voting.
So what was presented was a select board member, a budget finance committee member, planning board member, school department representative, public works or facilities representative, 2 to 3 community members, which you guys up to 4, parks and rec staff or representative, a library staff representative, and then either the town manager or a staff liaison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, well, thank you. Any thoughts on that? I really don't want to discourage anybody who wants to volunteer to help. And I mean, there is such thing as too many sometimes. I'm trying to keep that in mind, but I really don't want to discourage anybody, but I'm welcome to any thoughts on that.
Looking at the list, I think they're all very well qualified to be on the committee. And I'm in agreement that I would hate to discourage any of them from being on the committee. I don't think too many is a concern of mine.
I agree with
Because you still got 3 people that aren't going to vote.
And staff will probably cycle in and out depending on the agenda, so you may not always want a library rep or rec rep. So
Yes, and we would also expect that this committee serve for a few years, so,
And if you look at the resume of the committee members, for the application, sorry, they, I would say overlap, even though retired or whatnot, some of the positions that we were trying to get in there. So, I mean, you're not, Grace has been in there, Deborah's been in there, and then you're having on the other spot a school department representative. I know it's not current, but I don't think you're really lacking expertise on that part of the agreement.
is there any public comment?
Thank you, Kayla. Karen Lockwood, Mountain Road. And I'm here speaking on behalf of my husband, Pete Lockwood, who served as the chair of the Visioning Committee for JSMS. And he has been checking the website diligently to find the applications for serving on the Implementation Committee. And he could not find an application. He could not find an announcement that applications were being accepted. I'm at the website right now, and for JSMS Implementation Committee, it says accepting applications soon. So he did not submit an application because he couldn't find an application to submit, and he would like to be on the Implementation Committee.
For this one or for the
For this one?
for this one?
JSMS, because he was the chair of the visioning and he'd like to continue that work.
My apologies if that got mixed up. I know we pushed it on social media, on the sign, and folks that came in, but it, the website.
I think you might have to go to the volunteer section, and you'll find the application there, but you won't find it underneath on the main webpage. Where you look down at the bottom, and it says what you said. There's a different section in the town webpage where you can't find it.
So it's not on the Implementation Committee tab, it's under a volunteer
I
tab?
think so. I believe so. I think that's where I found it.
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Well, I wanted to speak about something else, but on this, I think there was one of those special buttons that change periodically, that maybe that was where I can't remember where I saw it. And I don't know what the current buttons are now. Do you know what I'm talking about? When you first open.
Like if there's a news post and then they sort of,
And then they change.
Yeah.
And so I think that's maybe where I saw it, and I apologize to not have reached out to Pete because I expected his name to be on this list, and I hope it still will be, and maybe could still be.
yeah, it was the January 27th news post, and it must have just fallen as more news kind of became newsworthy.
Yeah, so I would hope that you could accept more people, especially Pete.
Okay, given that information, how do we feel? I mean, I hate to keep putting things off and not getting it going, but do we want to give people an additional time to now sign up, and then maybe we have to work on
I think we
who's on
should.
there? Or take what we have and add Pete, but then what if there's other people that also wanted to join?
Like I said, it was posted on the 27th. It just dropped as more news.
As more news.
Yeah.
The same thing exists on the comprehensive plan. You can go on, but you can't get an application. It announces it, and it's not there
Nobody's gonna hear him.
The application is
on the
linked.
website. It's the
Oh.
same way on both of them. The application's soon.
The application is in 3 spots on the website.
But it's not on underneath the tab that says JSMS or comprehensive plan. There's no application there.
Volunteer application. It's a generic website. It's a generic application for
Well,
volunteers.
You have to know that you have to go
It
to the
was linked in the
volunteer
announcement.
tab to find the application, and not everybody knows that.
I'm leaning like Sam to postpone appointing committee members until the 24th, so that people have a couple weeks to apply, and then we can hear from everybody.
Yes.
And I think it's only fair to the people that couldn't find the application. And if anybody does have problems, just call the town manager or the town clerk, and we can help you find that application.
Thank you.
Feel the same way?
Do you want to hear from the folks who came tonight, their interest at all, or if they want to speak?
I think so.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Grace Levitt, Levitt Road, really what I wanted to ask was a question. I did not go back and listen to the meeting that Mel just read the minutes from, but it was my understanding in that first discussion that one of the members of the committee would be from the RSU, not necessarily the school department. So since I'm on the RSU 14 board, that is the primary reason I put my name in. It's not the only reason, but if that helps to, with the size of the committee, and certainly to bring in any school personnel, the facilities director, for example, as needed to discussions on implementation.
That was my thoughts exactly.
I agree with that. That's what I was saying here, because you had, plus, I mean, you were in the,
Plus, I was on
not
the
current, but you
as
were,
well.
yeah, exactly. And we
So-
don't have one. It's not like you're fighting positions with somebody else, so I think
And
that's a good spot.
Karen is on the budget finance.
Exactly. Well, yeah, but she's already in that.
So if that helps in terms of concerns
one,
with numbers and
2,
maybe
3, 4,
posting this
5,
again
6.
to be sure it's visible
not
to
in
all,
She's not in that.
that would be what I understood it to be. But again, I'd still like to be on the committee, even if you also want someone from the school department. I just don't know that that was necessarily needed, except on an as-needed basis, whenever something specific about the building might be needed. For example, the facilities director did take us around on a very thorough, actually did it a couple of times because not everybody could meet that one time, of the Jordan Small building, very, very thorough tour of it, some things that might be needed to be considered. And so I thought that that might be the role for someone from the actual school department, from staff, and that you just needed a connection with the RSU, which I could certainly help with that. So in any case, and I would also put in a plug for having Pete on it because he was a fantastic chair on the visioning committee. And when I did see his name, it was like, oh, darn. So I apologize if I should have reached out when I first saw the application to be sure he saw it too. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to speak?
I'll say something if I'm okay.
Sorry, I apologize. I wasn't looking up, so I didn't see a hand. I'm going to take Brian Walker first, just because I had eyes on him first, and then we'll go to you, if that's okay.
Thanks.
Brian Walker, Plains Road. I did put an application in, and I'm trying to remember, I think I asked Mel, and she guided me, so that was my fortuitous situation. I would be in favor of making sure that, especially people like Pete and others that have had the experience, get a chance. And what a wonderful situation to have more applications than spots. I think that's awesome. So with that said, I'll give my 1-minute blurb. My wife and I moved here 25 years ago. We raised 2 children here, been active in Raymond. Lee founded and manages the community garden. I did 3 terms on budget finance. I was at RVCC, the church, and worked on the Raymond Community Forest Development. I'm now retired, but spent my career in marketing, strategic management, project management, and corporate communications. I applied because I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime, and I mean that literally, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a community that helps bind Raymond in a way that's bigger than what we currently have. And I'm just really excited about that. I looked at the visioning work that was done. I think it's fantastic. We have more room than we need in some ways, but I'm sure
Sound check 1 2.
Good evening and welcome to Select Board regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 14th of 2026. I'm going to ask for a roll call. Derek?
Here.
Chris?
Yeah.
And I am here. Our first order of business is going to be going into executive session. This will be pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056A, discussion of personnel matters, which will be committee appointments. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion, we go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 4056A, discussion of personal matters, committee appointments.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. All those in favor? And we will go out back so you don't have to go out in the rain. Hello, may I have a motion to exit executive session?
I'll make a motion, we exit executive session.
And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, next order of business is the approval of minutes from the previous meetings. I'd ask if there's any questions or concerns over any of these before we vote.
No?
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes from February 3rd, 2026, the regular select board minutes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Thank you.
I've read the March 10th minutes, and I'll make a motion that we accept the March 10th, 2026 regular select board minutes as written.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you.
And moving right along to the March 17th, 2026, I've read those minutes. I make a motion that we accept the March 17th, 2026 Select Board Ordinance Workshop minutes as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you.
And lastly, I've read these minutes as well. I make a motion to accept the March 24th, 2026 Select Board meeting minutes warrant article review as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you. All right, moving on to new business, which is the resignation of Sam Gifford from the Select Board. I think, Sam, you're on today in the audience. We really appreciate your service. I think we'll have a more formal departure at our next meeting. So I would like to see a motion to accept the resignation of Sam Gifford, please.
I'll make that motion with a heavy heart to accept the resignation of Sam Gifford from the Select Board effective immediately, as written in his resignation letter.
Second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Love you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. All right, moving right along to the appointment of Patricia Beaton to the Board of Assessment Review. Are there any questions regarding that? I'm not seeing
No
any.
discussion. I'll make a motion that we appoint Patricia Beaton to the Board of Assessment Review.
I'll second that. All those in favor? Thank you, Patricia. All right, moving along to new business C, the biennial appointment of election clerks. This looks pretty standard to me. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Any public comment? Okay, not seeing any. It looks like our suggested motion would be to approve the biennial appointment of election clerks as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Okay, next up is to set the date for a public hearing on warrant articles. It looks like the proposal is to include that as part of the regular May meeting, which is May 12th. And then we can schedule an additional informational meeting if wanted. Is everybody available for that?
Yes. Do we need a motion on that?
We will, but is there any public comment regarding that? Okay, seeing none, so yes, I'd be looking for a motion.
Oh, I
Make a
think
motion that,
Or do we
Cliff raised
need?
his hand.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
We have a time?
It's your regular meeting.
Webbs Mills Road. The second part of that talks about a separate presentation. The second part of that motion, correct?
It would be to, if we needed an additional informational meeting, but we are planning on setting a public information session and a candidate night.
Separate. That was gonna be my question, because that
Yep.
was very much stated in the past.
Yes.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I think you can, so in the motion, I would just be looking for a motion to schedule the public hearing on warrant articles for May 12th, 2026.
so moved.
Okay,
Second.
all those in favor? Okay. All right, next is discussion on setting a date for the public information session and authorize the candidate night planning. Does staff have a recommendation on a date for this?
I was just gonna make aware, because it typically was on a Saturday. And there's just a Saturday in May that I wouldn't be available. Other than that, any date that works for you works for me. Let me just pull the calendar. May 16th and 23rd, which is the Memorial Day weekend anyway, so I don't think most folks would want to do that weekend anyway. But the 16th and the 23rd, I would not be available, but any other dates work.
So it was my understanding that we need a third-party person to host that?
So there's two things, whether you run them together or not. The candidates night, we had reached out to the League of Women Voters to host the candidates night, just so we would have an objective third party hosting the forum. I know Mel's been in touch with them, but the info session is something that you guys have done historically that we would run like we did in the past. Whether or not you want those on the same day is up to you.
I guess
I
that-
think we did the info on the 12th, didn't we? You're talking about the info for the warrants?
I wasn't here, so you tell me.
No, I mean,
Oh, so
we
that's
just-
so the public hearing is a requirement for the town meeting, but in the past you did an additional sort of informal.
Oh, you mean the second one?
You did like an
I
informal.
don't think we. Oh no, we
Yeah.
did one. I can't do Saturday, so I did the first one. I don't think anyone showed up to the second one. If we even had it, I don't know if we had it. We had it. Did anyone show up?
Yeah, you had it at the school, and it wasn't very well attended, that's correct, but we did offer it.
So do you think it makes sense to do both sessions, the information session and candidate the same night to get more people to attend?
So the complication with that is that the third-party organization that will do the candidate night will coordinate with the candidates to schedule that. So they'll be doing that in the background.
And that doesn't need to be on a Saturday.
Right. I
So
would
it could
not
be
expect
any
that they
night
would be
in
on
May.
a Saturday. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understood.
Is there any appetite for us having it before or after the public hearing on the warrant articles?
The only other thing I'd mention is for folks who might be absentee voting, if you want to do an info session sooner rather than later, that might be helpful for them.
Last year, I noticed that it was the same information that was presented at both the public hearing
Yep.
and the Saturday information session. So absentee ballots will be available on the 12th, starting on the 12th at the town office. So we could recommend that people just wait until that night, and then they can either attend the public hearing or watch a video of it later. So then, therefore, I would not have an opinion about when the informational session is scheduled. As long as one of them is at the beginning of absentee voting, that checks my box.
Before the 12th?
Yeah.
One of them, yeah.
So if
One
the
of
public hearing, you just.
But
said
we already did the
for
public hearing,
12th,
the 12th.
That's good for me.
What do people's schedule look like for the 9th?
Okay. I'm not gonna find many that are good for me that whole. We have 2 different weeks then.
I can do the 9th.
You can do the
Another
9th.
thing to take into consideration is if we think it will be better attended than it was last year, then we'll need to set up in the gym. And that will require literally an entire day of IT moving all of the equipment from here over there, and then an entire day to move it all back after.
I don't think you're gonna get a ton on the second one. Most people will probably be.
You keep confusing me with the second one. We're just
Well-
scheduling a informational night.
Yeah, but there's going to be, last time we just had more than enough, we had a ton of questions come on the first public hearing. And then we had our informational one, and I don't know, I wasn't there, but I saw it later and it wasn't well attended. Unless Rick does something cool.
Do you feel, Mel, that it would be appropriate to hold it here?
Based on the attendance last year, yeah. Unfortunately, it was not well attended, so it was a lot of work to set everything up over there.
We get some
For-
hot items on the agenda, though.
Hmm?
You get some hot items on the agenda. Some of the ordinances, short-term rentals, I think it's gonna bring out a lot of people.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we're gonna fill the room.
yeah.
We had initially talked about maybe doing like an RSVP, and if it started to exceed, if enough people
Yeah.
said, "Hey, we're going to be attending," we could move the venue, and maybe just put it out initially and just say, "Do you plan on attending the info session?" And if we hit 30 people, then maybe we move it to.
Are we gonna do that through the website, or how are we gonna do that?
We can figure out a way to do it, either
Okay.
SurveyMonkey or something, or informal Facebook poll or
Sure.
something.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
How do we feel about setting the date for the public information session for the 9th, with staff to determine the time based on best availability? Does that sound fair enough?
Instead of Saturday.
Yes.
Saturday.
Yep.
Yep. And then the venue will be to be determined based on
Interest.
interest.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can go with that. Do you need a motion for that?
Where it's just a public information session, does it need to be formally voted on?
If there's going to be a quorum of the board, it's sort of a public meeting, so I don't know if you need to vote on it, but we can.
What's that? Sorry.
They asked if they have to take a formal action to set the information session. I mean, it can't hurt. I mean, why not?
Well, I'll make a motion that we set the date for the public information session for May 9th, which is a Saturday, and the place of the venue will be determined at a later date.
Second.
Any public comment regarding this?
Dennis Morris, 340 Cape. One of the reasons it's important to take a vote on something like that is it becomes an action in the minutes, and that's recorded.
Thank you. All those in favor? All right. All right, moving on to consideration of road name approval application. This will be a change. Sorry, I have to look up the packet.
Suckerville Road.
It's interesting because it was Bollier Drive, and then they changed it to Suckleville Road. Now we'll go back to Bollier. But I'm in favor of it. I'll make a motion that we accept the road name approval application from Suckleville Road to be changed to Bollier Drive,
Second
which
that.
is off Egypt Road, if anybody doesn't know, the old landfill site.
Any public comment regarding this? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? All right, order authorizing surplus auction proceeds to Public Works Public Works Equipment Reserve.
So the town has 2 surplus vehicles that we would like to send to auction on Thursday through Keenan Auction. One is an 09 International dump truck and a Ford Explorer. Both vehicles have exceeded their useful life and are no longer used in the fleet. This order would authorize the proceeds from those sales and direct them to the capital reserve for public works equipment.
Makes sense to me. It's kind of what we've always done. I'll make a motion to authorize surplus auction proceeds to go to Public Works Equipment Reserve after they're sold at Keenan Auction.
I'll second. Any discussion from the board? Or any public comment? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? That passes. All right, not on the agenda under old business, but what was intended to be is committee appointments. In our executive session, we discussed the 10 applications that we have received for the Jordan Small Implementation Committee. I think that's what it, sorry. Yep. And we appreciate everybody's willingness to serve. I feel very grateful and thankful to have that many people step up to the plate. But at the end of the day, we do have to choose some people, and not everybody. We had originally stated that we would like to have 3 to 4 members of the public serve on this committee. One of those, and then also a volunteer from the school board. And Grace Levitt had applied. We figured that she could serve as the school board representative. And then we had 4 other people that we would like to appoint tonight. We would like to appoint Brian Walker, Jeff Morse, Danelle Malone, and Peter Lockwood.
And
And so Grace Levitt. And then we also discussed a select board member. Derek has volunteered. If he's unable to make it, Chris and I will make sure that we are there.
you did?
I think so.
What?
Jeff
Did
Morris.
she say that?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I missed it.
I'm totally off.
Oh, so
Okay.
now we're gonna go
So
with the select board.
Derek, yes, so Derek Ray has volunteered to serve. If he's unable to attend the meeting, one of us will step in to take that, and we may revisit this once we have a full 5-member board again. So do I have a motion to accept those?
She'll be from the budget committee on
I don't know if we have a
There was a volunteer. It came up at a couple select board meetings ago. The finance committee, I'm trying to remember, was it Karen who
Yeah, it was
volunteered?
Karen. It was Karen.
Karen was the finance committee
that.
volunteer.
That was in the original thing.
Yep, that was,
Somebody.
and I can't recall if you made that appointment then when that volunteer.
I thought I saw her application last month.
Yeah, it was.
It was
the,
in it. Something was
the
in it,
finance
'cause that was the
committee
one I was
voted.
saying
Yeah.
was.
But she was your volunteer, and I will double check on the planning board volunteer
Okay.
if there was one.
I lost my sheet that shows all the appointments, so I think we're getting,
Right here.
we're getting closer. So I think
And then you got Parks and Rec and Library.
Parks and Rec and Library, okay. So we still don't quite have all the appointments yet. So as soon as the rest of the appointments have been made, this committee will finally get underway. So do I have a motion to accept the members that I listed?
Including the select board member and Karen as the budget finance.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make that motion as moved by Kayla.
Second.
Any public comment? Okay. All those in favor? All right.
And again, what a luxury to have too many people apply.
Yeah. And then I would
Still
like,
have committees too, if people
Yes.
want
We
to.
still have committees
Like-
that people can volunteer for.
yes, like to remind those who did want to volunteer that we still have the comp plan implementation committee, and that all of the meetings are public, and you're more than welcome to attend and provide your feedback and comments at any time.
And also the committee for assessment review. Or tax
Yeah, I think
abatement.
there's two more
We
spots
have
for
some
that too.
spots for that too.
Yep. Public comment. It's next on the list. If anybody has anything they'd like to say.
Public comment?
Peter Levitt, Levitt Road. Just per that last discussion, I guess the concern that I have, and I understand if you don't have applicants, then you can't get a committee going. But the implementation committee for the comprehensive plan, just to give you the timetable of where we're at, in the comprehensive plan, the first annual report from the implementation committee is due in June. So that just gives you a little time frame as far as where we're at, and certainly I would encourage any of those individuals that applied for this other committee that you reach out to them and ask them if they have any interest in that serving there. I've been asked several times if I'm going to be on that committee, and I'm not. I made a commitment when I co-chaired with Kayla on the comprehensive plan that's not something I was going to do, understanding that I certainly would be available, as I'm sure Kayla would and any of the other comprehensive plan committee members, to attend and have input into it. But I guess one of the things, and I just had this discussion this afternoon, is that looking to this is a plan by the residents of the town. If there is not enough interest in the residents of the town to get this implementation plan going, well, I would say that forego the ad hoc or the community portion of that, and put together, because you did put together other leadership members that would be on that comprehensive plan, and get it started. And lastly, what I'd say is that there is several of the priority initiatives that have already been started by the town in one aspect or another. So certainly some sort of report could come on those initiatives as well, and they're all listed in the plan as far as the priority initiatives was concerned. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I will note, so that the public knows, we've had 2 volunteer applications for the comprehensive implementation committee. I'd like to give it a little bit more time, maybe just one more month, to see if any of these volunteers would like to go over to that committee. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to close public comment, move on to select board comment.
I got a couple of things. One, it's been brought up several times that we need to revisit the recall ordinance and maybe start a discussion about what the board wants to do with that. I would make a recommendation that maybe we have town staff look at that ordinance, look at it with the planning, contract planner, and maybe move it to, I guess, I don't know whether it would go directly to us or what needs to go to the planning board. Most ordinances go to the planning board but this is kind of a different one. It's not necessarily something that would go to the planning board, am I correct?
Typically, I've only seen technical, like zoning ordinances go to planning board. As a policy-making body, you can make recommendations on policy. But this one, I imagine, would be more of working with the town attorney, or MMA legal might be a good kicking off point.
Yep. And your expertise with the contract planner probably would both be.
Yeah, again, they probably mostly focus on land use.
Okay.
The recall ordinance specifically, I would say is probably more in the wheelhouse of the town attorney and.
So in the past, when I've seen this kind of thing come up, generally what we do is look at other towns around us, at
Yep.
what their ordinances are. Maybe we should just have staff look at that. And
Yeah,
then-
we can-
And then bring, at least start working on this. It's been a while. So I wanted to look at that.
You done?
Hmm?
Oh, I thought you were.
Peter's up.
Madam Chair, just, if I could just, the point of information is that in 2012, when that ordinance was written, it was an administrative ordinance. It did not go to planning board.
So, we're still under select board comment. The other thing is, with all the new laws regarding ADUs, LD 2003 and then 1829, and now I think it's LD 1743, been many rule changes, and when we did the comprehensive plan, we selected, or the public selected, this area from Egypt Road all the way down to almost to the river, where I believe the power line is, as a growth zone. With how I interpret and my understanding of these regulations, the state has mandated that the minimum lot size in a growth area that isn't served by public water or sewer, minimum lot size has to be 20,000 square feet, which is the minimum lot size for a septic system. This is a 2-acre zone that we're in. I think that really is going to affect this strip. Can you imagine, just for instance, there's one parcel up here where they're just tearing down the barn. It's 16 acres. You take that and you can make 32 lots. On each lot, you can have a primary dwelling and 2 ADUs. That is extremely dense for a rural town in one of our most significant scenic vistas in Raymond, which the comprehensive plan wants to protect. That wasn't the intent of the comprehensive plan. I don't want to speak for them, but I believe that it may be something that we want to revisit and maybe possibly amend that to shorten it or move it or whatever the town wants to do. But I think we need to decide soon, because the legislation mandates that we change our ordinance to make these minimum lot sizes by July 1st of 27. And that's going to come up a lot quicker than you think. So we might want to start talking about amending the comp plan and how we do that. Maybe we have our current planner do. I don't think we need to go back to North Star, but maybe we need to, as a board, start thinking about that and maybe have a meeting to talk about that on an agenda so we can get the public comment. We kind of got blindsided on this one. It started out very innocent and they wanted to make affordable housing. Well, it's at the expense of our town in a rural district that's 2 acres. This isn't the worst example I've heard. I've heard one in one town where they have 4-acre zoning and they have sewer and water. The minimum lot size is mandated to be 5,000 square feet. Can you imagine the density? That's in Falmouth on Tuttle Road. It's crazy.
Places in Scarborough.
In Scarborough, they're actually suing the state.
I know they are.
They're in the process of that. I don't think we need to go down that route, but if we plan, we can adjust our growth areas to accommodate that. I'm not saying we have to rewrite the whole plan. We just need to look at the growth areas because it's going to really impact the town. The other thing is, think about wells. You put that many septic systems in my example of just up the street here, right next to the school. I mean, we're going to pollute our schools' wells? We don't have town water up here. So it's a lot to think about. So I couldn't let that one go. And then last for my comment is, I think Glenn is going to talk a little bit about legal fees and some things that we might want to look at, maybe putting out legal for RFPs. A lot of times, I work a lot with our attorneys being in the code side of it, and many times there's conflicts of interest. And obviously with Bernstein Sure, who we've had for years, we get a municipal rate. Slowly but surely, they've crept up. And many times there's conflicts of interest. They have a client that we're taking action against, and we can't use them. And we have to go to another attorney, and sometimes several, till we find somebody. For instance, the biggest land use violation we had, we went from municipal attorneys getting 300 something an hour to 675. That's why our legal fees have exploded. So I'm thinking maybe it's time to explore some options with legal expenses. That doesn't mean we need to change our attorney. It just means we need to look at options of how to maybe minimize Bernstein's bills or somebody else. There's plenty of attorneys out there that do municipal work. It may be time to shop around. That's all my comments.
Char Jewel, 17 Harley Lane. So Chris, absolutely thank you for bringing that up. When I was on the RSU 14 board, one of the things that I implored the board to do was have an RFP process for major vendors such as legal. I think that would be wise to do. Obviously, it's a small pool of attorneys that handle town law, but I think it would be valuable to do that, to do an RFP process every so often. The other comment I wanted to make about legal expenses is I think that was one of the reasons why we decided to rejoin MMA.
Yes.
Was to help reduce our legal expenses by rejoining them. So hopefully we're taking full advantage of that subscription. Thank you.
Derek, did you have any comment?
Nope.
I only have one comment just in response to Chris, that when it does, I know that's going to take time to look at the recall ordinance, but I'm hoping that we can address that when there's a full board. I would plan to recuse myself from that discussion. Are we ready to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Town manager.
Yep. So I just have a couple items. I'll start with, there are a couple grants that we were looking at. One that we're pursuing, working with the fire chief. I'm going to be meeting with the town of Casco, Cumberland County, and the Water District, and maybe even DOT if it involves road improvements. But the federal government released some funds, up to $20 million per project, for anyone who was named in a disaster in 2024 and received FEMA funds, which you did. So that kind of makes you eligible for this round of funding. So the fire chief wanted to look at supporting expansion of public water infrastructure for hydrants along the 302 corridor and other places in town. There's no deadline on this grant right now. It's still the funding runs out. There's a match component. So as we kind of have these meetings and see if it's feasible, I'd be coming back to you and potentially the voters if the project is large in scope, to see if that's something that you would want to pursue. We're looking at the Maine Infrastructure Adaptation Fund to replace a culvert on Valley Road. My understanding is that the road, there should be a stream crossing. It's more of a marshy, and there's some water that goes over the roadway. We'd be looking at that to replace that culvert. And then the Community Resiliency Partnership, been working with staff and John, who I see in the audience tonight, on some projects that we could apply for in this round of funding. We're going to be targeting, I think, the areas along the 302 corridor where we have our gardens, and the community garden by the library to see if we can get some pollinator gardens and increase food access. So we would be bolstering the existing green spaces we've already got there. On April 9th, I attended the GPCOG Transit Task Force meeting that we discussed at a previous select board meeting, that RTP would be requesting funds to offset Raymond's portion of the microtransit program. That request was advanced by the board and is going to go to the policy board in May, which we have a seat on, and I will be voting yes on. But that would help offset the cost for your microtransit program that you piloted last year. Just for your awareness, though, we would need to give thought on how we fund it in future years, just because there's no guarantee that that funding will be available next year. So my hope is, if this was intended to be a pilot and that ridership grows and the per trip cost is decreased as it scales, that your cost per ride will come down, and hopefully this grant funding will help them kind of get it off the ground. I also plan to meet with the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging to look at Title IIIB funding to offset that. So that's some federal money that the SMAA gets to offset things that they identify in their strategic plan. Nate and I are going to be reviewing some of the proposed contract language that Casella sent us this week, and we'll bring that back to you as that kind of gets looked at and goes through attorney review. Rattlesnake Mountain is having a trail maintenance day on May 31st, and I don't know if I see John's in the audience, if you wanted to talk a little bit about what they're doing. I don't know if that's the right time during the meeting, but we'll be sharing information with residents who are interested in participating in the trail maintenance day. We have bids out for real estate broker services for tax acquired properties. That'll be closing next Friday at 10 a.m. Bid opening will be held here if anyone would like to attend. If you would like, I've done this before with bid reviews, since that RFP is going to be coming back to the board, but if one or two board members wanted to volunteer to be reviewing bids with me in finance as they come in and after the bid opening, because we won't meet again until we have a recommendation on broker services at the May or June meeting. So if any of you wanted to...
When are you doing it?
We're going to open on Friday, and then we'll let the bidders know that we'll review the bids and make a recommendation. Well, it would be for the next select board meeting, so we would just need to meet as a bid review group and make a recommendation to the select board for a future meeting. If not, staff can take a look and make a recommendation, but if any board members wanted to be on that bid review committee, be happy to have you. Then, sort of what Chris touched on, our bond counsel retired at Bernstein Shore, so we would need to appoint new bond counsel if we were going to issue any borrowing in the future. I will have some questions for bond counsel because we do have those unspent proceeds with some of the bonds that were issued in 2023. So if you're considering an RFP, maybe including bond counsel as part of that RFP package. If not, I will need the board to appoint a new bond counsel at some point, since Bernstein no longer provides that service. The other update I have is we've provided the church where the recreation programming is provided with our notice to vacate. We'll be moving out at the end of June. We'll be temporarily relocating some of the offices to Tasseltop in the maintenance building. And then Camp Hines is where we'll run our summer programming, but I will be kind of coming back to the board to talk about where our future programming will be and some spaces we may need to lease. Both of our programs are growing. We're competing for the space, and I think we both sort of mutually agreed that we have to sort of find a way, and this is, so as of June 22nd, we'll be moving out of there. The last thing, again, just a reminder, Luneco Land Trust has $50,000 set aside for open space master plan grant. So if the board were to resurrect the Conservation Commission, or as part of the comp plan implementation committee, if we have a standing group, we can put in for that funding if you wanted to redo your open space master plan. And I know John has expressed some interest in returning to his old post, but would like some new blood if we do resurrect that committee. But that's all I've got for town manager's report.
Thank you, Glenn. That was a little more than all you got. That was a lot. Thank you very much for all your work. looks like we're confirming dates for upcoming regular meetings. We've already confirmed May 12th. Does Tuesday, the 16th work? I know that's a slight move than our normal Tuesday because of Election Day. That should work. Okay.
I'm good with that.
All right. I'm not seeing any other further business. I'd like a motion to adjourn, please.
Make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you.
You're seeing the general consensus is that people don't like LD 2003. I say people, towns.
1829 more. I mean, LD 2003, which was more like the ADU law with one extra unit, I don't think out in the wild it's really been implemented overwhelmingly, right? So 2003, I think, landed a little bit soft and didn't necessarily, quote, move the needle. And 1829, which is currently law and being has a fixed bill attached to it right now, that is just much more aggressive. So it's almost as if we looked at we let LD 2003 be implemented for a couple of years and said, well, that didn't do it. And then so 1829 is just a lot more aggressive. And some of the big things are local control. The other things are, look, you know, we have aging infrastructure. We have schools that need to be, right, particularly Southern Maine, we don't get a ton of funding through the state for building new infrastructure, for building new schools. That typically goes to more of the rural areas. And so there's a lot of push and pull there.
And I'll just add one other piece of context, which is like we know from an economic development perspective that this region needs more housing. But we also know that we need housing in places that make sense and don't overly strain the budgets of municipalities or the infrastructure or the schools. And so the work that we've been doing originated with a request from the town of Scarborough. And they said, you know, we've been doing our fair share, and now the state is telling us to grow more, put more homes in. We don't have enough room. And then other municipalities said, yeah, us too. And we convened the elected officials. The elected officials said, GBCOG, make this a priority this year. So after that, we worked with the managers and the planners, and we're now literally in the details of the amendment language in Augusta today. And we brought so that's the kind of work that we do. I also have a relationship with the speaker, so I've been talking with him. And we've been talking with the administration, just trying to like find the way to be successful where we can defend what municipalities need and also come up with a policy that can be implemented. You know, so that's the kind of work we do around that. I don't know if that was really your question or whether it was.
My question was what are you advocating? How are you advocating that kind of thing? So yeah, I think.
Yeah, and there's a we put together a position paper that was developed by our members. We wrote it after we heard what the concerns were, and then we put it into like the legal language that's needed, and actually did a markup of the existing LD 1829 and submitted those as amendments. And so what we're saying is, don't make us grow outside of growth areas. If we don't have sewer and water, it's not appropriate. The deadlines are way too fast. You got to give us more time because all of these housing laws have been passed so fast. We need time to adjust our ordinances. We need money to adjust our ordinances. And then we have a couple other pieces in there that I'm forgetting right now.
We can send it to you.
Yeah, there's a letter if you're interested,
Yep.
and you can see the work. It was, you know, it's a mashup because we're taking, not every city and town has the exact same opinion. So our job is to find the consensus and the common ground between all of you and then be able to advance it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you mentioned you had done some comprehensive plans. So we just finished ours, and LD 2003 and 1829 were not in effect. So ours has been greatly affected, our growth area. We may need an amendment. Would that be something that you could help us with?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, depending on the scale of it, we'd have to, you know, we have to be realistic with our budget. But
Write it into the HOP grant.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly, so this is exactly what we would do. We'd say, okay, if you're saying you need $25,000 worth of work, the state continues to fund LD 1829, LD 2003 technical assistance, we can go get that on your behalf, and then we just become essentially a consultant for you that you didn't have to pay for. So that's exactly how that would work.
Great.
Yep.
What's the minimum lot size for that area?
Well, in this growth area that we just did in the comp plan, we're 2 acres now, but we don't have sewer and water, so we'd go down to 20,000, which would be a huge impact on this road.
Right.
And the residents that live here.
Right.
So we may want to have another
might
look
need
at
to
that and
amend
take
your-
another bite.
Yeah.
We want to might want to take another bite of the apple.
Yeah, for your growth
and
zones.
move our growth area
Yep.
someplace more appropriate.
Or reduce them.
Than half-acre zones in this district.
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
I was hoping to shift gears just a little bit. Can you talk about your short-term rental software and what its capabilities are, please?
Yeah, I can. So we currently have Portland, South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, Old Orchard Beach, Falmouth, Cumberland, and Casco are all using our short-term rental monitoring and license management software. And so that is powerful for two folds. Number one, it's all in-house. So support and all that fun stuff is through GPCog, so that's easy. Another powerful aspect of that is we were actually able to fund about half a position on our end with those funds. So for example, with South Portland, we've actually helped them send out letters of violation, and we've helped them send out letters of second violations. And so we actually can use the software on their behalf within reason. We don't do all of it because we try to advocate for, it's a code enforcement activity, it should be local. But we're able to get some pretty good economies of scale from our other communities using it. The cost of that, we do charge for it, to be clear, it's not included in membership, but the cost of it, it's $20 for however many licensed short-term rentals we think you have in town. I think Raymond is floating somewhere around 100, if I had to guess. If you
Double that.
What's that?
Double that.
200, right? If you went, I know that you guys have not adopted anything formally, correct? It's close, but you haven't adopted anything, right? So I'm not going to advocate. That's 100% within your purview. But what I would advocate for is it can also be used for a communication tool, right? So, for instance, I already have Raymond loaded up into the dashboard, right? And we have a link that you could send out in your newsletter on your website, and you could have, let's say, 6 months of voluntary sign. Right, like, hey, this is coming, we're working on this, and this is a very touchy subject. People are going to come out at various stages, I'm sure they already have, and emotions and thoughts are strong and high on it. But you could use the software saying, hey, look, this is coming, we think we're going to deal with it, we're asking you to register for 6 months as we figure this out to help you wrap your arms around it. But essentially what the software does is it goes out and it looks on the web every week. It grabs properties, it verifies those property addresses, it compares it to the licenses you have in town, and then it helps code enforcement essentially identify violations. So it does a lot of that legwork for them. And like I said, we do it in-house. We'll help you do all this thing. There's a memo that I wrote to your town manager. I don't know if any of you had seen it, but we are offering that to Raymond for free through January 1st of next year, because the rationale behind that would be if you were kind of going towards the ordinance, but you don't know if you're going to enact it, you could still use it as a communication tool and just help you get set up. So on day one, you're not actually behind the 8 ball. That would be no obligation, so that's free of charge. So January 1st, if you guys decide to throw the ordinance in the trash and never speak to them again, doesn't matter to us. At least you guys had that as a option.
So the cost-wise, $20 per short-term rental license.
In town, yep.
And that's per year?
Per year, correct, yep.
Okay, so you up until January 1st, 2027, so if we implemented this up until January 1st, 2027, it would be free, and then after each year, it'd be per year $20.
Correct, yep.
And then curious, who created this program? I know it's GPCog, but did you create that in-house?
I did, yeah, it's mine. Yeah, to be very clear, and I have a presentation that I do not have in front of me because that's not but it is software I've developed with 2 partners that I have licensed to my employer for 10 years. Yeah, there's 8 more years on the license.
So GPCog members get a good deal.
Yep. On the open market, it's somewhere between $45 and $60 a license.
So this number you actually have here is based on the 100 units.
100 units, yeah. But I've done, that's no legwork on my end, yeah.
Do the towns that are in on this, they don't all have the same ordinance?
Correct. We customize your dashboard for the ordinance. Yep. So typically what we'll do is we'll look at your ordinance and your licensing structure, right? We don't have to get too much into the weeds, but like Portland, we have to differentiate between on peninsula, off peninsula. Yep. In Old Orchard Beach, we have to differentiate between, is it in one like the Grand Victorian, like those condos, or is it a town? And is it just a house? Old Orchard Beach has 7 different licenses statuses: applied, inspected. Every license gets individually approved by the town council in Orchard Beach. So like it all, we customize your dashboard to fit you. Yep. Which I'm happy on a different time. I can go live with it and show you guys on the screen and all that fun stuff. Yep. So.
And that's not that's separate. That's not part of the nonprofit. That's like a company.
No, that's a good question. So it was born out of this job, right? Because it's an opportunity to regionalize, right? It's an opportunity to actually say, hey, you don't need an extra code enforcement officer. We can provide this for you and the back end support, right? So it came out of this job. So to be really clear, everything you'd be dealing with is GPCOG. There's a legal license to GPCOG. So you're not dealing with a private entity, and the private entity essentially is giving it away to GPCOG. In return, the members get it for half or less than half of the market rate.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more for you.
Yeah.
Sustainability and climate action. You're going to have people in this room who believe this way and people who believe this way. It's totally understandable.
Optional.
Yep.
It's really just if you want those services, we have them. And if you want that money, we can help you write grants for it. If you don't, that's fine.
What kind of grant writing goes into climate action?
So there's a program at the state level. It's called the Community Resilience Program, and you can write grants for towns to do things. So for example, we helped Wyndham. I think I'm going to get this right.
I'm not going to know if you got it right. So.
May not be Wyndham, where we wrote a grant to help get heat pumps for the town office, for example, to save money. Or we've been working with 3 different coastal communities to look at what's called nature-based solutions to shore up the coastal cliffs, because we've got such stronger and more frequent waves coming in, for example. We just distributed this Saturday weatherization kits for residents in Westbrook. So that had like the stripping you put inside your windows and efficient light bulbs and some other things like that. So we handed those out as part of Winterfest for them. Another example is that we have a group of 12 young people that we bring to the region every year. They're called Resilience Fellows, and they've typically been focused on sustainability because that's what the federal government wanted then. The federal government doesn't want that anymore, so now we're switching the focus more to economic resilience. But we will place a fellow with a municipality to help build capacity. So, for example, at Chebeague Island, we placed a fellow who helped organize veterans to do clearing to prevent wildfires. So that's the kind of work that we do. And we have a new cohort that starts every year, and we usually have 6 to 7 municipalities that will host one of those fellows in order to help provide additional capacity. We did some work with Portland, actually. Our first year was during the pandemic that we had the fellows, and at that point, all the restaurants were really suffering because you had to go indoors and there were mask mandates and all this stuff. So we worked with the restaurants that were setting out outdoor dining areas, and this Resilience Fellow created a website that advertised all the places that had outdoor dining spots and where you could go and make reservations for those places as a way of trying to build the resilience of those restaurants as they were trying to get through the pandemic. So it's a great little program, but it can be really anything you want that fits into that bucket, and we're pretty good at writing grants and getting them for people.
And it's an intern, essentially, for the town. So.
Yeah. That one costs extra money, though, just so you know, because we have to help fund their salary. But most of the money we get through AmeriCorps for that.
Is there any other ones that are listed on here that cost extra money, just on the on that same page you have?
Well, comprehensive plans, anything that's like a big project that would go beyond your dues, right? We would do a fee for service. So like a comp plan is usually like a $75,000 kind of thing. Maybe you guys did it for less, I hope you did. No, yeah. If you had like a village revitalization plan, there's some assistance that we can provide for free, but if you wanted us to actually write the plan, usually that has a fee involved.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you Talk a little close to the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
No.
So I'm trying to think what else would have a fee.
I'll read them off to you real quick. You got cooperative purchasing, land use planning services, data support, and then the climate one on there, then access to funding.
Yeah.
Just on that page, or is there other ones?
Well, let me put it this way. We basically do whatever our members ask of us, which sometimes drives my staff crazy. But we try to be very responsive to what you need. And so we actually have a sliding scale of what would be fee-based versus not fee-based that Tony Plant invented for us to try to evaluate whether we can do it within dues or whether we have to charge extra. And so it usually has to do with, is it more than 10 hours of staff time on this particular task? Then we'll think about whether we have to charge a fee. So there's a lot that we can do in 10 hours. And then there are a lot of services that are just included in dues off the top. So it's more like if it's a big plan, or if you asked us to write, say, well, an earmark grant is very simple to write, but say you asked us to write a competitive grant for one of the big federal funds, something like that, we would usually ask for an admin fee or inclusion in the grant, because it would take us probably 2 months to do it. Right, to do it right and get it competitive. So, is there anything else?
I can give some more.
Okay, yeah.
If it's something that you think a consultant, you'd have to RFP for a consultant, and it's $20,000 or more, we would be charging for it. An example of like small activities, we are doing an analysis of wastewater usage for the town of Yarmouth. So their question is, they feel like they're overcharging their heavy users and they're undercharging their light users, right? And so we quote them $5,000 for that study, right? If they put that out to a Coyne Associates or something else, it's probably a $25,000, $30,000 study, right? But they'll get something from us. That's like an example of like the one-offs. An example of everything I rattled off with the HOP grant, it might make more sense for you guys to say, look, we know we need these 3 things, and go see if you can get the funding for it. Like, we're not going to pay a dime, just go see if you can write us into the grant. Like, that is a normal way that we would work as well. But a comprehensive plan is, we're charging Harrison $75,000, right? But we competitively bid that. We were along North Star and all the other planning agencies. We just bid that as a planning agency. So it's a little bit squishy because it depends on how what our staff is doing and the expertise of our staff.
And whether we already have grants to fund it.
Right. Lots of data-oriented stuff we can whip up pretty quick because we have a team of about 5 data heads that are very good at doing data requests. So, thank you.
Well, I'll just conclude by saying we hope that you join. We'd love to have you, and yeah, we hope you do. And I think that I don't think you'll regret it. I think even though it's a $10,000 amount, which I know is a lot, I'll acknowledge that. You will get your money's worth from us, and more.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. It was an interesting presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So Don Libby from RTP had a little bit of a flu, so he is not able to make it tonight. I forwarded that to you all this morning. He plans to come to the next meeting that he's able to, so I'll coordinate with him to get him here for the next one.
Thank you.
So the last thing for the workshop tonight is the TIF appropriation for FY27. So I have a handout that I gave out. Does everybody have a copy or need a copy? All right, so I'll just do a little overview. First, so does anybody want me to explain what the TIF is or anything, or are we okay on that? I can just kind of go into. Okay. So your FY24 carry forward balance for the TIF was $503,000. You captured 319, roughly. You appropriated 319, and then you entered 26 with 503,468. You captured another 319. You appropriated 511. So your balance entering FY27 will be around 311, and you're going to capture. This is a projection because you're in the middle of the reval. So I'm just leaving it flat. So as the OAV may increase or decrease, it's a safe bet to say that this will be your capture for the coming year. So you have $630,000 roughly in the TIF to appropriate for this coming budget. I don't know a ton of the history of the appropriations. I think they were mostly discussed at the board level at meetings. Nate was pretty knowledgeable in a lot of it, but I'll just kind of point out the ones that I added or increased or decreased, and then I think we can discuss together some of the history on some of them if you have any questions. The increase to planning services, that was for a codification project to get our ordinances all on E-Code 360, which you currently only have your zoning ordinance and your fire suppression ordinance. The others live a little bit all over the place on the website, and I believe Mel kind of brought this project forward because I also believe you haven't done codifications since I don't know what year you caught, but there's some updates that haven't been codified since some previous town meetings. So this would budget for that one-time expense of getting caught up on codification for existing stuff you're already codifying, and also to do all of our ordinances and policies that the board has adopted. The other was the increase to Hawthorne House, and that was for the requests that they made. That was up from 2,000 last year. The other one that I added was the GP cog dues. That's a new expense, and that would be the $10,206. The total appropriation is $546,183, up roughly $30,000 and change from last year, leaving you with $84,633, and you'll capture next year until the TIF expires in 2029. So, do you have any questions, any things you want to change or add? 'Cause, like I said, I think this discussion mostly happened at the board level last year, so. Everything else is sort of a historical appropriation. The little increases were from Nate, like sidewalks. He upped a little bit to do some sidewalk stuff within the district. I think there was some extra spending for flowers for the gardens or the 250th anniversary. I think there was a slight increase in one of those. No, that's flat, but. And then your hydrant rental, I'm pretty sure, is just the water district levies for the fire hydrants that the fire department can use, I think, that are hooked up to the water district. Do you want to talk a little bit about it? Or you might know more about it than I do.
The only, the $15,000 milfoil portion, based on previous expenses for milfoil, I kind of thought maybe that should go up a little bit. I didn't know how you felt about it. It was just something I thought might be a good idea. It seems like we always run high when those invoices start coming in. And I know the last year they wanted to continue and we didn't because we kind of nipped it
What would you propose?
from funding. I was thinking put it up to 20.
And that pays for the divers, and do you know what other things it pays for?
Pretty much anything that they bill for through that grant.
And
I just know that we had to cut off spending last year because we exceeded, we got to the cutoff point. It's not that there wasn't more to do, it was that we didn't have the resources to accommodate those.
I think milfoil has been on a conversation for the last couple of years, and just let's not cry over $5,000. Like, let's put it in. If you're proposing 20, I would say that for sure. But also, this over the last couple of years, it's been a little bit different, right? Because we were getting grants and we were getting other things. But
Melissa has done a very good job at getting a grant. Yeah.
So we are getting them again.
Yes.
I forget if it was last year or the year before.
Yeah, she got it again this year too.
Okay. Milfoil is one of those things where for $5,000, if we had to stop, and we could have done another $5,000, and we could have done a better job or done more.
That's kind of what I think happened. Yeah.
I'll be in favor for upping it.
I would agree with that, Sean. I've seen over the years when we really had a milfoil problem, I've seen the difference it's made, And to cut it back, which I didn't know we did, but.
Well, we kind of like nipped it.
Yeah,
I don't want to say.
I get it, but I think you're right. I think for what we get out of it, the increased boat traffic that we're seeing in Raymond and the use of the lakes, I think it's very important.
You've increased your area you're doing milfoil in, too.
Yes, that's correct.
Greatly from what it was. I mean, I think they spent a week last year in Turtle Cove with their divers. So I'm definitely for doing it. But like I said, it expanded the area. When it started, it was the 3 marinas that funded most of it.
Right.
And it was pretty much limited to the Jordan River.
Right.
And it's expanded over to the canals off Beach Road. And I know they did a lot of work on Turtle Cove the last couple of years.
I was going to say Turtle Cove.
All right, well, if there are no other questions or anything, we'll draft this for the warrant articles with the additional 5,000 in milfoil, and we'll see that on your 24th meeting, we'll do that. Just a couple things before we close out the workshop, just because
I have one actually on that. I was just looking for it. I finally found it. The Raymond Rattlers on the snowmobile.
Yep.
I thought that was 2,000. Is this just
so I
because
just left the appropriation at what the historical one was. I knew Hawthorne House was sticking in my mind. I questioned it today to go cross-reference the upcoming requests.
It's 2,000.
Is that right?
It presents, yeah. So that'll be in the updated. I brought the updated numbers with me.
So that'll drop it down to 2.
No, we go up to 2. It's only 1 in here.
Oh, I'm
Right,
sorry.
yeah, during the presentation, he asked for more.
Okay.
No, this was at.
Right?
No, he asked for the amount requested on here, but on this, it's only 1,000.
The new, yeah, once
And that's because I left it as to what the warrant approved.
The
last
letter
year.
said 2,000.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the letter said 2,000.
Yes.
So if you'd like, I can just go through what I have, what I think was right. We had
No, you're gonna change. It doesn't matter. You're gonna change them to what's right, right?
Right.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I know we know it's right. It just
Okay.
Okay. So now that the departmental workshop have concluded, we're going to revise the fire department stuff. We're going to get you sort of an overview sheet that I've been working on for your next workshop, because I think the next step is to meet, come back with tweaks and recommendations to the select board before you all start looking at warrant articles. Budget Finance Committee meets next week, but there are a couple other things too that I want to come back on. So Nate's in Florida, and he's back on Wednesday. I was hoping to have him for the Tuesday meeting, but he won't be back. So if we do the workshop on Wednesday, if you have availability for a joint one, I wanted to talk a little bit about capital. He applied for that grant to DOT to do Egypt Road. We got the grant. They want to have us appropriated in FY27. So then we were thinking of bumping Cape Road and using that appropriation that was in capital to cover Egypt Road, and then hit Cape Road on the following year. But I was going to have him talk about the DOT grant 50/50 match that we got notice of last week. The other thing too, I wanted to go over the lease program as a group, and there was
question on the one before that. Did Gray also put in, and did they get?
No.
I don't know. I just know that we got a DocuSign to execute a contract with DOT for the Egypt Road.
I asked Nathan about the grant for Gray, and he said no.
Okay. I just lost it. My train of thought.
Sorry, you were at leases.
Yep, that'll be part of it. And then I made some revisions to my budget. I had put some money aside in contracts for assessment for the school, if we needed to do a needs assessment. I brought it back to last year's appropriation, and my thought was, at some point, the select board is going to need to, on the warrant, I'm trying to remember the way Kurt phrased it, so you'll need to authorize overlay potentially for tax appeals post-reval. The board will decide whatever appropriation amount that may be, but I was also thinking about having a discussion about potentially earmarking some of that overlay for a needs assessment. So it's a one-time expense, and if you're going to do a warrant article, perhaps when we talk about the draft warrant articles, we earmark a portion of overlay for that needs assessment if we need it. And I kind of zeroed it out of the admin budget for the time being, just to try to get the amounts down a little bit. But other than that, there haven't been many changes to the presented budget other than the fire and some revisions I made downward and mine. But again, I'll give you all an updated overview once I finish that. And sort of a synopsis like Chris had, like what's driving your budget. Solid waste is a big one. It's like almost 30% of what your budget is next year. I mean, 40% of your budget's driven by the school. Or 40% of the levy is going to be driven by the school. And then, like I said, 30% of our impact to the levy is solid waste, fire contract, insurance. So I'll have a sort of overview like Chris had for the next meeting once we get the revised budget together. And then that's pretty much it.
Next meeting, I forget, you said Wednesday.
You have a finance meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, can we discuss animal control now, real quick?
Sure, what's the...
Since section 6 is after public safety, animal control, it's just something that we looked at over the last couple of years. I just want to make sure we don't skip over it.
So you have a contract with Casco. Naples has pulled out. There's no change to the contract. It's just what you have, your contractual amount to have that service with Casco. Like I said, I've explored Wyndham as a shared service and the county as a shared service. Both are not interested at this time in providing that service.
Wyndham and who?
And the county.
Oh, yep.
There was an email, though, that I got today. It's a workshop, so I'm sorry, I'll be a little informal. But it came in today, and I think I forwarded it to the select board, soliciting feedback on animal control services throughout the state, and our folks looking towards regionalization, and there was sort of a feedback group that they wanted some input on. So now that it's fresh in my mind, I'll fill that out. And
that's been a challenge for many, many years.
Yeah, but no change.
You're talking about the feedback has been a challenge?
No, just trying to share resources.
Oh, well, I understand.
Yeah.
So the feedback that you're talking about, feedback can go out to the town people to see how we're doing?
No, they just asked me as a manager in the select boards what the, like 3 questions, and they're going to kind of have a work group in Augusta on regionalization of ACO services.
Okay. I guess the reason why I'm asking is I've received feedback that people are not satisfied with that service that we're having. So,
okay.
If somebody brought up to me, I don't have any experience with it, so I just figured I'd just bring it up as far as feedback that I've been receiving is that certain people feel like we're getting the service we're providing,
So I'd be happy to have that discussion. We can talk to Tony, who's we contract with over in Casco. And,
okay.
But
just see, yeah, maybe I'd be curious to hear what their feedback is too. But so Wyndham doesn't have anything, or
Wyndham uses the police department, and they have no interest in providing the service.
Okay.
County sheriff doesn't really have the bandwidth. They are exploring it, and so is the county administrator, but no interest.
The county has got a large animal team, or did have, that's trained. We think of dogs and cats. But when you have to go look at horses and all this other stuff, and a little bit of cattle in this town, but the county has a team that's trained. They've got a trailer. They're trained to do large animal rescue.
That may be the case, but Sheriff Joyce was not offering.
It has nothing to do with him. It comes out of MEMO.
Oh, through EMA?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's a separate service.
Or actually
probably.
SEMA, or whatever they call themselves.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or concerns from anyone? Do you have anything else?
Nope. And then we'll meet tomorrow and finalize the agenda for Wednesday. Okay.
I do have one question. Can we get a ride account for that $65,000 taxi? What was it for riders with a number tied to it?
He was supposed to come tonight, but he was sick.
No, I
so, yeah.
understand that. You know, 'cause that has something to do with that.
The requests, when you ask, I ask. So
I know you did. Just bring it up again.
Ready to adjourn? All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, March 11th, 2026 Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start by holding a roll call. Who's ever at the end? Jackie, you still at the end?
I'm here, yep, Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Mark Childs. Mike Richmond.
Jeremy Wilson.
This is a public proceeding, and Robert O'Neill via Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have approval of the minutes of February 11th, 2026. New business, a site plan application, M55L1, followed by old business, staff communications, and adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Okay, first order of business is the minutes for the February 11th, 2026 meeting. Is there any changes, recommendations, or a motion?
I'll move to accept the February 11th, 2026 minutes.
Is there a second?
A second.
Was that Mike?
Yes.
That was Mike.
Okay, I need them to say who they are because I can't see the studio.
Yeah, me neither.
Greg made the motion and Mark made the second.
Mike. Thank you.
Mike, sorry.
It was Mike.
Yeah, got it. I had that report right. I'm going by voices, Jackie.
And I just clarified that because I have to abstain. I wasn't here. So that's why I don't want to make the second.
There we go.
There we go.
Now
All
when they
those
do roll call, if you just put your hands up, I'll be good.
All those in favor? And I am from Zoom. Robert O'Neill is a yes. And Mark is abstention?
Yep.
Okay. New business is our site plan application for M55L1. Brett, do you want to start us off?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I'll keep this brief. This is for the Chipman Farm Stand. They're looking at doing a small building expansion on the rear of the building there, approximately 460 square feet, where this would normally not be before the board at all. Because it's so minor in scale and nature, really what trips this going to the board is the request for a waiver for that vegetative buffer that our ordinance requires. Even though it is within the commercial district where we don't have those setbacks, we do have that that 25-foot landscaped vegetated buffer requirement, and so they would be encroaching into that, triggering that waiver request. So that's the skinny. I know the applicants are here tonight to give a presentation as well.
Okay.
Good evening, Board. My name is Michael Meyer from Island Cove Building, 1263 Roosevelt Trail. Our office is there. The project building is owned by Chipman Farms with a land lease. The property is owned by David Greep from Raymond. The Chipmans are here tonight to answer any questions we may want to have for anything particular. The original site plan was designed and approved by the planning board in 2013. The Chipmans general contracted it. We actually did the framing, roofing, and siding on it at the time. All building entrances for customers and vendors will use existing entrances and loading areas that are designed and approved at that time. So we're not going to have any further driveways or loading docks or entrances outside of the existing what was the infrastructure that was already there. The building use will not change. It's being designed to have more inside refrigeration storage and added prep area for expanded variety of prepared foods to go. There is no plan for prep fryer type units. Existing won't be added. No added bathrooms. They plan on possibly like adding one employee to it. It's not to bring in a whole bunch of new employees for the prep process. No indoor seating or serving planned at this time for the facility. All new work is planned for the rear of the building. Nothing out front. The existing tree line and landscape buffer, which is already in place, will remain as in place. There's a whole buffer strip here already in the back with planted trees to remain. We'll work within the restraints of those areas and not disturb them. We are asking for the waiver buffer on that 25-foot side setback. There's David Greep, which owns this property. He also owns the adjoining property. There is a letter that's been submitted that he is, he's the landlord of the land and holds the lease, and he's verified that he's okay with reducing this setback. The setback actually only clips the corner of the building by, it's probably about 3 feet, Doug?
Yeah, 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah, just on this light corner right here, as you can see on the plan. So that letter is included that he supports that. And we are having a set of engineered stamp plans being prepared by a design professional so that we make sure that we complete all the code requirements for the town and for the fire department. So that's pretty much what we've got. Anybody has any questions for us?
Okay, thanks, Mike. From the board, do we have questions?
No, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. And it's just touching. It's just over the plane, so, yeah.
Gosh, no questions?
Well, I get procedurally, we're being asked to, I guess, not approve the building itself, but just the encroachment into the buffer, correct? Correct. That's really our task.
Correct, yep.
Understood. No, I would agree. It seems very minimal. There's no additional windows or doors presented, no impact to the neighbor or potential neighbor behind it. I know it's the same landowner, but it's a short building, low roof, same siding, same roofing. I would have no issue with it.
Okay, I think, well, for Jason or Brent, I think, yes, it is minor, but I think we still need, in accordance with 30 TAC 8.3 waivers, a written request that meets one of those Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta or Echoes stipulations for granting the waiver. Am I correct there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Bob?
I'm doing a lot of ABC.
There criteria for
Like, catch you sleeping there, Brett? In the past, for any kind of waiver, the board has required a written request for that waiver, addressing the issues that are in the waiver request in the land use ordinance, which is 30 Tech B .3 for waivers. And any waiver request has to meet those requirements, which would be addressed in the letter, which would be requesting the waiver.
Right, and I think I understand what you mean now. So, yeah, we could walk through each of those bullet points right now here at this meeting, or, you know, discussion-wise, yeah, go through each of those bullet points and then include that in the findings of fact as well.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure we need to walk through each of those. I think the applicant is required to submit a letter which addresses why that waiver should be granted based on those 5 criteria.
Correct.
I mean, that's how we done it. That's how it's been done in the past.
Right.
Do they have to meet all 5 criteria, or just one of the 5?
I believe just one. But it has to be defined in the letter, you know, which one that is and why.
Right, exactly. Any one of those, those 5 requirements, any one of those, actually 4 requirements, any one of those things that are met and are addressed in the official waiver request, the board can act upon.
Yeah.
Was it 30? What was it? I know
It's 30-8.3. It's on
modification.
No, we don't have a page.
30.3. 300.3.
Yeah, 30-8.3.
Yep.
300
is our waiver requirements.
I don't know where it is.
I think either the first one or the second one are both applicable.
Yeah, I think A. I think they can define it through A. And if you want to submit a letter with citing 300-8.3 waivers A, I think that would be acceptable.
Okay.
It just says the need for a waiver is based on unique circumstances relating to the specific site and development application, and that these conditions would not be expected to be encountered elsewhere.
So you only have to meet one of the requirements?
Just one.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. And it's not a common occurrence. It's a one-time occurrence on this property. So I think A probably is, right? Do we all agree on that?
Yeah. And that wasn't really covered enough in the application that we sent in?
I believe, Bob, if you want to correct me on this, you said that an actual letter specifying this 300-8.3 and then A must be submitted, correct?
Correct. There has to be official
letter,
a request for a waiver from the applicant stating the reasons why that waiver is required. And the only options the board has in approving that waiver is if the applicant could justify that waiver in accordance with one of those subparagraphs in the waiver request. I mean, I don't see it as a big problem in getting a 3-foot waiver, but it has to meet the ordinance.
Okay.
Bob, I have a question on that. I know some other boards and some other towns that I've worked with, Verbal testimony at the actual meeting itself has been sufficient in place of a letter of like the one you're talking about. I'm not sure if that's something that this board has done in the past, but it is potentially an option out there as well.
It is, Brett, and we have switched to requiring the letter, a few years ago, only because we had problems with the verbal requests, so to speak. It's not something that's going to hold up the application. It's not something, in this case, that's, I think the board is pretty much in agreement that the 3 foot is not that big a deal, but the requirements are for a official waiver request.
Okay. I think the only thing that it sounds like everything's all works out. It's just, we were really in hopes to get an approval to be able to, pull a permit, in the next week or two, because they're trying to proceed and get this project done before the opening in the late spring. So it's going to roll us by another month.
But I think Mike and Sandy can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the fact that it is before the planning board, we can accept the application tonight as complete, but we're going to have the public hearing before we can grant approval.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wayne, do you have something to add?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask a question of the applicant for starters. On the side of the building that we're extending the building, there's some mechanical equipment like there's like a roofed area covering something I can't really tell from the road, but there's also a heat pump back there. Where are all those going to be relocated to?
Pretty sure most of them will be just pushed to the back side of the building where they are now, just push back the 10 feet, and that'll be in the area where it's not encroaching on that 25 foot mark.
So what's there now is just going to be pushed back where the new rear wall will be. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So the only other thing, Mr. Chairman, that I have is we had a few comments that we would like to make sure is part of the approval for the project.
Okay.
Do you need me to read those off, or?
They're in the letter, I think.
Yeah.
Mike, Mike, you got that memo?
Yeah, I get it this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the the fire lane, no parking, I'm assuming that's considering this loading dock area here for deliveries and stuff to the building. Just needed some added signage, it sounds like. I guess the one thing that I did read through in section, I guess it would be 1D, it talks about approaches and departures and brake angles and stuff. We haven't really reviewed that, those notes, but we are kind of following under the approval process that was already taking place in 2013, which I would assume we're under the same direction with the fire hydrants in the local areas. They were there before, and also the delivery vehicle and fire truck access has really been approved in 2013. So I'm not sure that D really applies to what we're trying to accomplish here.
It was more to make sure that it's maintained so that there's no changes that restrict fire truck access. Not that you have to physically make any changes at this point other than the signage and making sure that customer traffic doesn't park in that delivery entranceway in the event we have a fire. So that's what that was trying to address. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that we have not reviewed that plan to, the angular approach, the departure angles, and all of those, as far as the fire trucks, that hasn't been, we haven't really gone through that to see if that meets this item. Based on it was already approved, we weren't making any new entrances or delivery loading docks or anything.
Okay, any other comments from the board? If not, could we get a motion that the application is complete?
Also move that the application for the Chipman Farm stand expansion is complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mark seconds. Any other discussion? All those in favor? And via Zoom, I vote yes. Mike, are there any other questions that you have for us?
No, I don't think so. So do we just automatically go into to our next meeting, or do I have to, obviously gotta send in the letter for the waiver request, but do we automatically just get put on for the next meeting?
You'll be put on the next agenda, which is for April 22nd.
No, other than that, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Great. Appreciate your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Brett or Jason, do we have any old business?
Well, we did get some plans for Sebago View, but we're not sure if they're gonna have everything in time for the next meeting. So.
Yeah, I think it was Dustin had potentially a timing conflict.
Yes.
So to be determined. We'll see if everyone comes back, but
As soon as I know, you'll all know.
Right, that was the one for the subdivision right next to Honey Hill, and we had done that site walk for it back in January. So they're back, I think, with approximately 48 lots for single-family homes. So
correct.
We'll see if we discuss that next month. Outside of that, no other applications.
What about the Pine?
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, the Pine Ridge Estates, that one, I think they're still finalizing or waiting the approval order from DEP. So I know there's been a little bit of back and forth that Jason's been more caught up to speed on for the stormwater review component of that state approval. And so it sounds like stormwater-wise, they're all set, and that has been sent over to the DEP project manager for them to wrap that up into their approval. So once they have that, I think that was one of the last pieces that we needed as a town to see before we could issue approval. That and maybe a couple other minor things, so. Did I miss anything, Jason?
No.
Okay.
Did we have
Appointments.
for the comp?
The comp plan.
Implementation.
Well, yeah, we were gonna wait to the staff communications part, but I guess we're there.
Sorry.
You're always jumping in, Jackie.
So, yes. It sounds like, are you volunteering?
No, I mean, I do. But.
Yeah, so we've been asked for 2 planning board members to volunteer for the comp plan implementation committee.
And I think, Jason, we've been asked for one for the Jordan Middle School one?
That's correct.
Oh, right, yeah.
So 3?
So, or if somebody wants to do double duty.
And everybody's here, so we can't volunteer.
Jackie and I already served our time.
Yeah, we did the comp plan. It's fun. I think implementation will be fun too.
I do not have capacity for it. I can't. JSMS, I was actually on that one, and I couldn't. Bowed out? I couldn't, yeah. So I don't want to do it again, to bow out again. I think that one's going to be a little bit more involved, to be honest, in some ways. Longer. It's going to be a longer commitment. Right. What is the commitment for the comp plan committee? I think that's kind of open-ended. I think that'll kind of come down to how quickly we can go through it and figure out how to implement. What's the monthly commitment? I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if they've put a schedule. It's not like one meeting a month? I don't think they've said anything yet.
I think they're just putting the committee first. It might be up to the committee.
You can't plan for that.
Volunteer if you don't know what the commitment is.
I would imagine it would be once.
It's 4 days a week. Like, no.
I mean, it might be the committee might make up how often they want to meet.
Okay.
Yeah, the last comp plan, or the implementation committee was once a week, once a month. Sorry, I can't speak
That's what I
tonight.
anticipate.
But who knows?
Why is everybody keep looking at me? I was asking
You're in the
questions.
middle.
I'm just asking questions.
Well, if you want to think about that one for a second, I do have some other stuff to talk about.
For a second.
I think that's a great idea, Jason.
Okay.
So we have to get everybody trained on LD 1829. We're coming up against the deadline. There's not going to be a training police that's going to hit us with anything. And actually, there's legislation 2173 that's just coming in to amend 1829. So in some ways, waiting a little bit may not be so bad because we don't want to do a bunch of work that then
redo it,
then unimplement it. But I've talked to the state created a new association, MOCA. I can't remember what the acronym is for, but they're kind of overseeing all this. I've reached out to them to see about how we can get training, because MMA training is not going to be sufficient because it's not specific to LD 1829. So, and there's not a lot of trainings. So I'm hoping that they're going to have some type of training in the area, or if we can have the town attorney come talk to both boards and have our own in-house training. I'm trying to see if that's going to be meet the requirement. It's hard to find any of these classes. I was at one last week, and I had been to two, and after the first one I thought I had a good grasp on it, and then after the second one I'm like, everything was like new to me. So because things had changed and some of the wording was a little bit different how they framed it, so I was like, oh. And even some towns had implemented it. Now they're looking at how they kind of can change some of those things. So so we're going to have to deal with that. And to that point, it points to the comp plan, this legislation directly to the growth area. And there was some talk, I think, with GP Cog at the select board meeting about maybe tweaking our growth area there because we'd have to change the zoning in that growth area, and that may not fly. A couple towns have got to town vote, and it's got voted down, which opens the town to lawsuits because if they're not, complying, it could be an issue. So I think we want to be careful, but I'll be looking into training, and if I find training, I'll send something out to the board, and I'll let you all know what's going to go on with that. But we do have to do that training. Have you guys all read up on 1829 at all, or? So.
I'm only up to 1828.
Can't count any higher.
But there's probably 10 or 12 ordinances we're going to have to tweak to comply. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting the bulk of the ordinance work to be this next cycle. Maybe some other things sprinkled in there, but definitely a lot in relation to 1829.
So back to the two volunteers.
So what do you think the Jordan School Board is going to require? Like, what is that about?
As far as a commitment, or
no, the commitment, but I know you probably don't understand what that is at this point. It's just finding the reuse of the building, correct?
Yeah, and looking at what's best to put there. I know there's talk of town offices or incubators for small business or childcare. I know there's a whole bunch of ideas that got thrown around. There's probably going to have to be some type of assessment of the building. What walls, if a wall is going to start moving, you're going to have structural issues and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty involved, I imagine. We've been down there. We went down there as a town office and looked at it, and it's going to take some work. And how much work is going to, depend on the price tag, and then the price tag is going to be a major factor.
I may regret saying it, but I'll volunteer for that.
All right, we have one victim.
So I guess the other two, we'll just wait till somebody misses a meeting and then we'll just nominate them.
Penalized. That's the.
Perfect attendance for a while.
It's not good because I'm not going to be here next month. I'm going to be away. I might have to
we got one.
or something.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'd really like to know what the commitment is, honestly. If it was once,
Yeah, I understand.
then that's fine. But if it was multiple times a month, I can't.
Mark, as far as I know, was told the commitment is once a month, but we'll meet as more often as required. Whatever that means. But at any rate, I don't think we need to decide.
No, I'm not chairing anything. I'll sign up.
All right.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, sure.
I don't think we need to decide that tonight.
No, I will. That's fine.
And the other thing, Brett, is our, can you take the marijuana ordinance and the parking ordinance to the selectmen if I'm not back?
Correct. I believe there's a workshop with the select board next Tuesday on the 17th.
17th,
so
yeah.
We'll be presenting that to the select board and showing off all the work we did.
Okay, perfect. Well, what else? Anything? Anybody have anything?
I think that's it.
Half an hour. We're doing good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Then there's only one more motion we need.
Move to adjourn.
Second the motion to adjourn the meeting.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
All in favor.
And via Zoom, I vote yes. We're done.
Good evening. Welcome to a Select Board workshop. Today is Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. I'm going to call the workshop to order and just make note that we do have Christopher Hansen, Derek Ray, and at the time Sam Gifford is not here, and then I, Kayla Gonzalez, am here. I'm going to ask that we get a little intro into our first ordinance that we're looking at.
So, good evening, board members. My name is Brett Wimkin, contract planner with the town. I'll start us off with the parking for the short-term rentals. So within our proposed short-term rental ordinance, we do make reference to the land use ordinance and off-street parking standards. That was something that had come up during the public comment for the short-term rental was concerns about off-street parking. So this is more so, I would call it housekeeping of making sure that we are defining what a short-term rental is within our land use ordinance, as well as accounting for those off-street parking standards. So the closest aligning use for short-term rental within our existing land use ordinance would match that boarding or lodging houses, hotels or motels that would require one space for each sleeping room. So that was where the board had felt the most appropriate place for that was. And then again, those definitions for those terms defined below, those mimic exactly for what's within the short-term rental ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I think probably the best way to sort of go about this in a concise manner, if everybody's agreeable, is we just sort of look at it and say, you know, basically, you know, by a show of hands, are we comfortable with the language in here? And we can take it by chunks. This one is pretty short and sweet. So how do we feel about the addition of this one?
The first part, 309.3 off-street parking. The addition of the short-term rental, I'm fine with. The terms defined, all those definitions would only apply, Brett, I believe, if we adopted the short-term rental ordinance.
Yes. I think the benefit of including them as well is if the short-term rental ordinance were to not pass, at least we are still classifying and defining that type of use within the town, whereas currently we don't have one.
I am in agreement with that. I had some comments I want to make about these, but I'm going to wait until we discuss the short-term rental ordinance. And if those changes are incorporated, then we would make the changes here.
Right, I see.
Other than that, I'm good with it.
Yeah, same. I like the idea to talk about it and have it separate in case the two things fail, because I think this is one that everyone was kind of in agreement on both sides, so it's nice to keep that in there no matter what happens.
Okay, I guess this one is just curious for me. Maybe it's because I'm thinking as a whole of what type of roads we have, and I think of off-street parking, and I just think, what if you have a 4-bedroom home, so that's 4 vehicles on the side of a dirt road? I don't know, it's just an observation on my point that it seems a little, you know, I understand it matches all the language that we're using for other types of homes or tourist home boarding and lodging house. It just struck me as kind of like, oh, that's a lot of cars just sort of parked on the side. But
I think the term off-street is they can't park it on the street. They need to provide parking spaces.
Correct, yeah, they would
so
be
I'm looking
responsible.
at that wrong.
Just flip
okay,
it.
flip it. Okay,
Yeah.
because I was like, that seems weird. Why are we allowing this? But
Right, like for some municipalities, for example, if a short-term rental application was before the board, they'd be required to submit like a site plan that would show exactly where those parking spaces are. Similar to like for single-family homes, I know sometimes folks look at, you know, how long the driveway is or if the garage can accommodate a vehicle. That way those cars aren't being parked on the lawn or along the street.
okay. So I guess in this case then, since I was confused about what this meant anyway, was if you have a 4-bedroom home and you're using that as a short-term rental, so you need to have dedicated 4 spaces, not on a lawn.
Right. Yep, it would be within the driveway, a garage, or some kind of like a paver area kind of thing. Just anywhere that's not along the street, essentially.
Okay. And
How would that work?
how do we regulate that?
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question is, on a private way, how would you, like if it's a private road and they're parked on the road, and let's say they didn't have the driveway spaces, just say, go park in my private way. You can't really do much about it. Also, from an enforcement standpoint on a town right-of-way, without a police department, I think we could probably tow if we had an ordinance, but I don't know how you, I don't think you can issue parking tickets and tow vehicles.
I hope
No. That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Nate can.
Oh, he's a constable.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can issue parking tickets. I don't know about towing. I don't think the town wants to get into the middle of towing.
You have to have an ordinance before you can start exploring that, and it has to be posted. But yeah, essentially, I wonder if on a private way, you could just totally circumvent the parking requirement and just say, I'm on a private road, go park wherever.
Well, I think the way the short-term rental ordinance is written, you have to show that you have on-site parking, not on a private way, because some of the complaints that I've heard are about people parking on private ways. They can't get through to get to their property. So I think if they're going to have if we approve the short-term rental ordinance, one of the criteria is they have to show on-site parking for the 4 bedrooms and any guests that are parking at the site. So that would alleviate parking in the private way.
My other question on this is it's not clear if they can't prove that. Do they not get to rent, or do they have to rent, they have to advertise the amount of bedrooms that they have parking for, or like what's when it comes in
my
opposite?
interpretation is, in your application.
If you have 3 spots, then you only get 3 bedrooms you can advertise for?
3 bedrooms,
Okay.
yep.
Not like, oh, you have a 4-bedroom, you're renting it, you're advertising a short term and you only have 3 spots, you can't rent it all. No go for you. I think that would be a.
Yeah, I think it's
You
just.
could get some pushback on that one.
Yeah.
Is there a definition somewhere in our ordinances that lay out what constitutes a parking space?
Yeah, what is it, by 20 foot by?
19 by 8 in the street ordinance, isn't it?
Is it 8 or 9?
Maybe you're right.
Yeah,
I'm in the ballpark.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, all right.
But it's in the street.
It's always in between
the
the 18
street
to 20,
standards.
and yeah, so.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or thoughts on this? Or just based on possible changes later tonight, we would then come back to this? Or ask that they be incorporated?
Well, I think tonight
into
is
this?
just, isn't it just a workshop
It's
on
just a
each one?
workshop, but,
So we're
like,
not going to vote
getting
until.
feedback.
Right. So my feedback would be, I'm okay with it, and I'm okay with leaving in the short-term rental no matter what happens, because in the future, if we ever do adopt an ordinance, it's there. But these other ones would only apply if we approve the short-term rental ordinance at the next meeting, or the town approves it at town meeting, is how it would actually.
I think I see what you mean now, for like the sub definitions almost of the
Yeah,
primary.
because I got some comments on that, but I'm going to wait until we get into the short-term rental ordinance.
I understand. Gotcha.
All right. Do we feel comfortable moving on to the next one this time?
I do.
Okay, up next would be our proposed ordinance amendments within our land use ordinance related to medical cannabis and growing operations. So there's a couple definitions at the start of this that were pulled from state language. So this does align with state statute to differentiate what the indoor cultivation is, what those registered caregivers are, the difference between sun-grown and indoor. There's a little bit of a back and forth that we can get into in a minute. But this first section is defining those. The next is the district uses. So within all of our land use ordinance and shoreland zone, our shoreland zones, we would outline whether that's prohibited, conditional, and you don't see permitted on that list. And then following that would be performance standards that we would implement within our land use ordinance. So section A is our authority. Right now, Raymond is not an opt-in town. And so that first section for the authority is more just to delineate that and put that out front, stating that we're not opt-in. And then our performance standards for these types of uses would fall under section B. So the first one for enclosures and setbacks, this would apply to both sun-grown and indoor, where based on the quantity of plants, they would have different front, rear, and side yard setbacks. And you can see that within that table there, what those different thresholds are. This was discussed at the planning board level for, I would say, in depth about the number of plants and how or what type of smells that those can produce. And so that was something we had kind of workshopped quite a bit at the planning board level on those sun-grown outdoor grows versus the indoor grows. And then later on for that sub-bullet point number 2 for odor control, this is really more so geared towards the indoor cultivation uses, where we would require, those greenhouses or indoor growing operations to have some kind of odor control, some kind of carbon filtration system that would be operational to help kind of offset some of that odor. So, and then that last point for violation, that's more so to give Jason some teeth, is in case there is an issue that the town would have the ability to go out and pursue that. And that's the gist of it. So
Okay. Just looking at the terminology, do any of you have questions or thoughts?
No, I think the definition's appropriate. As long as everybody understands that sun-grown cultivation, if you look at the chart below on the district uses, so Village Residential District is a more dense residential zone. It's only 40,000. So it's prohibited to do outdoor growing or sun growing there. And indoor is conditional. So if they had a greenhouse that was completely enclosed, they could do it, but they gotta maintain odor control and meet the setbacks, and they'd have to go in front of the ZBA to get a conditional use. I think that's kind of where that goes. And a sun-grown cultivator, obviously, somebody that grows outside. Somebody that grows indoors is cultivation in a building, and that can be controlled with odor control. And if anybody doesn't understand what odor control is they use carbon scrubbers, and it brings the air into the carbon scrubber and takes the odor out and puts out better air. But it's something that has to be maintained, so even indoor scrubbers is kind of a enforcement issue that's going to be hard to enforce, because we have to monitor whether they're doing maintenance on the scrubbers. It's not a one and done. So I'll just point that out.
That was one of my initial questions, was how you're going to enforce indoor odor control versus outdoor. But when you have it prohibited in some areas and not others, that makes more sense. So that, you can have it outdoors, but you're in a different zone. You have a bigger plot. You don't have as many homes around you. It's easier to keep that smell under control. Like, you're not going to stop it, but at least in those zones, that's why it's prohibited there. So that kind of correlates with this and makes sense.
And I think the reason it's prohibited in resource protection is that's not a place where we want business. Same thing with stream protection within 100 feet of a stream. Or resource protection is usually wetlands. We don't want people disturbing those areas.
Wouldn't that be the best growing spot?
Probably. But then now it's commercial use.
And probably
fertilized differently. Not so good for the environment, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty spot on. Again, that was one of the primary factors in deciding which zones they went into, was the potential or the minimum lot acreage. And then it's also worth mentioning too, those setbacks are pretty restrictive in some of those zones even. There might be a property zoned as rural that might meet that acreage, but it might be a really long and skinny parcel that
one row in the middle and that's all you get.
Right, but like those performance standards, those setbacks might be really difficult to meet, and it might not even be feasible to grow in those, and so that's where.
So that would force them into an indoor grow, where they could control the odor and control that space.
Correct.
That's why there's so much difference between an indoor grow and an outdoor grow and the setbacks for that.
Absolutely, and that's why those thresholds are different for those indoor grows, because that's the trade-off is, they would be required to have those odor mitigation systems.
So to Derek's point about enforcement, outdoor grows, my experience is I don't care if you're 1,000 feet from a large grow, you can smell it. So we're going to that's going to be a challenge for code enforcement, 150 feet or 100 feet. And then vegetative buffers or other proven cultivation practices that minimizes odors, I don't know of any. It's like a skunk. A skunk lets off and you can smell it for a quarter of a mile. There's nothing that's going to change that.
It doesn't matter what tree you have on your property line or fence.
So, I mean, it's written as good as you could. I'm not criticizing that, but it's going to be an enforcement problem.
Yeah. The other benefit as well, with it being a conditional use, at least it has that extra layer of review by the town for the zoning board.
And maybe the ZBA could put some conditions on that if there are complaints that it gets reviewed again, whatever they decide.
Right.
But that's what conditional use is all about.
Yep. Or if they do a site walk and there's some unique circumstances on site with the topography, or maybe there's a wind channel that just really blows through the property, and there's so many different unique things that could be going on there, but at least there's that added layer of review from the town.
And if it doesn't work, we always could look at just prohibiting it outright in the future.
Is this permitted? And then if so, is it renewal or is it?
No, conditional use generally, as long as they're continuing it, would go year to year.
It runs with the land.
Yeah, it kind of runs with the land as long as they're maintaining. I guess, they'd have to stick to whatever plan they went with. If they were going to move the plot somewhere on the property or increase the number of plants, then, they may have to come in for a new permit. But as long as they continue doing it in the plot with the numbers.
That's what I mean. If there's an issue with odor or violation or something, they would have to reapply for the permit after if it went wrong for them?
I mean, I would always try to reach
That's the
out.
only way to get, I mean, there's a little bit of teeth there, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would always try to reach out first and say, hey, listen, we've had some complaints, before violation, write a warning
Yeah.
letter and say, let's try and figure this out before we have to escalate. And if it escalates, it escalates.
So I'd like to revisit the opt-in, opt-out section that you wrote. What that means is we're not an opt-in town. That means we're not going to have any adult use marijuana facilities or stores. We're not opting in. If we did opt in, then that opens the door to have more medical marijuana stores and more adult use stores. And by enacting this ordinance, we're not opting in. I just want to make that clear to everybody.
Yeah, you can't have recreational at all.
No,
with opting-
it's just
with us
medical marijuana, period.
Exactly.
And that's something that the state allowed, and we can't change that. But we can put conditions on it like this.
Yep.
Any other comments or concerns on this?
Good.
All right, moving on.
All right. So the last one within this packet this evening is the short-term rental ordinance. So this was prepared over the course of a couple months, working with the planning board and the public, and had some really great dialogue with the public as well. People voicing their concerns for and against short-term rentals, and just the use overall and the different types of standards that could apply. And so this is where the planning board landed. Would you like me to go page by page or section by section? Would that be helpful? I think we've discussed this briefly before, if I remember
Right, we
correctly.
were given a presentation of this, so I think, at least in some regards, we are familiar with it.
Okay.
We were given a presentation, we really hadn't had a chance to even discuss it on any level.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go section by section then. So the first section, purpose and authority, nothing earth-shattering there. That's just more so given the town and outlining the purpose of the ordinance and the authority that the town has and how that works. So more so on the legalese side of things. The next section is definitions. So as we saw earlier in that document where we had pulled the definitions for short-term rental and long-term rental, you'll see that language here mimicking that, as well as outlining some other definitions that we already have within our land use ordinance, such as dwelling unit and owner. And then we also included a definition for advertising as well. Chris, did you have anything on this one, or was it?
I did.
Okay.
The first one, primary resident hosted. A dwelling that is occupied by the owner when any part of the dwelling unit is rented as a short-term rental. What about a site that has a single-family structure and a detached building? So that is not owner-occupied, the owner is on site. I was wondering if we could clean up the language to add something about the owner being on site rather than in the dwelling.
Yeah, this makes it sound like a host, like they're in the unit with the people or in an ADU that's attached. But if you have an ADU that's detached,
right? Yeah, I was just thinking about.
It's a loophole that you could kind of wiggle out.
I mean, we do have cases where somebody lives in the basement and they rent out the dwelling for short-term rentals, and that's meets this definition. But we have other places where somebody may have multiple cabins on a lake and they live in a single-family dwelling, whether it's seasonal or permanent. They are on site and they might have multiple cabins, but they're not in that dwelling. So I think we need to add a little something that,
or change it
so that it covers on site.
Yeah.
Owners on site.
The parcel instead of the dwelling or something like that. Because
And then you just follow through with the unhosted, just make sure it's all runs together. I like the 3 definitions though, because the last one, non-primary residence, unhosted, that's more like a corporation could buy a building out of state and use it as a short-term rental, and they're not on site, they're not even in state. So that should be totally different than primary residence, hosted and unhosted. Because there are a lot of people that rent their camp for a couple weeks just to supplement their income to pay their taxes. So they might only operate for 2 or 3 weeks. And, you know, we got to treat them a little different than somebody that's a corporation out of state. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of where the intent of these 3 came from. So, yeah, if somebody's there on the property, I think sometimes tenants will act and behave a little bit differently than if the owner is away from the property. And then, and this was something that, and we can talk about this maybe a little bit later on, but it was okay by legal to base our fee schedule on these 3 different types of uses as well. So if we wanted to charge more, for example, for a non-primary residence that's unhosted compared to a primary residence that is hosted, you know, we would be allowed to have that sliding scale.
So you kind of jumped ahead of one of my other comments about the fee schedule. It's something, if we do adopt a short-term rental ordinance, I had this discussion with Glenn today, that we could do the fee schedule after. It doesn't have to be included in this warrant article.
Yeah, so sometimes you do fee schedules as a matter of policy, but if you codify the fee schedule in the ordinance, you'd likely need to amend it through the ordinance if it was part of your ordinance fee schedule.
My only problem with that non-primary residence one is there's a lot of family camps that they purposely rent it. It's not a corporation, it's not an LLC, it's not millionaires, it's just a family camp. It's definitely not their primary because it's seasonal. And that's what they've been doing for 50 to 80 years, is renting those. So if you change that, if you take that and then use it later on in a different fee schedule, I don't know if that's really the intent behind what you're talking about. I think you're handcuffed. The people that have been doing this the longest and that need it the most, I think, to keep their family camp in their family, and they rent it out during the summer so they can use it maybe September, October when it's not as valuable. That's not their primary. I think that hurts them.
I agree, Derek, and maybe the way to handle that is the amount of time they rent it out. Some of these corporations, they rent it out year-round. They're year-round residents. And I don't, you know, this is probably a moving target, but the fee schedule thing we could talk about at length at another time. It doesn't have to be resolved to adopt this.
Yep.
But I think your point is well taken. I mean, we don't want to penalize people that have had family camps all, you know, forever, and put them in the same bucket as somebody out of state buying up these camps as a corporation and renting them out for short-term rentals for, you know, to make their annual profit.
Yep.
So it's a point well taken.
Did you have any other definitions, comments?
Oh, hold on. Well, we're just sticking with this page. How far ahead are we
Right
going?
now.
I mean, there's definitions all the way through, but we're trying to stick to this
Section
page, right?
2.
Mine is advertising. I just know in the real estate world, not the rental world, I don't do a lot of like short-term rentals or whatever with advertising, but I know in real estate world, there's third-party vendors that pull data. Like, for example, Zillow. Like, I will list a property in the MLS, and I have no control over what Zillow, Redfin, all these other places pull for data and advertise with. They do it as a third-party vendor for their own profit, and they scrape and pull stuff that is wildly inaccurate. So it's hard when somebody's going to try to advertise on whatever platform they're advertising on, and it gets scraped or pulled, and it changes somewhere else, and it looks like, I think in the end, this is where some people are going to, I mean, hopefully we can just play it by ear, or individual cases, but maybe you can see which places get pulled and they're doing it on purpose and which ones get on accident. I just see it going down a slippery slope, whether it's like, I didn't even put that in there. I don't have any control over that third-party vendor's advertising. They scraped and pulled something. It's on paper, a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, or however many beds or whatever, but it's not, we're not allowing that many people in our advertisement. That somebody else pulls it and it gets misconstrued onto another one, and now you're gonna have
Couldn't we
fights
address
over
that
stuff.
throughout the rest of the ordinance? This is just a definition of what advertising is.
Yeah, I know.
But when we get to the next sections, that would be the time to say, I mean, pulling that definition isn't gonna make any difference.
I don't know. I'm not saying, I don't know if saying pulling it, but clarify. I don't know. I mean, I guess then when you use advertising, you're going to have to use something else after if you don't clarify in the advertising definition part that kind of stuff is not going to hinder the applicant or the dwelling.
Brett or Jason, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, and maybe this is jumping ahead a little bit, but for the next section, really our focus for advertising is means of enforcement from the town and an ability to help regulate. What we want to get away from is short-term rental owners or operators advertising a space as having an occupancy for 16 where it might only have 8, and then that's a more intensive use of that individual property that may have an effect on adjacent properties. And so it was one of those things that the town, where if we're looking and evaluating a property and renewing it, and maybe there were some issues that had come up during the past, maybe this is another tool that we can help utilize to justify our decision that, yep, all throughout the year, your occupancy was 8 and you advertised it as such, and okay, you were a good operator, versus, if there were more intensive uses, then, that's a discussion to be had there, I think.
So is there a way that, I think to get to what you were saying is that the owner is in control of what he puts out for advertising. What Derek's talking about is somebody taking that information and using it on another site, Zillow or Redfin, that instead of, let's say the owner says he's gonna have 8 people there, they put it out for 16. I don't know, is that what?
Yeah.
Is there a way to kind of reel that in, is what I'm asking?
Yeah.
I've had property listed, but other people listed it in the past incorrectly, and they'll scrape that off and pull it onto a Zillow site and say it's a 3-bedroom house. When I did my due diligence and found out it's a 2-bedroom septic, I can't advertise it as a 3-bedroom. Where that sort of thing's going to happen here, and later on in this, there's consequences for advertising it incorrectly. So my point, which is if it gets advertised incorrectly on the millions of AI things that are out there now, get scraped and pulled, and they're going to get in trouble and consequences for stuff that they have no control over. That's the only thing I'm bringing up.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I totally get to understand that too. And I think my understanding from the relationship of the actual short-term rental owner and like those advertising websites is it's a pretty like personal relationship where they would have direct control over, how that property is listed, what that's advertised as having an occupancy for, at least the primary ones. I'm
right.
not
Yeah.
sure
That's
about
exactly. Those I think you can't really argue that. It's like,
like Airbnb.
this is connected to your Stripe account. You can't say you didn't put that in.
Right. So, but versus some of those other third-party sites that or if there's a scrubbing tool, for example, that maybe the town is using to pull that data from. I think that's one of those things that we can verify based on the actual application that's in with the town.
So I just want to clarify for my own use. So for instance, if we were looking at Airbnb, we would assume that that would be more accurate because the owner of the property is telling Airbnb how many it can have. Like this will, have up to 16 people. There's beds for up to 16 people. But if Zillow takes that information, if I'm getting this correctly, I didn't realize that they did advertise short-term rentals, but they could potentially misconstrue that. So we would be using something more directly from the source.
Yeah, I mean, just with our permitting software, I reached out to them. They have a contract with just Airbnb and VRBO. I imagine 95% of rentals are done through those platforms. and they're directly have a contract with them, so they're not even scraping it from the web. They're getting it directly from them. So there'll be no mistake. Whatever someone gives those companies would be directly. And it seems like every company that does it, it's Airbnb and VRBO is where they're getting.
That's my kind of point, is that you guys will have oversight over, it's not just the neighbor going, I found this advertisement here, go get them. It's like, listen, we use this because it's accurate, and here it doesn't say.
Unless it's obvious that they put out like a different advertisement. Something.
Yeah, like their own.
Yeah.
So a real world example, so during COVID, when all the bars shut down in New Jersey, a lot of the promoters that would typically do their events at clubs or bars were renting out Airbnbs for months at a time, and then having thousands of people show up at beachfront homes, and because there was nowhere else to go. So like the owner obviously didn't want 1,000 people on his property, but an enterprising promoter, didn't care for that week and did pretty well. So, but I see what you're saying is like, once that's rented or whatever, you can't really control what that third party is going to do after. But
like subletting, if somebody trying to sublet it out.
Right. So Jason, you were hitting on some of the programs that you've looked at.
Yep.
And it's my understanding that some of these programs, if we enact this ordinance, which I kind of look at as more of a registration of Airbnbs, not an all-inclusive ordinance about short-term rentals. So if they don't have a registration, Airbnb won't host it, correctly?
Not necessarily.
So are you talking about some of that case law with Santa Monica and stuff where?
Yeah.
So technically, yeah, there have been cities who have enacted registration ordinances, and then Airbnb unsuccessfully sued because they wanted to not have to list properties. They didn't want to have to ensure that they were registered, but City of Santa Monica, New York, and another were successful in requiring Airbnb to not list properties that were not registered under the local ordinance.
So maybe I was putting the cart before the house. Maybe that's something we need to look at with software.
Yeah, absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Sam is on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Hi. I will try to look for your hand if you have any additional comments. I don't know how long you've been there or listening, but do you have anything to add at this point?
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay.
This is, you've covered everything.
All right. I'll be looking for your hand, okay?
Okay, I'll give you have my hand.
Okay. All right. And yes, jumping ahead a little bit, am I only seeing advertising in one spot? It's in D.
Yeah, for
J.
section
just-
3J, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
It's also mentioned at the end of section 2.
Yeah. The definition part.
Oh, in the definition.
Right.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any other comments on these sections? So I think we'd be moving on to section 3.
Okay. Yep, the next section would be the requirements for the registration and that process. So the effective period and the renewal period, the effective period would be valid for 1 year. So every year they would have to go and reapply with the town to get that renewed. Same thing with section B there for the renewal period. So annually they would have to get that reapproved and looked at with the town. And then section C is where we get into a little bit of the meat of the ordinance in terms of what actually would dictate their eligibility if they were allowed to reapply or renew. So really the key things here are, if there were performance issues, if there were occurrences of, formal noise complaints filed with the town, or any violations, that would be in section C5 D. So the property has 3 or more documented and relevant instances of disturbances or violations. That's one of the primary considerations that the town would be looking at when determining if they want to renew that registration for that short-term rental.
So can we talk about that one for a sec?
Yeah.
So 3 documented and relevant instances of disturbance of violations. So let's just say there's a noise complaint. That's going to probably go to the sheriff's department. I don't know that the sheriff's department is going to notify us that there was a disturbance. So enforcing this, is it going to be put on the, one thought I had is maybe this gets put onto the owner of the property, that if they do have a call to the sheriff's department, that they're required to notify us. Because I know the sheriff's department's not going to notify us. If we have the ACO goes out there for a dog running at large, she's probably not going to let us know. She might, but not necessarily. And, somebody's setting off fireworks in the middle of the night. I mean, there's a lot of things that go on at these homes that are disturbing to the neighbors and that could be a qualifying or a relevant instance. I just don't know how we're going to enforce that. I mean, I don't believe Jason or anybody that's employed by him is going to go out on a weekend in the middle of the night and check out a noise complaint or a bonfire too late at night or any of those things. So, most of these instances happen mostly on a weekend when we're closed. So I just see enforcement as kind of being hard to get our hands around this.
Absolutely, and it was something that we had talked about quite a bit with the planning board as well, was this question around noise and enforcement especially. I think I'd be curious if with our software that we'd be utilizing, if there's a component of that would research or look into any of the sheriff files for noise complaints, if that's something that's, I don't know if that's part of it or not.
I'm sure dispatch could give us a report if we reached out and said, do you have any calls for noise complaints?
Well, my point was maybe we make the owner responsible that if there is an incident, he has to report it. You have the rules, the guidelines of short-term rentals is supposed to be posted in the home, and maybe one of those is that anybody that if there's an incident, they have to report it. I'm just reaching out. I don't know the answer.
I guess speaking of this one, it stands out to me. I hear everything that you're saying. I feel like this is, number one, hard to enforce and very subjective. Fireworks, for instance, I'm just going to pull off your fireworks. Fireworks can be a nuisance, but they're allowed.
On certain days. In certain times.
In Raymond? We have a fireworks ordinance?
No, we don't. State.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, I think you can have them, probably more often than you would, it's allowed. You can call that in as a nuisance. That would be a nuisance, right?
I agree.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I totally see this getting to neighbor versus neighbor.
And I also think it's subjective. So, and I also think that it can be amplified. So one instance can become more documented instances because you could amplify that. So my personal opinion is, and I know that this is, which is hard because this is one of the number one things that are creating some heartburn with short-term rentals, right? Is this idea of it's nuisance, but it's the one thing I wouldn't mind seeing taken out, I guess. And I understand, and I can understand why there was a lot of conversation around this, but I just feel like it's very subjective. So I'm not sure how you address that.
Yeah.
I don't know the workaround.
I completely agree. It's one of those, it's hard because that's what we're trying to help enforce on ones that are really egregious, but yet it's so subjective that if the neighbor just decides you have 8 people on a bonfire and they're playing music and talking too loud, then they do
call
that.
The sheriff.
They do that 3 times, and all of a sudden their neighbor's not it's a very easy way to go, I got them.
It's a slippery slope.
It's how the waterfront community, either you love your neighbor or you can't stand your neighbor, and you'll have a dock dispute or a noise dispute, and it's just, they got to cut down that tree, I didn't. This is what stirs the entire pot of how neighbors getting along with neighbors starts, and I just see this being a very slippery slope, hard to enforce. And
So I think, I don't know how you do that. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you address it, but I'm having a hard time with that one in particular.
Yeah, I think the way that it's worded now, a lot of that burden would currently fall to the code enforcement officer to determine what is a relevant disturbance sort of thing. The reason, though, for including it was the alternative is if it was not in there, then how is there a fair way that we can look at the rest of these criteria and renew that short-term rental? And the reason why it was 3 or more documented was at least there's like a threshold that we can work off of, and might make his job a little bit easier, but it still, again, falls mostly to that code enforcement officer.
It's easy manipulated. That's what I don't like, and it puts him. It's in a no-win situation for the code enforcement. You basically setting him up to fail or throwing him under the bus right from the beginning, no matter what. Because one neighbor's going to go, they were so loud, and the other neighbor's going to be like, I had 5 people, and we were hanging around, we were laughing at the bonfire at 9:30 at night. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's why we paid $5,000 to come here for the week, and he's gonna be, no matter what, the bad guy.
And
he signed up for it. But.
And to Kayla's point about the fireworks that I brought up, 4th of July, we all expect it. I live on a lake, and I listen to the fireworks going on all night long, the whole week of 4th of July. It's just something we live with. But if you're one of these people that lives on a private road and you've got this thing's rented out all summer long, and that week of 4th of July turns to every week, I get it. I can't. I don't know how we can get our arms around it either, Kayla. It's a tough one. I get your point. It's subjective, and I agree with what you're saying. I see both sides. I just think the planning board tried to, like Brett said, is to put some kind of parameters, because we want to renew these licenses annually, and we have to have some criteria. So if there's bad actors in town, we don't want to renew their license or have them have a pause until they become a good actor. How you get people to be good neighbors, I've been in code enforcement 20 years. Nobody knows the answer to that.
Exactly.
This is just a more magnified issue than most. We're babysitters most of the time.
I'm wondering, because part of this, like, let's say you've rented it and you just have a rowdy group for a week. There's your 3 complaints, but the rest of the year is fine. I don't know, is there like within a time frame,
I think the 3 strikes was per year.
The thing that we had when we discussed this too was they tried to find if this was an issue. I remember that they discussed this because I asked the last time we were here, and it's like, is this a huge issue in the town where there are a lot, noise complaints, fireworks, cops getting called, all that. And when they did call and find out or pull the reports, it wasn't a huge issue. So that's another thing that is like, we're kind of creating a solution for a problem that's not a giant problem in this town. And that's one of those things that was brought up.
It's a big issue to the people that live next door to the bad actors, but we don't have a lot of bad actors, considering we have probably a couple hundred short-term rentals from what the numbers I've looked at. I don't know if I'm in the right ballpark, but I think I'm close. I would
You peak in August at like 250.
250. So I think maybe we've got half a dozen bad actors out of that. So you're somewhat accurate that we don't have a lot of problems.
Did the planning board explore any sort of timing on these? For instance, like, as opposed to 3 over the whole year,
I think it was, right?
3, well, this would be for the whole year. That's how I would read it, because these are for registration for the year. So like I said, in the instance of you have 1 week of just a rowdy group, there's your 3. But the rest of it doesn't seem fair to pull someone's ability to provide a short-term rental just because they probably had a bad experience with that group as well. And probably wouldn't rent to them again,
And,
right?
yeah, to
so
that-
they're losing out on a year to people they probably wouldn't rent to out again.
To her-
They're sort of a rowdy group. So is there a way to word it like over a period of, I don't know, 6 weeks, 12 weeks? I don't know the number. I'm just curious, would that be a way to sort of parse that out a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably base it off of that actual rental period. So if there was a violation that occurred, like 3 or more instances of a violation that occurred for that specific rental period.
Like outside
Not- yeah,
of
or,
your,
like each rental period itself would be its own
would only
individual.
count as an
standalone.
instance?
Right, correct.
But how do we know that?
So to her point, my wife used to do this in her previous life, was a rental agent for one of the local agencies, and they would have, you would get blacklisted if there was a, they don't want it on them either. They don't want it on their agency. They don't want, the homeowner doesn't want it. They don't want these bad apples coming back no matter what. So if there is that instance where the cops do get called, or the neighbors are pissed, or they have a million cars up and down the road or whatever, they get those people out of there, because they don't, it's bad for business all the way around.
Yeah, it
For the
affects their
homeowner and the
ratings.
rental company and the neighbor, like everybody, nobody wants that.
Yeah.
So in one night, to you guys' point, you could have 6 or 7 violations. You could have parking violations. You could have too many people staying the night, too many guests. You could have
Drunk fireworks.
illegal fire in the fire pit. You're supposed to have a permit.
Dog running down there.
Dog running down you could have all these things in just one bad apple. So I agree. I mean, this is a difficult, every town in the country's grappling with this. We're not alone, we're not different. And I don't know if anybody's come up with a perfect solution. So I think, these are the things we need to discuss.
And then, since we're sort of going over this, for public health, safety, and welfare issues, do these just come out of, let's say, someone renting these calling and saying, hey, this place is out of code, or this place is dangerous, or I'm falling through the floor here, or do they come about through inspections that are a little further down here?
Probably
Or
both.
both? Okay.
Yeah, initially, probably because there should be an initial inspection there to make sure smoke detectors, egress windows, all that stuff. After that, we got a call, it wasn't for a short-term rental, but somebody, the water ran dry, and they were getting colored water out of the sink. So, something like that, it's gonna come from the renter occasionally, if they know where to reach out.
Or another safety issue would be the septic system fails. Something like that.
Another question that I have on that is this, I think, I asked this the first time, I believe, and I'm trying to remember correctly, but we are doing, code enforcement's doing inspection upon application for short-term rental. You guys are gonna go through. That particular property was built in 1953. You do not need to bring it up to current code, right? But because you're talking about egress windows and that kind of stuff. So if you had an old L.C. Andrews log cabin, there's no way to retrofit that easily without ruining the integrity.
Right, unless it was obvious that they had converted something to a bedroom.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Okay.
Something
That's
like
fair.
that. But if anything looks original, I think we have to kind of use some, I hate to see the term common sense, but understanding that at the time this building was.
Common sense is a good term. You can use it, definitely.
Yeah, I think the intent with that one was that those structures would be held to the ordinances or
Of that time,
building
whatever.
code of whatever time
Okay,
period
perfect.
it was.
That's what I thought I asked
So,
before. But
Back to the common sense thing. So I can say Jason has common sense, but he's not going to be sitting there forever. The next guy comes in, may not have common sense, and then he goes by the letter of the law. You could find them saying you need egress windows, you need to upgrade the building. That's just.
well, then I would change this to make it very clear that it should go as
The codes that were applicable at the time when the work was
at the
done.
time of the build, or remodel, or whatever. If they
Right.
remodel an addition, then it's got to go to that time frame.
Yeah.
You can't do a 2003.
Well, one could
you already
argue
got-
you've changed the use, though. If it was used as a primary dwelling, then they don't need to make any changes. But now you're changing it to a rental.
But you're not changing it. This could have been what I'm saying is if this was rented from 1950 till now.
Oh, that's a different story.
And then how are you going to prove it when this is?
They're kind of grandfathered, right?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But this is put in effect in 2025. How are you going to prove that you are grandfathered as you rented for that many years?
I can't answer that one.
Oh, I'm just this is.
I know.
I'm giving you the trouble.
I
You
know,
guys
I
got
get
to
it.
do the fixing.
You're being the devil's advocate. That's what you're supposed to do.
I just don't want to get into another whole solar ordinance problem where we create an ordinance we can't figure out and we can't police and it's a bad look when we have people come in and go, well, what does this mean? This is this, the gray area and all that. And it's like, well, we as a town creating an ordinance that doesn't make sense or work, then it just looks bad on us. I'd rather have it pretty bulletproof going in.
Are there any other comments on this page 9 in our, I guess it's on our packet, looking at it through that way? Are we ready to move on to section D? Or not
So
quite?
we're on page 10. Let's see, I might have had a comment. Well, I just had a comment on the fees. We kind of already covered it. Is it going to be the same for all or tiered? And I think we decided it was going to kind of be tiered depending on the situation. Is that right?
Yeah, and the beauty of this is that it just references the fee schedule. So whatever we want to put in that fee schedule, maybe it's that multiplier system of that type of classification multiplied by the frequency of use, however we want to make that look. At least in this ordinance, we're making that reference to the fee schedule. We can figure that out separately.
My other comment was on inspections. It says the short-term rental shall be inspected by the code enforcement officer, fire inspector, and other appropriate town officials. I think instead of code enforcement officer, fire inspector, it should be one or the other. I don't think we need to have duplicative inspections on a building. We're looking at life safety. So that could be something that we could tweak.
Page 5. I thought she asked where we were. Page 5.
Derek, did you have any comments overall in this section?
I do on D4. I brought it up last time. I just want to bring it up again.
On the insurance.
On the insurance. It's a very long worded definition of insurance that some of this I don't think is going to be able to be insurable the way it's written.
And again, it may
It's
be
a huge paragraph going all the way through I think if you bring this to an insurance company and go, hey, I need to be up with compliance with the town rating and I need insurance that covers this, they're gonna be like, yeah, we don't have a specific thing you're even gonna get for that.
So I'm seeing here that you either have to have it or prove that you have coverage through the hosting platform. So is that typical? I'm not well versed in how Airbnbs and Verbos work. Do they typically have sort of a blanket coverage? Are you signing up for that, or how does that work?
Yeah, my understanding is that they would. And I think, Derek, the issue that might be later on, and I think this was discussed at the planning board level too, is the intent was that the property itself is insured.
Mm-hmm.
So if a septic does back up into Sebago Lake, there's obviously damages and costs that are incurred there, but the insurance is more so to make sure that that property owner is covered to be able to replace that septic system on site. I think where we get into that world of if we're requiring people to insure places outside of their property, I think that's where the challenge probably arises from an insurance perspective.
I just think it should be cleaner and shorter so that you can actually insure it and specify that, it needs
Take
to
out the $1 million.
this dwelling, and it's very long and it's hard. We've gotten emails from lots of different people, insurance people, as well as residents that have, voiced either yes or no on this whole thing. And there's been a few that have come to the terms on this one. And one was even a person who does insurance, and they were like,
Quick Google, Airbnb covers hosts up to $1 million, but for bodily injury, damage, theft to the property, and damage caused by guest. It doesn't cover damage or injury resulting from something done intentionally, or damage to your place or belongings caused by a guest, that's covered under damage protection, and then there's other exclusions. But generally, it's $1 million for the host through the platform.
So that maybe could be dressed up. Some additional language for that.
Yeah, I hear intentionally in there though. And then somebody that flushes the wrong thing down the toilet, they're like, oh, you did that intentionally. You knew that you're not supposed to do that. And then you're going to court. I just think it needs to just be clean and short and sweet. The more stuff that gets thrown in there, the easier it is to fight it and prove that it's.
So are you basically suggesting, and I'm just wondering, I'm just looking through this paragraph that, I don't know, it looks like it's the last sentence, the owner must have insurance to cover the cost associated for repair of the property and surrounding property, or surrounding.
Yeah, I mean, and then it gives examples. For example, if short-term rental is located along Sebago Lake and the septic fails and backs up and pollutes the water of the lake, and owners must have insurance to cover the costs associated with repairs for the property and surrounding properties impacted by the damage. The owner must maintain such insurance coverage while renting. You hand that off to an insurance company, and they're gonna be like, well, I'm not insuring your property, this property, the neighbor's property, the water's property, everybody's property that it infects. It's just not, it's not feasible.
Are we not saying enough if we just say the owner must maintain sufficient insurance coverage? Because, again, that's kind of
That's pretty simple.
pretty simple. I mean, it's
Exactly.
pretty simple, but at the same time, I don't know.
Might be enough.
Or is that too simple?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it keeps us off the hook. It's like, you gotta have insurance, okay, you check that box, you showed proof of insurance, I mean, let's move on. But the more we try to then we're on the hook. We don't have the insurance, because we didn't look into making sure that their whole policy, you're gonna read through their whole policy and make sure it covers.
Well,
Oh,
here's a good example of something I dealt with, not related to a short-term rental. We had a long-term rental burn down. Owner owned the house outright, cash. Didn't insure the property.
Yeah.
So we, as the town, ended up having to go in, do the dangerous building ordinance, lien it, go through that special assessment process. Get 4 years later, you're getting your money back after they auctioned the lot. Ended up being a non-conforming lot. So we got a new parking lot. So that was the outcome. So having an insurance requirement might help for people who own their houses outright, and if they go, if they're risk tolerant and choose not to insure their property while also renting it out. Because if it does burn down and you end up with a partial structure, we'll typically have to knock it down, or the fire department will knock it down, and we lien it and go through that whole process.
I get the purpose of it. I just know we also don't go around asking for everybody else's insurance.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just have proof of insurance as part of the application process. That
I think the intent of this is for that situation, a property that's been in the family for years that has no mortgage on it. They might not have insurance, and this is kind of a check mark to say, oh, by the way, to do what you want to do, you have to have insurance. Can you show us proof of insurance?
And when it comes to the select board for their license, if we look at their proof of insurance and it seems inadequate, we could address it at that time.
That's an interesting comment you just made. So we will have to approve all the licenses for these?
I think so.
So 250 odd?
Mhm.
Because they'd be registered as a business?
Am I right, Brett? Is it the selectman or the code office?
So the code enforcement officer would be the one responsible for granting approval or approval with conditions.
But then we grant the license?
So this would just be for registration.
There's no license.
There's no,
We're just registering.
Okay, all right. So, Jason, you're up.
It's kind of as a license though, because it's a registration certificate.
I know.
Because you're pulling the certificate away if they do something, because you can't pull a registration, it's like.
Wait a minute, aren't we the ones that renew it annually?
I don't know. I think,
I don't
no,
think
I would
so.
say they
Not
do.
how it's written.
No, and I think there's just gonna be the one
This
inspection.
is why
so
it's
after
kind of
it's
like,
just gonna be a paperwork.
it's still not a
type of
business,
thing.
but you're treating it like one, like a pseudo business.
So you're not gonna, this would be a one-time inspection.
The first time inspection, yeah.
So you'll be very busy the first year,
Right, and then after that, it'll be more of a paperwork thing.
paperwork thing. Because, I mean, my whole thought too is this also, I don't even know if we have the capacity with some of these things to enforce or
250
to.
inspections.
I mean,
April.
half-hour inspection, I mean, probably do, 5, 6 a day, so take you about a couple months, if that's the number.
I agree with the inspection piece, that maybe it could read code enforcement officer or, or I don't know what the wording would be, but, so it could be divvied up. Although, would a fire inspector know about the size of a window, or would they be like curious? Like,
No.
is that, I mean,
They'll-
they're gonna know, right?
They'll know the egress, yeah.
So can it say, and or?
Yeah, or their designee.
Or there doesn't, yeah, to
life
split
safety
that
personnel.
250 rush of,
I mean, the other.
50 days of inspections. And then, it's like you guys have 50 random days that you're not doing absolutely anything right now.
Not usually. In the wintertime, maybe, but we wouldn't be doing inspections in the winter, probably. I mean, I know that the iWorks, our permitting software, they have a self-inspection, whether we want to trust people to test all their smoke detectors, and, they can just check them off. Oh, yeah, smoke detectors work, but they may not be working.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the problem you have right now too versus the ease of, or the burden putting on you guys. If you're not having a huge issue right now, maybe you'd self-do it until they're, I don't know. It might help relieve
Right.
some of that off of you guys, but if there was people dying left and right over short-term rentals, then, I would say, no, you gotta go out and put eyes on it on every single one, but.
I mean, if someone's received a certificate of occupancy in the last so many years, maybe you say, okay, that house is up to code, but that's maybe not fair to everybody if somebody else is being inspected and then somebody else just because they're 3 years old. House 3 years old.
all right, any other thoughts and comments on this section? Or I guess it's a continuation of
Yeah, it's just.
section 3. Or ready to
No,
move on
yeah.
to section 4, I guess is what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Section 4 would be our performance standards for how they should operate. So they would be required to provide an emergency contact, who the town could reach out to if there were issues on site. Occupancy was one that was discussed, and we had gone back and forth quite a bit with the planning board on how we derived that. What we ended up with was differentiating between how many individuals would be sleeping there versus during the day if that short-term rental was used to host a party, for example, like a birthday party. That's where the board felt it was a little bit different to differentiate between who's actually sleeping there versus using the property during the day. Again, parking, so like we discussed earlier, we do have that external reference to our land use ordinance for the off-street parking requirements. Trash disposal, pretty cut and dry, essentially just needing trash receptacles on site. You don't want to see trash on the property. Habitability, they would need the obviously the approval from the code enforcement officer. Signage would need to comply with our land use ordinance. Subletting and event hosting, we did land with that it should be unlawful to sublet the actual short-term rental or to host external events of those sorts. And then the last one would be the distribution of the Good Neighbor flyer. So there was a draft application form that had those good neighbor guidelines attached with that on that last page there. And so they would be required to post that within the actual property. And those would be the performance standards.
I actually like quite a few of these. I like the parking, the trash, and the good neighbor. I know some of the companies do the good neighbor thing as part of their check-in package, which is nice. They've been doing it for years. Trash is great because you have a Tuesday pickup, but most rentals are gonna go whatever, Saturday to Saturday or Sunday to whatever. And then whose responsibility is it? They're gonna leave it out from Sunday until Tuesday, and the crows get in it, and the skunks and raccoons, like, that's annoying. So I think those two are really good. Not having parking up and down the streets is one of the real big ones. I like that. So it's for emergency vehicles can get in and out to other people's properties, down camp roads and things like that. I think the only two I don't like are the daytime occupancy limits, because it's kind of like a residential rental can have a big birthday party or graduation party at their house. They have no regulations on this, but short-term rentals, you might be renting one of those for one of those places, even though you live in town or live somewhere around. I mean, it doesn't matter where you live, I guess, but you're going to use a residential rental one in the same capacity of somebody who lives on a lake. My grandparents used to live on a lake, and I had a graduation, party at everybody wanted to come there because it was at the lake. So you're going to have that on a residential rental just as much as you're going to have it on a short-term rental. So I think maximizing that it's not an everyday occurrence. It's like a once in a while thing, and they go away at night. Then the only one other question I had was on the occupancy. I know same thing with an old maybe L.C. Andrews log cabin that got done back in the day before there was any occupancy. What are you going to do with those? That's more of a question than a concern.
I have the same concern. Who's going to enforce? You got to have, if you've got a 4-bedroom, you can only have a 2-bed, what does it say? 2 guests per bedroom,
yes,
plus 4 adults. How are we going to enforce that?
Yeah, you're gonna have to go inside. Well, I guess
we're gonna go inside and then count people and outside, and I just see that difficult to enforce.
Yeah.
I don't think we can enforce it, but if we notice they're advertising for more.
No, but this would be a daytime party. That's what. So if somebody,
I think the parking might actually kind of
right. That's what I mean. Kind of
somewhat.
That's why some of these are redundant. Like you created this, and I think that nips it in the butt more than some of these other ones. And I think it's just more. How are you going to say it's okay for this guy to do it, but not this guy to do it?
It's easy to see the cars on the road. Somebody can take a picture of that pretty easily, and that's kind of easily quantifiable.
Yeah, and you're kind of messing with the law twice by doing that.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to do this, and you're not allowed to have. You're having way too many people here. Like now, it's time to tone it down. I think the parking gets rid of that occupancy limit part of it. But yeah, I mean, I love the trash, the parking, and the good neighbor flyer. I think those are all positives that come out of this. The subletting I kind of had a question on too. I know, not that it's good or bad. I know a lot of people do that though on purpose. Is they sublet. I guess it's more with long-term rentals, I guess, than short-term. So it's not.
I think this actually protects property owners somewhat rather than them renting it out.
Yeah.
Then that person probably trying to rent it out on top of that.
Yeah. I think that's probably saving both parties, the neighbors and the homeowners.
One of my issues was the emergency contact. The owner must provide an emergency contact who is able to respond in a timely manner, not to exceed 24 hours. Well, in 24 hours, a lot of these problems are going to be gone, like the parking, or could be the noise, or. So I think it shouldn't be 24 hours. It should be any time they should be available. You're renting your property out, you should be available. The next day is not going to matter. It's over.
Yeah, I think the reason why we added that was I don't think we had it in there before, and I think the language was she'll be able to respond in a timely manner. And then it was, okay, what's a
timely
manner? Is it a week? Is it that kind of thing? So at least that was that intention of adding that in there.
I don't think the intent was to say, do it in 24 hours. It was as soon as possible, you have up to the 24 hours.
Yeah, after, at 25, you're in trouble. From 0 to 24, get on it.
Any other comments for this section?
No, I'm good.
All right, last one. Oh, no, second to last.
Yep, so the last three, section 5, 6, and 7. So section 5 would be the complaints, penalties, violations, and enforcement. Most of this is pretty standard language, kind of references some other land use ordinance, how the code enforcement officer operates, how they would issue those violations, how they would go out and actually enforce that. And then section 6, every violation, they have the right to appeal that decision. So that language, again, is pretty standard where, if there was an appeal, that would go before the Zoning Board of Appeals. And then that last section, severability, just making sure that we're differentiating this ordinance from all the other ordinances, so.
I guess for me personally, these are my same thoughts regarding the complaints and the 3 notices.
Yep. Same on that. And it also looks like it's a ton of work for Jason, but again, he signed up for it.
Yeah, ultimately, when it comes to short-term rentals, enforceability is usually the number one question. Who's going to be responsible, who at the town level, and usually it does fall to the code enforcement officer, and so or their designee. So.
And like he said, it's very subjective, and then you have someone with common sense now that's doing great, but who knows, 5-10 years, if you get somebody that is not, then it's a lot tougher.
Yeah, and again, the beauty of it is just like today, if Jason goes to issue a violation and that property owner feels like, maybe Jason wasn't acting with common sense, they do have that ability to appeal it and take that to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So it's quite the process, but it's the way our wonderful government works.
People will appeal anything.
They do, yeah.
But that's the thing, if you have it so it's black and white, it's harder to appeal, or it's easier to go to appeals and be like, man, it's pretty simple, guys. You didn't do this. But when you make it a kind of a gray area ordinance, then it's like, now you're just rolling the dice on who's going to interpret what.
Last section, I know we kind of already just talked about what happens. You can appeal.
Yep. Yeah, we have the appeals and the severability clause in there as well for sections 6 and 7. So.
All right. Overall thoughts. Maybe.
Overall thoughts? We made a lot of comments.
Yeah, I went through it pretty thoroughly. I think
I'm just thinking from an implementation standpoint, and I don't know if this is more of a question for you, Jason. When we used to do our rental registration ordinance, I can't remember exactly when registration was open for a period of time and then it would close. And then our 4 property inspectors, basically the month of February, would just do rental registration inspections. So like if you had a fee structure and it was cost neutral, could you have a window of 2 weeks where you deputize some inspectors and you, the fire inspector, and deputy code officer, you could hammer out all the inspections like in a 2-week period. Also, if you peak in August with 297 rentals, you know, is the off-season better for them where you don't have inspectors coming into the house like when they're fully booked through August or September? I'm just thinking from like a
I think in Maine, it's probably like November is the best time to go, because February you can't do anything.
Thanksgiving is about when everything falls off.
Exactly. So I think that's the easiest time. There's not a ton of snow, hopefully, at that point. You can get around all the places. But I think December through end of March, you'll go on trying to get to camp roads and lakefront property.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's a registration window and an inspection window where you kind of hammer them all out, or
That might make sense, and we can kind of prioritize doing the ones that are difficult to get to in times when we know the weather is more conducive to getting in there.
The only trouble with doing it in the winter is a lot of these places aren't even open.
They're closed up.
Yeah, the plumbing goes, yeah, it's true.
They've got the water drain.
We winterize a
There's
lot
nobody-
and we're done.
A lot of these are seasonal.
Right. I guess you could give people a break if you get in the wintertime, like your registration is X amount, it's, you know, it's
Or you could do
$20
the
a
self,
month, it's a little less.
you try the self-registering thing until there's issues.
So even without a registration period, if these roads are inaccessible and boarded up, you may get slammed with inspections a certain time of year anyway, because people will be calling, hey, I want to schedule my inspection. House is open, let's go.
Yeah. My guess that would be like April, May. Yeah.
Well, I think, you know, obviously a lot of time was put into this. And I know there was a lot of comment and a lot of feedback. I think it does address in the comprehensive plan that the select board would be exploring a tracking or registration system, so I think we're holding true to that. I do have, you know, just overall feeling that this is sort of operational performance heavy and standards, and whether I question whether we have the capacity to actually follow through with this. And I would hope that however this sort of ends up, that at least we have a fee schedule that would at least cover any software cost and staff time, that we think about that and say, okay, we really need to make sure we're covering this. So those are my final.
And what was the planning board's final thoughts, votes on it?
My takeaway was
We didn't really get any
they
recommendations.
didn't recommend or not recommend. It was just pass it along to the select board. That's the takeaway I got. I don't know if Brett, if you would characterize it differently.
I heard there was like a 4-to-1 thing, but is that accurate?
Yeah, it was more so, I think it was Bob that
Yeah.
might have voted against it, but he felt that they should send it with recommendation
Right.
over, but the motion that was made was to send it without any for or against recommendation. I think the conversation that was held, that it was passed on from the select board, and so now they're giving it back to the select board.
So there wasn't a vote at all?
No, that there was a vote to send it to you
select
folks,
board
just without any for or against recommendation.
I don't.
That was the 4-to-1 for saying we
Yeah.
don't recommend.
Is it 3? I'm not hung up on that, because I think ultimately all of the work that we do, you know, should be putting our best effort forward and letting voters decide. So, you know, ultimately, like, it's not about what I think is right or what this person thinks is right versus this person. It's collectively as a whole, how do we feel about it? And I think our role is to sort of ask some of those questions, play devil's advocate, and try to get the language and the best that we can. And ultimately, you know, that's let off for people to decide whether.
Right. I agree with that,
So
but
I'm okay with the planning board taking that sort of, hey, we've done our best. This
Yes.
is where we're at.
kind of, but I think we have, with budget finance and with planning board, we have purposely on there, board recommends, planning board recommends, and then select board recommends. And then on the budget finance side, we have budget finance recommends or doesn't recommend, and then select board recommends or doesn't.
Do we do that for all the ordinances?
Yeah,
as
we do
well?
it for all the, yeah. And we don't have that for this one, and it's, I mean, they're the professionals on this, that's why we have that board. So for to not have it recommended, sounds like it's sounds like they don't like it either to me, but.
So my pause is, there was an awful lot of comments tonight about things that may be improved in the warrant article. This is right now scheduled to be voted on the 24th, correct?
You have up until the 10th. That's when we would need to finalize the
So
warrant articles.
I'm wondering if maybe we allow, I don't know if we send it back to the planning board or allow staff to come up with some recommended changes that we discussed tonight. I just feel like we're rushing it a little bit.
I guess I feel a little differently about that. Like, I feel like it's been through, its due process. And we've given some rather minor sort of feedback and comments, which I think could feasibly be put togeture for next week.
By the planner in the code office?
I don't know. I mean,
That's what I'm asking.
I'm
Because if they feel they're capable of doing it, I'm fine with that. But if not, it needs to go back to the planning board, and that's going to hold this up for a bit.
Well, I guess my question too, and Glenn, maybe you could answer this, or maybe it's a question for legal. If we do alter this document, does that need to go back before the planning board anyways? And do they have to host a public hearing for it?
I'll get you a more solid answer, but in my past experience, by charter would have technical review by the planning board. They would send it as part of the process, but then it was ultimately up to the next governing body what ended up as the ordinance.
Right.
So they could say, yeah, we don't like what you put forward, or we do. So I think the select board has the ability to make revisions, because again, ultimately it's going to the voters. And if you ended up with nothing, you would probably have a citizen's petition with legislation to put something on the ballot anyway. So I think, at least just from the context in the last couple months, is this was both boards' attempt to get something in front of the voters because there was an appetite for something.
So what I'm hearing is, I think that the changes that we're talking about are de minimis changes.
I don't think they're. Yeah.
And I think we
Yeah.
could allow staff to do that, get us a draft for maybe the 24th. I don't know if that's too quick. And that, April what do we need?
April 10th would be the
April
last
10th.
meeting opportunity to finalize.
So we got a little bit of time.
Do you want to run through your notes real quick, just to make sure we got the change log, and read it back to them?
Yeah, so for the short-term rental ordinance specifically, it's sounding like
Yep.
here, so I think for our definitions, we would have some clarifications between the primary residence hosted, primary residence unhosted, and non-primary residence unhosted, to include language more about the ownership and the actual tract of land rather than just tied to that actual structure. I know we had talked about advertising, but I didn't mark down any actual edits to the proposed definition. Derek, did you have any specific things there?
No, I mean, I think if we have common sense code enforcement, we should be okay with that.
Okay. Then
I mean, could we just say as advertised by the owner? Something like that. That way it takes out the potential for a
Well,
third
not-
party to pull something and then it shows up somewhere as.
Kind of, but if you're saying advertised by the owner and they're doing it through Airbnb, I mean, technically they are the
Right,
ones,
right,
but they're not. I guess technically they're not the ones
Right,
putting it
yeah,
on.
yes.
I mean, this isn't a problem until it's a problem, and then the lawyers can decide and whatever. But I just might as well bring it up now, and if somebody has an easy solution, great. If not,
Okay.
oh well.
So that was it for section 2. For section 3, for C5D, Kayla, it sounded like you were particularly interested in adding in there that we're basing that off of the actual rental period, when that would constitute that, or
at
if we're just
a
removing that.
minimum.
Yeah, same.
I mean, at a minimum,
Okay.
because I just, I get why it's in there completely, and
Right.
this is sort of the whole point of this whole process. But I'm nervous that it's too much,
Right, yeah.
and I think that was a
Yeah,
general
I think
consensus
so,
for the
too.
rest of us.
Okay. And then on the next page for the insurability, I'll have to look back at maybe some other different ordinances. I think most of this language came from Falmouth, if I remember correctly, and I think maybe Cape Elizabeth might have had something similar in there too. But I'll look and see if maybe there's a little bit more simple language that we could,
Yep.
just shorten that up a little bit. For inspections, it would be code enforcement officer or their designee, life safety personnel. I'll figure out the exact language for that one. And then I think for the latter part of that, clarifying as well for the codes in which they're applicable for that time of construction for the actual structure. And then for section 4, did we want to remove the 24-hour period?
I do. I don't think it's, I think you're going to have a residential rental, a residential property and I don't see how you can say yes to one and no to the other on that part of it. I mean, but just one person.
For the 24 hours to respond?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the daytime.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Where are you?
Don't most places have a minimum like of 3-night
4A.
stays or 4-night stays or don't most places have?
Yeah, they wanted to get rid of the minimum number. I remember that discussion. They didn't want to have any
Well,
stay.
I guess I'm in a roundabout way trying to get to the fact that if there is a problem, theoretically, the problem is still there. So within 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's what I'm trying to get around. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know
my
what you
brain
mean.
working through like.
No, that makes sense.
I mean, I see the need to put a time frame on it.
If it gets too crazy, it's other people are getting involved, like cops, fire department. Like if somebody has a bonfire, I don't think your emergency handyman is going to go down there and fix it and, whatever. You're going to be calling. Same thing with if there's a leak, you're going to be calling an emergency plumber. I mean, there's.
Right.
I agree with her. If this is more of an issue, they're going to be easy to get there.
I feel like the 24 hours covers the range of the types of rentals you have. You have the more business that this is all that's happening. They probably have people on, I don't want to say like staff, but they have companies that are going to handle these things and respond very quickly. And then this would cover the mom and pop who are just renting it out and may need a little bit more time to respond.
Yeah, generally that's how it would go. Yeah, if it was their own personal residence, they're probably the ones that are the emergency contact, and if they're local, they'll be able to respond versus.
I mean, this is like when you call the town office and the town office tells you if this is a real emergency, call 911. Like, that's kind of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. So I think that's okay.
Yeah,
24.
I can go with that after discussion.
Okay, so we'll keep that. And then for occupancy, I guess I had a question mark here. So did we want to remove that last sentence about the maximum daytime occupancy? Or do we want to have a little bit more discussion on that, I guess?
I do, but. I mean, you have if you have a 2-bedroom house, you can only have 8 people there during the day.
I'm kind of agreeing because the parking additionally helps with these things.
Okay.
I don't know, Chris.
I agree with you. The parking does kind of solve it. They can only have so many cars.
I mean, because you have a bunch of kids running around and they're not the problem, Yeah, you might have a car that can fit 4
it's
people
an
in it.
enforcement nightmare anyway.
Yeah, well, 100%, and it's only going to happen on.
So if we
weekends
take out
that you guys aren't
Lakeside,
working.
then
They're going to go down.
it's a bunch of little kids.
Bunch of kids using
they're
the
going
beach.
pee in the lake anyway.
So the occupancy is going to still be limited to their septic system, correct?
The overnight guests.
Yeah, that's
Overnight guests. So if we take out the 2 guests plus 4 adults, I don't think that matters, because the parking will cover that, and the septic will cover that.
Yeah, I think we touched on this briefly. I think there's other components of this that are probably more, they probably regulate this type of use a lot more than like some of these actual provisions like parking. and septic are largely going to drive what can limit the,
Right.
or what limits the site.
So I think you could take it out. I'm good with that.
Okay. All right, so removing that last sentence then for maximum daytime, we'll take that out. And then that's all the changes that I had marked up. Is there any that I missed?
Nope.
Okay.
The certificate of occupancy one, if it was before that, I don't know why that one's, I think there's so many more ordinances in the town that take care of that, don't they?
So
what was
maybe
point
one of the
that, I guess?
solutions could be that when codes or whoever does the inspection, we give them an occupancy permit based on what we find at that inspection.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a thorough C of O like a regular new building, but you could give them occupancy
I have
permit
some type of registration,
based on what your inspection finds.
something, a registration, just like a C of O, but a registered short-term rental.
That's what I mean.
Occupancy.
Maybe take
So
this
maybe
out and
take
change
the C
that
of O
to
out.
the certificate of registration
Right, yeah.
for your short-term rental.
Then they would get out of that code
Right, because
problems
you're gonna,
with the LC Andrew home.
because you're gonna have a ton of these old
Oh, you are?
camps that there wasn't even a
Right.
code
And
enforcement.
they don't
back
have to
in
bring
19
it up to code.
Right.
Right.
And the only other one was the complaints, but it's tied into the other one we already talked about, so I don't, hopefully that fixes that part, I would assume.
Sam, did you have any comments?
No, I don't at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right,
You got it.
I think we do. Are we okay to adjourn?
I am.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? I
I
think we have to,
I don't know that we need to, but I'll make a motion we adjourn. Derek?
Second, all in favor? All right, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the regular Budget Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 18th. The meeting will now come to order. The first thing on our agenda is to open a joint workshop with the Select Board. The joint discussion items are a budget workshop and a presentation by Don Libby from RTP.
Hey, Don, if you can
Try 'em
press
again.
your up. Yep. Hey, Don,
Hello?
welcome.
How you doing?
So do you want to just start by giving an overview of the program since its inception and then overview of the request for next year for the board?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn my volume up. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. For some reason, this volume is not.
You're coming through fine.
Yeah, it's trying to hear you guys. Okay, no problem. All right. I went up there twice. Okay. So, the program itself is running. I'm getting an echo, so I'm going to try to. I don't know if it's your room or what, but
Do you have your TV speaker on as well? Don, are you using an earbud?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on my laptop, so.
If a laptop speaker's on, you'll get the echo.
Okay. So the program itself, you know, we started kind of late in the season last year. October, I think, was the first month we really got it going. The idea behind this program was to provide transit in the rural community right there in Raymond, where you guys would subsidize the cost and the riders would pay $3. And we had pretty good results if you compare it to what we did at the start in Wyndham. I mean, Wyndham, I broke that down in the report, gave you the first 5 months of the Wyndham pilot. And you can kind of see your numbers are better some months or right in line with what Wyndham was doing when we started. To give you a comparison, Wyndham is now doing close to like 400 trips a month in that market. So I think we're heading in the right direction. One thing about this program I always said from the start was that even once you approved it, if you guys decided that, you know, if Raymond decided that, hey, it's not working out, you're not committed to the year. So I think from some perspectives, you know, by at least trying to go forward with the you know, what I'd like to see you do is go forward with the 60, I think I put it in there, 64,000 or 65,000, then bring back the Lakes region stops. I think they go hand in hand. And keep that going. And then if you decide you want to end the Raymond microtransit program at some point, we can always do that. And you're not out, you know, you're not committed for the year or committed all the way into next year. I think your ridership numbers are going to creep up. I think when you have a summer season, I think you're going to see a lot of riders, more than we have right now. I think seeing ridership into the 200s is not unreasonable come June or July. And that's when I think the more people that use it, the more people that are going to use it because it's going to be talked about. What I'd like to see happen next month is do ridership for free for the month of April. And I would blast out a mailer and maybe get into your local newsletter and see if we can't stimulate some more ridership to get the numbers up. Because I truly believe that this is the way most areas are going, but I think the only way we're going to get transit and necessary transit for the people in the rural area on 302 is by doing these micro transit programs, because there's just not enough demand to run in-town transit service, you know, like the Metro in Portland. It's just that volume is never going to be there. But I think if we continue this going forward, I think you guys will see some real results. And you know, because Wyndham's proven the market. It's proven it works. I mean, Wyndham has, I think last month we did 351 trips. And Raymond obviously is part of that because a lot of people go into Wyndham. So you really have no shopping centers or anything like that for your people that don't drive. But you got to go to the next town over. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, if you look at the report kind of spells it out. Ridership overview, first 5 months, you had a total of 348 trips, and Wyndham was kind of right in line with that the first 5 months they started. The Lakes Region Explorer stop, I'd like to see it come back. That's something we could discuss. I would like to see you guys put on your town ballot and see if they want it come springtime. Come June. I think that's a vital stop for that program, especially as we develop we are doing the point of sale system on those buses, which means that you'll be able to pay without using cash, which I think has always been an interest of that whole program. The other thing is I'm looking for grants from the state right now for bus stop, actual bus stop shelters, the Lakes Region Explorer, which I think is part of the reason that ridership has always been somewhat down is that nobody knows where the buses actually stop, which is, it's a funding issue. So we're trying to get shelters in place for the fixed route system going up and down 302. And then if you guys, and I did put in here, if you decide to do the Lakes Region Explorer system, bring it back at 13,000, which is what every other town's contributing right now, then I would drop the micro transit rate from, I think, the $69,000 rate that you guys are paying now down to 63,000. So it gives you guys 2 big transit opportunities to put to your residents. I hope that makes sense. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I looked at the agenda real quick, and I didn't print it because it was like, I think 19 pages on the agenda, but it had all the stuff about RTP. It was like pages and pages of it. I didn't print it because I figured I'd have it when we got here.
I can hand you the handout.
Oh,
right
okay.
here. Can I have your copy?
I don't think there's anything in there.
No, I mean, it was like colorful pages. I mean, it had everything, all the writing and stuff.
It is this.
That's not, that's
fleet management. I don't have that.
You don't have the packet.
No, I don't have the package.
Fred, that was a fleet management one.
Oh, that was a fleet management one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It went on forever.
I can share this with you.
All right, well,
Mine was only like 2 pages.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be in the front of your printout. It says,
The one that was looking at, quick ride micro transit
yeah,
report.
that's the micro transit.
Yeah, I don't have that
in there.
You don't have this packet.
I think I only have 2 copies. Can I grab that?
No, I don't.
First, did you?
Frank doesn't have it either.
I don't think he printed enough.
What are you looking for, this one?
Oh, he's looking for one.
I don't see it over there on.
Oh, I didn't pull. That was too much.
I have an extra one.
Here's the last one.
None of us have one.
You didn't miss one.
No,
Did you grab a packet on your way?
no, I didn't. No.
I have an extra. That's what I have that I printed out too. Somebody wants to look at that. It's double-sided.
It's these 3 pages.
What's that?
I have a quick question. I don't know how to raise my hand on this, but that's okay. We'd like to into that.
It's Derek.
Derek, you go to reactions. Can you see that?
Okay.
It's like a little heart.
Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you.
I'm calling Derek.
I don't have any extra copies. It's all I've got printed out.
Derek? Derek, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, the trips, is that round trips or are those singles?
Those are single trips. So everything we do is based on one-way transportation.
Okay, so that's 30 a week divided by 7 is 4 a day, 2 people a day.
The service only runs Monday through Friday. Just keep that in mind.
Correct, so the quick math on that is 314 divided by 5 is rounding, makes it 60 a month. And you're only running 28 days, right? In a month. 20, actually maybe only 27 days. So that comes down to 2 people doing a round trip a day.
Not necessarily. I mean, most of our months are, I think there's 20, 21, 22 service days most months. So.
Don, I have a question. We didn't get a chance to meet, but I was going to ask you. If you brought back the fixed route stop, could you access 5310 for microtransit through operating and then supplement our operating with 5310 grants, since you'd have a fixed route stop you could deviate from?
Don't know the answer to that. Don't know the answer to that. But I do know that, there's discretionary funds every spring, every summer. That's what Wyndham was using. And we can obviously ask for some of that funding to keep this thing going as well, so.
Yeah, because if I recall back from my days with MAP 21, if you have a fixed route stop, you can start to access more of that federal funding within 3/4 of a mile of the stop. So is there potential to access more federal funds if you brought a fixed route stop back?
Yeah, I don't know. There probably is. It's like anything else. You don't know unless you try, right? So, I don't want to commit 5310 funds without digging into it a little further. So.
Yeah, because I don't know how the state opens the grants and the applications. I'm not sure how they do it around here.
Yeah, so I'll give you, for instance, like Wyndham's been on that discretionary grant for 3 years because they were targeted by the state, and it got handed to us. So, but I'm sure that there's going to be some funding for these programs. The state wants microtransit in these communities. They want the 302 corridor, with transportation. They know it's a challenge for people on that route to get to Portland and to make medical appointments. So it's obviously an option. My suggestion would be is to try to continue this, and then we can do the discretionary grants, and I can go to them and say, hey, look, Raymond's not going to fund it anymore, or Raymond wants to keep it going, but it's late. And can we divert some of those funds to this, since we have real proven numbers now that there's riders using it, and those numbers are only going to go up. Like I said, the first 5 months, the first month we were crawling because, and even now, 74 trips doesn't seem like a lot, but for microtransit, considering like the month of February, there was really 17 service days because of weather. So the numbers are climbing. I know they don't look great now, but I'm telling you, Wyndham, it took like a year for it to get off the ground, and now it's 350 a month in Wyndham.
So I have a question. I would just like to understand what Raymond paying $13,000 additional dollars. What service would that provide to the town?
That's the Lakes Region Explorer stop, which the stop was taken away because I believe, now this was before my time at RTP as the executive director, but my understanding is that every town that participated in the Lakes Region Explorer program contributed the same amount except Raymond. And the other towns were threatening to pull their funding if we didn't do something about it, is my understanding. So I think Raymond was contributing 5,000 or 6,000. Everybody else was contributing 10 or 11 at that time. So the stop went away, but the stop was there was residents of the town of Raymond that were not happy when that stop went away because they used it to get to work. So.
Do you have any information on how many people any feedback from the people? Are they using this thing, or they're not using it?
I haven't heard anything directly, but you can do intercept surveys on the bus. I'm sure if we had interview questions or whatever, Don could circulate them to ridership and get feedback on the service. But
so we'd have no idea how many really people are riding on it or even using it, right?
Well, you have the ridership numbers that he provided.
There is another woman that rides the service that is a big proponent. I can get her name. She's been like handing out flyers and everything else for us. She lives at one of the complexes there.
Okay.
But are these Wyndham numbers or our numbers?
Those are your numbers.
These are our numbers?
Yes.
Yeah, so I gave you Raymond numbers, and then I gave you Wyndham numbers as kind of a comparison, because that was Wyndham's first 5 months in comparison. So.
Numbers there by month? No.
Derek, you have a question?
Numbers by month?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have the numbers correct. We approved, what was it, 64 or 67,000 originally for the year?
67.5?
67.5, but we paid per month, correct? Because we only had these 5 months?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll redo it. I did it on 64,000, but that's roughly $150. It's gonna be more than that. It'll be closer to $160 per round trip per person that's using it. Seems those are the numbers I have. I'll redo it. I'll do it 67.5.
And again, I'm just going to touch on that. So when this was approached to me, make no mistake, this was approached to me from somebody that was on your committee last year. I believe she was a town councilor or town select person.
Yes, Teresa. Teresa Sadak.
Correct. And she approached me about doing this because she got some feedback from some residents there that were hearing it, that Wyndham is having the service, and they were using it in town Wyndham. So when they were in there, but my conversation with Teresa started with she was thinking that the town was going to at some point do this on their own, and obviously if you guys do this on your own, the costs are way higher. Because buying the vehicle, insuring the vehicle, hiring the staff. So when we broke it down on paper, I said, I could do this for you. I mean, make no mistake, RTP, we don't make money on this. I mean, we break even on this. So, I mean, we do this as a public service, trying to just we want to get transit going in the rural community. But, you know, we're a nonprofit. We're just you know, like when I tell you we're not making money, we're not making money. We're breaking even. So it's not, and again, $150 sounds like a lot when you say per trip, but obviously the more trips we do, that number goes down. So that's what I'm saying. If I'm doing 450 trips, 400 trips a month, then you guys are still paying the same amount of money. The cost per rider is going down. So.
Don, do you have more current numbers for Wyndham? It looks like these are the numbers from 24, not 25.
Right. So what I provided you was the first 4 or 5 months that Wyndham did in comparison, so you guys could see that, hey, we're not far off with you know how it starts. This is how these things start in these towns. So that's why I provided that. But I can definitely provide you with Wyndham numbers for the last year. I can get those to Glenn, and he can circulate those tomorrow or whatever. But I can pull those numbers. But the numbers are strong in Wyndham. The numbers have been strong for the last probably 12 months.
Debbie Char, Age Friendly Raymond. I think this kind of began when I was driving a lot of seniors around Raymond, and Teresa Sadak, was getting the emails that I was doing that, and she thought it was safer if we tried to go through RTP. And so I deal with a lot of seniors, especially Jordan Bay, and I see increasing, I don't know any of the numbers, but more and more people, someone just tried it again the other day, so I know seniors are giving up their cars more and using it more. But I just don't know the numbers, but I know it's been good for the seniors that I deal with. So.
Thank you, Debbie.
Right, does anyone have any more questions or?
Just a quick one. Where's the stop, or where was the stop, or where would the pickup
be?
The
Lakes Regional Explorer, the stop was at the convenience store right there on 302, which I'm not sure is in business anymore. Yeah. But obviously, I mean, we're open to putting a stop wherever you guys think that it makes sense. So that's that could be a discussion for another time. I mean, we can put a stop wherever you get, anywhere along 302 that makes sense. We would make it. It should happen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. I'm not really familiar with the program, so how far north does your transportation system extend beyond Raymond?
Oh, the Lakes Region Explorer goes
Yeah.
all the way to Bridgeton.
So wouldn't numbers for smaller communities be more helpful to us? Wyndham's not really a comparable community. So
Oh,
do
you
we have
mean-
numbers
well,
for
hold on.
Naples? Do we have numbers for Casco? Do we have numbers for Bridgeton?
Naples and Casco do not have the microtransit program. So Wyndham has it, and you have it right now. And Harrison tried it, and in Harrison, it's not really. It doesn't really. There's been no participation in Harrison. So what they thought they needed and what really happened up there is just isn't working.
So Wyndham is the only one that has the micro.
Correct, right now. I mean, there's other towns that are doing it, like Falmouth has it with the Metro, and Saco and Biddeford have it with Biddeford Saco Old Orchard Beach Transit. So.
Who has their hand up? I can't.
Kayla and Derek.
They both do. All right, Kayla, go ahead.
I did have my hand up, but I think I may have answered my own question. I was looking at the comparative insight and the February totals being nearly identical. And I guess just for clarifications, you're talking about this February 2026. Raymond had 75 trips and Wyndham had 76. So we were, Wyndham only had 76, even though they've had this program since 2024. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, what you're looking at, so maybe I confused everybody with the. I gave you the first 5 months of the Raymond program and the first 5 months of the Wyndham program when they kicked it off. Okay, so what you're looking at there is July of 2024, which is the fifth month when they started the program in Wyndham. They had 76 trips, so you can kind of see the numbers.
Yeah, I can see it now. And I guess, I'm sorry, I was just confused by that for a second.
Now I will touch on the fact that Wyndham's numbers came right in the start of the summer season. I mean, and we haven't even seen a summer season with you guys yet. You know what I mean? So, I think getting through the summer season, I think the numbers are gonna keep climbing because the seasonal riders are gonna be jumping on this as well. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
All right, Derek.
Yeah, I adjusted the math for that. It ends up being $161.63 per round trip, just so everybody knows.
Okay. Cliff?
Would you explain, and I really care what the cost is and what you're getting. Let's start with the Lake Region Explorer, or whatever they call it now, Express. And what's the charge for that to the individual?
$3 to ride that.
Okay, and that'll take you to Portland, right? Am I correct?
That'll take you one way into Portland, and they get a transfer pass to jump on the Metro if they need to.
Okay. That's what I'm just reaffirming what I thought I knew. Now, what about this mini?
And I believe students and seniors are $2 on that ride. So.
What about the mini transport?
The mini transport's $3. It'll take you anywhere in Raymond, and if they need to cross the line into Wyndham, we do that. So if that bus needs to go to Wyndham for a doctor's appointment, dentist appointment, whatever, we'll run the person over there. So.
Okay. Is there any transfer to the Lake Region Express with that or not?
We haven't had the need to do that yet, but obviously if we would absolutely give them a transfer pass if that was the case.
That's what I thought was explained last year. That's why I'm just trying to reaffirm those pieces. So a person could, at least in theory, get picked up in the North Raymond Road, brought down and put it for $3, get on the bus, the transport bus, go to Portland, go to the mall, all for $3. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the other thing I'll mention is, you know, the one thing I'll touch on is all these vehicles are wheelchair accessible. So these all have wheelchair lifts in them. They're all, you know, so if somebody's in a wheelchair, you know, they're accessible for them as well, so.
Can I ask a question?
Glenn, yes, of course.
Don, on the fixed route stops, do you do deviated fixed route, or do you require them to come to the stops?
We require them to come to the stop.
Would you consider deviated fixed route, or is that something that's not like you know, like flag stops or whatever it is?
We do some flag stops, but they're all along 302. So there is some hailed stops that we will do at certain locations, you know, as long as it's safe to do so. But deviated stops makes it real difficult, and the thing we run into with that is, as you can imagine, is sometimes people have to get to work. We start deviating off the road too much, and now we're holding up other people that need to get to work in Portland. So,
Gotcha. Okay, I was just curious.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Okay, all right, thank you, John. Appreciate your time.
And I would say if any other questions pop up, shoot me an email. I'll be happy to answer them. So, great.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Thanks again.
What about there? Because I learned I can use the HDMI cable. It's very complicated.
There's more cable there.
What's that?
You want me to loosen it? You want?
No, it's fine. Thank you. Phil, how do I,
I'm wondering if you're having a problem with your HDMI port.
I can always share this.
Try it. Your screen on here.
Well, I have to join the Zoom to do that.
Okay. Oh,
I can just do it from the Zoom, that's fine.
okay.
Sorry.
I'll give you host.
Yep. All right. Hold on. So while I spin this up, we've got 2 items left. One is to review the revised budget since and me and Nate have some stuff to go over with, like the solid waste contract strategy and the lease program. So I'll start with the revised budget before we get.
Are you signed in?
Not yet. I'm working on.
Okay.
There. Make sure it's muted.
Okay, you have control.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through a couple slides before we go through the revised budget. So we introduced back in February. And since introduction, obviously, superintendent's been working hard on reducing his budget as well. So the number that you had in your gross expense packet at introduction is down $698,298 since introduction. And part of that is obviously because Superintendent Howell's working on his reductions among targeted cuts and revenue offsets that we've been working on. So your total gross budget as of today is $27.1 million. The amount to be raised through taxation is $23.3 million. That's a 12% year-over-year increase inclusive of the school and county. 86% of that is funded by property taxes. Education is the single largest driver of your budget. It's over 70% of the tax levy and 50% of the over 50% of the budget. The next slide. Sorry. I don't usually do PowerPoints, so bear with me. And there we go, that's why. So here's just a breakdown of what's driving your increase. I tried to break it down by what's outside your control, what you have control over, what's partially controllable, what's fixed. You know, insurance is insurance. We do our best to project what those amounts are going to be at the time of renewal. Good news is we projected 15% on property casualty, and it's coming in around 6 to 10%. So that was part of what was some of the reduction. Don't have workers' comp numbers yet, but you know, same thing, estimating 15%. Solid waste is the second biggest driver of this budget. You have a 70% increase, I think, Nate, if I was right, on the solid waste contract. Fire is a big portion. You ratified the contract for the labor union last week, which had some wage adjustments and some changes to their benefits. Admin, which we'll talk about more later in the meeting, but you know, you're paying for this year, as you see your expense report, you're getting pretty close to going over on the salaries, which you will, but you were carrying 2 managers essentially for a bit, recruitments, legal expenses. And then Brenda can talk more later about some of the stuff that's driving that, but you also under budgeted quite a bit in admin from last year to this year. So this is correcting for the increase in salary, obviously from hiring me, a new position, and then appropriately budgeting that department. Debt service is driving a little bit of it, and then other expenses. So since your last meeting, we've made $392,283 in a reduction to the property tax commitment. Most of that is, I talked to Kevin this morning. We took 30 grand out of capital that was proposed to use reserves for critical spares. So if something goes down, instead of in that $79,500 in capital outlay, the reserve is there to eat up the critical spares there. Playground reserve was a contribution that you typically do every year. There are some unspent proceeds from the bond for Tasseltop Park that we should revisit with the board to see if we can do some of those capital improvements through unspent bond proceeds that's already been borrowed. And again, there was just some revenue sort of transfers that you historically you were doing at commitment and accounting for correctly, but in your previous budget template, you weren't really showing the TIF transfers appropriately, so that accounts for that. We also discovered restricted funds that were endowed in the 1970s to create scholarships and offset some of your cemetery revenues. So this accounts for using some of those restricted funds to offset your cemetery expenses as well, among other targeted cuts. I reduced legal. I think this year was an anomaly, and you shouldn't have those legal expenses next year, as well as with joining MMA and paying the dues, we have access to the free legal services. So hopefully that'll cut down on some legal time. I reduced that a little bit. In the initial budget, I planned for needs assessment for the Jordan Small Middle School. I think there are other ways we can fund that, so that was zeroed out in this revised budget. And then just some double counting of things that we knocked out of the budget, little things here and there, but they add up. So, you know, then the question is, you know, how much fund balance can we use? And I always say, recurring revenues must equal recurring expenses. So I caution you when using fund balance, but historically the board has appropriated up to 300,000. So if you were to appropriate anywhere between 0 to 300,000, this is what that looks like as far as impact to the tax levy. And again, this is under the current assessed ratio and mill rate, because you are in the middle of a reval and you don't know what that will be until Kurt's done with his work with KRT. But that's how much using 300,000 in fund balance would save the average taxpayer on a $300,000 home. And I just wanted to give you some comparisons. There's obviously a lag in this data. This is from the 2024 publicly available stuff that was on the dashboard. But your equalized full value rate is among the lowest in Cumberland County. And statewide, the average is about 10 equalized, and you're around 8. But obviously, this is 2 years behind on the data that was available. So on last year's commitment, your effective tax rate equalized is around $10.34. And to your neighbor, Gorham, who's, if they're assessed at 100%, it's actually, even though your mill rate appears higher, it's misleading in the sense that when equalized, they actually have a higher tax burden, even though they have a lower mill rate. So again, 12% tax increase isn't nothing. 60% of it is driven by factors outside local control. Through targeted cuts and revenue offsets, we were able to reduce that $392,000 since introduction. Fund balance can reduce that increase further, but it is a tool that has long-term implications because you're creating a structural deficit in your budget if you're offsetting recurring expenses. And hopefully it feels good that you have among one of the lowest effective mill rates in the state, if not in the county. So that's just sort of a general overview of where we are since introduction. And then we can kind of go into some of the CIP and lease program stuff with Nate, and then come back to the revised budget after that. So I will give you back the meeting, Bill. You can take host.
Thank you.
I know this is a workshop, but it has already been an individual that's spoken, and I'm asking if I can make a comment.
Can you hold off till Nate gives?
It's pertinent to what the town manager just said.
Okay, I'll entertain it.
Thanks.
And Madam Chair, you also have Kayla hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I appreciate it, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, my understanding, though, town manager just stated that year over year that the school budget is 12% higher, and yet from the presentation from the superintendent last week, my understanding is that that's more of an accounting because half of that money comes back from the state for the school. And I'd like anyone to correct me if I'm wrong, but just so that we're clear on what the increases are.
The assessment as presented by the RSU at the last meeting is $1 million increase to us. I don't know enough about how it was presented, but when he presented it, he talked about the current state valuation and how that would impact a home at $300,000 if you were at the current state valuation. But I've been instructed to plan for $1.1 million increase to the assessment.
Sure, and I understand that, but my understanding is that of that 12%, about half of that has to go through the school. So it has to be listed as 12%. However, 6% of that, or roughly 6% of that, then comes back from the state to the RSU.
I mean, I can't speak for the superintendent. The 1.1 million is what we're planning for the assessment.
Presentation. Thanks.
Yes.
Didn't that have to do with the debt service on the new school? They have to include the amount that has to be paid in their budget, the total amount that has to be paid in their budget. but then the state offsets that by like 84%, because the state is paying 84% of that bill.
I believe that's right.
So what happens is that they have a number that they need to pay on the school. They include the whole number in their budget. But then the state offsets that by the percentage that the state is paying for that school, which is about 84 to 87% supposedly, according to what he made for a presentation last year, which brings it, as you say, from 12 back down to 6. He was talking about working on a budget last time he was here that was up 6%. And he said at the time they're going to be continuing cutting it, and he would hope that they could get it down to 5 or less. So, is it 12 or is it 5?
Yeah, I mean,
we went through this last year with our budget.
Yeah, I mean, they're more around 7 right now, and he's still working it down. The 12 is the total levy, county, municipal, and school. So of that, the school is only 7.5 right now.
Okay. Kayla?
I just wanted to thank Glenn for your presentation because that was very helpful.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah, those slides were. So I just had a quick question. So I think you just answered it, but that 12%, the county's in there too. I don't remember seeing it in the slide, but those are the big three is
correct.
12%.
So on your sheet there, that is the budget summary sheet. You have the county, which again, they told us to plan for 5.6, but if they lose that contract, we don't know what that will be. So I'm basing on what they've told us to plan for.
So plan for it because they think they are losing it, or plan for it?
No, like their budget, the last I talked to Jim, was planning for a 5.6% increase. Whether or not they lose that revenue is an unknown. So.
And I have regionally seen where they're looking at between 12 and 13% is what they are
13 is that worst case
looking
scenario
within the last 3 or 4 days.
I heard that same thing too from somebody that I know.
So expect the worst.
Hope for the best.
There's no hoping on this time, I think.
Yep. And I can kind of shoot from the hip on this one, but in the packet was a memo about the lease program. I'll kind of just give an overview. We can go more into it if you'd like, but I'm trying to distill it down as much as I can, and then we can go from there. But, essentially, we talked about it a little bit. The important thing I think to note is if we move to that fleet replacement schedule, it's like, well, so how does Enterprise make money on this and how do we benefit, right? So really it's like a financing spread. So Enterprise is borrowing the money and buying these vehicles, but they're buying them at invoice pricing, which is what we get as a government. So the simplest way I could put it is like if we buy a Ford Ranger, we pay $30, and you may walk off a dealership lot and pay $40. Day one, when you take that vehicle home, it depreciates. So we have sort of a delta of, even though it's depreciating, we still paid less than MSRP, and we would run that vehicle for 5 years. We would pay sort of it's not a lease in the sense that you have mileage caps, and then you kind of hit this intersection of when depreciation and the residual are beneficial to both of us. So Enterprise leverages their market, they sell the vehicles, and we get back any positive equity that keeps coming down off of our, quote, lease payments. Obviously, the risk is if used car values tank, you just pay what you would have paid anyway, which is the invoice pricing. Because they're just making out on the spread there because they can scale it across the country. And then some administrative fees if you go into their software programs or their maintenance programs, their fuel programs, which we wouldn't use as a government entity because we get, better pricing on fuel. So then the plan, as it was sort of in the PowerPoint that was in the packet and in the memo, would be you'd be on a 5-year refresh cycle. And again, these are only for vehicles that are not specialty vehicles. They'd be fleet vehicles, 450s and under. and you would cycle them faster, but then you'd be capturing that positive equity and it would smooth out your outlay. So, I mean, Nate can probably speak to it better from history, but I mean, 2 trucks this year would have cost us 90 in the capital outlay. Under this program for 89.5, we can do 5 vehicles. The other thing I realized too is you're carrying full comp and collision on all your vehicles. So Chris's 2001 Chevy Tahoe is $520 a year to insure, and so is a brand new Chevy Bolt. So with those safety features too, you may be able to capture some savings as you're using newer vehicles in the fleet. And even if we don't, it might be worth a consideration and even help this budget to drop collision on those vehicles and even comp and get them down to just liability. You know, it adds up when you take the whole fleet into consideration. But yeah, if it's a direction that we want to move as a board and a community, you're already Sourcewell members. Fire departments used them in the past. And then the board would just authorize me to proceed with the contract, and we would start cycling the fleet in the lease program, and you can walk away at any time. So it's...
Is there any penalties on the mileage?
Only in like that depreciation. So like you're, say, planning to do 20,000 a year. We average 5,000 a year, by the way, on vehicles. If you went over and you went to go to that like resale and you were below what they anticipated, you would just pay the difference, which is essentially just what the vehicle costs. You know what I mean?
So like what Bruce drives or what Chris drives and stuff, we're only doing 5,000 a year in mileage?
The average fleet vehicle is doing about 5,000 a year.
Seems low to me.
It's an average. I'm sure there are ones that do more, but...
That's just about the average. In the Public Works Department, we've got 2 that are pretty high mileage, Scott's pickup and my pickup. The rest of them stay down around that 5,000. But over the whole fleet, that would average it out a little over 5,000 miles a year.
So you might get hammered on one of them, or 2 of them in that case, but the rest would be well below.
Correct.
So you're really getting dinged pretty good on the 2, for example, where the other ones you're still be well below it. So you might have that. I don't say money coming back, but you're paying out for 2 of them. And
we have to remember that it's not a traditional lease. It's not a mileage penalty. It's just your depreciation is greater. So we're only paying what the vehicle costs for whatever government pricing is. They're borrowing the money and fronting it, and we're just essentially paying rent on it until, and we can say, well, you know what, we want to just buy it out, and we can just pay the difference. There is no penalty or administrative fee. It's just when you both capture that positive delta, we both make out.
So we're going to hurt basically only when the vehicle's sold, because it's going to bring the depreciation of that value of that truck or vehicle down because of the high mileage.
Right.
If you had 2 vehicles exactly the same, one had 5,000, one had 15.
When you get out to
that's
$1.
yeah. We it's not like Glenn said. It's not a traditional lease like you would.
12,000 miles a year or whatever.
Correct. There's unlimited mileage. They don't deduct for damage. I'm sure if you bring it in a ball of melted steel, that might be a different issue. But it's all based on the value of the vehicle when you turn it back in.
so dinged up fenders, for example. So like 20 years ago, I used to paint cars. It was cheaper for somebody to bring their lease to us to do a full paint job than it was to turn their vehicle in with a bunch of dings on it and get
That has
hammers.
gone a full circle now. The auto body repair stuff is 3-4 times more expensive than it used to be.
Oh, I know.
They calculate in this program, they're giving a vehicle to a public works department. We're fairly fortunate here. We don't damage stuff much at all. But they have calculated in what they would consider normal wear and tear.
Yeah, the other nice thing after talking to the Aroostook County Administrator and a couple others is that the stuff you see in the deck that they provided, those are pretty conservative estimates. When they actually went to resale, he said every year they did better than they predicted, so it actually ended up, but they don't want to, overpromise and underdeliver, so.
But it's like you said, if the used car market tanks, then it's a different story. Right now, we're benefiting from the used car market.
Right. And again, that risk exposure is just essentially you're just paying for the vehicle like you normally would, instead of kind of capturing some of that positive equity and getting a little bit more of a deeper discount over time.
I almost feel that buying a vehicle outright to save it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like now you have some vehicles that are leased and some that are owned. It's like just stay consistent and.
Yeah, and that would be, if you stick to the plan, after 5 years, everything under those 450s would be on that program, and they'd be constantly being refreshed every 5. The other thing, too, is like you're passing down these Tahoes, was a command vehicle, it's an $80,000 truck. Code enforcement, myself, admin people, a Toyota Corolla would satisfy the needs for that just as much as a Tahoe. So, and then you start thinking about opportunity cost. You could go into the weeds, all day. How much does it cost to send a mechanic to Massachusetts to pick up a part for 2001 that they don't make anymore, or a special machine shop that has to fabricate a manifold or what? I don't know. These are all under warranty. They can all go to A+. You can free up mechanic time and do preventative maintenance with A+ through it, and it's a fixed budget. It's like I said, I have not heard one administrator who's gone into the program yet who's regretted it. And again, you can always walk away.
Just my opinion on this. It does make sense to me. Curious what you would do with your current vehicles. Would you be selling them and using the value towards the lease?
They go towards if we went into this program, they would take those back.
They would take them?
Yeah, they'd take them. That's part of the program. They already evaluated them and looked at them. I don't think they've looked at them yet, but they evaluated and put a number on them. Some of them they won't. I don't think they would take. We've got a Ford Explorer that they put a $2,000 value on. We could probably do better than that.
Yeah.
At an auction.
I don't remember if I asked you specifically, Nate. I know I had asked a question, but like racks and special equipment and stuff like that, how does that all fall into?
So you can do it both ways. You can get just the pickup show up, or in my case, we get a pickup show up and we would transfer the stuff off our pickup onto that one, or we can purchase it with all the equipment on it. I opted to go, the pricing that he's getting ready for me is turnkey ready to go. And we'll drop ours off and send them down. The accessories that we put on the public works trucks are, I think the half-ton truck I got out here was $700 or $800 in accessories.
Mm-hmm.
The fire department stuff gets a little bit more expensive. When you get into the bigger stuff, it's a different game. But yeah, the small stuff, that's the way I did it, was complete. I'll even go down to putting the lettering on it for us.
I have a question. So if you sign up for the program, does that automatically include the maintenance, or are those two separate issues?
No.
There are different packages we can do. So like there's like the full suite, like it's like $40 a month or whatever for, and that includes all preventative maintenance, parts, labor, everything. For the vehicles we already own, we could do like a $6 a month thing, but then obviously parts are on us. So like if they need oil or whatever, there's like different packages.
It was different packages.
Yeah, but if you went with their like biggest tier, it's like $40 per vehicle, all parts, labor included, for preventative, tires, that sort of thing. But if we're doing $5,000 a year, we're probably not putting tires on a vehicle by the time we swap it.
Yeah, and some of them you will. Factory tires, you get 10,000 out of them, you've done well.
So when would the program actually start?
I mean, it's an open-ended thing. You can go, they make a recommendation for the first year and then scale it. It's under Sourcewell now, which we're already members of. So if the board said, yeah, go ahead, with existing reserves, I could because we'd only have 2 lease payments. If you took delivery of a vehicle in May, you could do one right away if you wanted to, and then just keep scaling it in. So it's really a la carte.
So how many vehicles a year do you see going through this lease program?
What did it get up to, like 15 or so total once it was fully
total.
implemented?
So that are eligible.
Yeah. So first year was 5, but that was their sort of, they use their software or whatever and make a best guess. So they were thinking Chris's Tahoe was a command vehicle, but it's not. So we went back and tweaked that. It's like, hey, it says fire truck, but it's not a fire truck. It's been repurposed. So Nate redid the replacement that they initially projected because wasn't entirely accurate. So it would be like 5.
I think they started out with 9 altogether. They pretty much wiped out 3/4 of my fleet. but I think we're down to 5 right now.
Yeah, and then after 5 years, you'd be at, the rotation would be just going.
And that, we'd have 15 by the end of the cycle, is what you're saying.
Yeah, 15 or 16. I
Yeah.
can pull it up. I don't remember.
There's some that we've pulled off, we're going to pull out of the fleet that we don't need anymore. I think he's right. I think it was 15 total of that, from that 450 down that we have.
So our current mechanic is working on everything.
Yep.
So if we free him up on 15 vehicles,
I mean, he'd still be doing specialty work,
Yeah.
diesel, small engines, fabrication, spreaders, plowing.
He's
but
heavy equipment to work, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
He wouldn't have to go do an oil change, though.
Right.
Free me up is what it does.
That's what I would try to put out there. If we could free up the mechanic to do the other stuff, and
it probably
frees you up as well.
It probably won't affect his workload much. It would free me up. It would free up a couple of my other guys that we throw in there to try to get stuff caught up. That's basically all that would do.
Okay. So the next couple of things, I asked Nate to come tonight because when we initially introduced part of the paving plan, had the plan that's in your book, we got a call from DOT, like 2 weeks ago, I think?
Week and
a half ago, that the grant he put in for Egypt Road, they want to do next year. So I was going to have Nate just talk about what the MPI is, how we're shifting the paving schedule to prioritize the Egypt Road with the match, and go through that a little bit.
So this is I'll try to shorten it up best I can. So the MPI program is a match from DOT. We've done 3 programs on 85 and 2 on 121, and the Main Street Sidewalk program was an MPI. So basically, we're going to do the work, we'll manage it, we will administrate it, and the state will reimburse us at half the cost. Egypt Road, I think, came in at 1.3 million right at the moment. So I would recommend, my plan is to do it in 2 years. That's a 3.5 mile long road, a little over 3.5 miles. And we will fund it over the next 2 years. I'll have to adjust my paving schedule. I haven't got that far yet. I got a couple of questions out to DOT that they did not respond to me. I just got back yesterday, so I'm waiting for a response back from them. Will tell me how much time I have. I think it's a 3-year program. You have to start it and complete it within 3 years. Something else that I'd like to look at is 85 and 121. From the town office to the Casco town line on Route 85, that is in desperate need of about the same thing we're going to do to Egypt Road. And 121 from Daggett Drive to the town line is in the same condition. Both those roads are minor collector roads. All we're going to see on those roads is what they call light capital paving, which is just shim and overlay. It's crap. I get another 4 or 5 years of a decent road out of that. I'd like to try to figure out a plan going forward. Either we fund 3 more MPIs, or we bond it, or we do something along that line. I'm in the middle of trying to figure that out. At the very worst right now, instead of paving 2 miles on Raymond Cape, we'll pave a mile and we'll go onto Egypt Road this year. And I will fund a little bit more money, or ask for a little bit more money next year to finish the project.
Yeah, so the request sort of stays the same, but because we have the opportunity to do Egypt Road this year, we would bump what we had planned to do coming year.
Is Gray doing Egypt Road?
They are not. It'll stop right at the town line.
So we're gonna supply the manual labor and equipment to do the work, and they're gonna then they're gonna supply the materials we need.
No, we'll bill them for everything, and they'll pay 50%.
That include our labor and equipment.
Our labor will be part of our 50%. That's part of our cost. Egypt Road most likely. So the tree work's gonna get subbed out. Obviously, the paving, reclaim, all that stuff will be subbed out to our paving contractor. I think I put enough money in the estimate so we possibly could subcontract the whole job out. It's going to be a bit of a struggle on that road. It's high traffic volume. They drive crazy on that. So it's in the very first part of the planning stages right now. I didn't expect it. They told me probably 2 weeks before I put my budget together, we're not going to have it this year. And day before I leave on my vacation, they're, hey, you got it. So I don't want to let it go. If the funding goes away, it'll go somewhere else. And that road desperately needs something done to it.
Well, it's a little off topic, but just going to over Casco and that bridge that's getting worked on. Amazing what one lane can do to traffic.
Yeah,
on
302.
Yeah. So we're talking about 3 miles on Egypt Road, for example. Like that's.
So if we do the work in-house, and I would probably, if we put it up to bid, I would definitely recommend it to the contractor. It would be in the bid process. Just keep your work zones short and do half of it one year and half the next year. To do that 3 mile stretch on that road, that's a lot of work and really screwing up a lot of time. So you try to get in and out of there as quick as you can, less painful and less discomfort to the taxpayer, to the traveling people.
So they'll be digging it all the way right down, right, and digging all the way back up?
No, it'll be
They're just gonna
reclaim, which
surface.
we'll grind up the surface of the pavement, probably a couple inches into the base. They grade it, compact it. We're going to widen it to 22 feet on the travel lanes and 3 foot paved shoulders, and cut the trees back to the right of way, so on and so forth.
But will they warranty that now?
No.
They didn't go down because they didn't go all the way down and start, right?
Yeah, you'll get a warranty on the pavement, and usually the contractors will warranty the pavement for 2 seasons. But you're talking a couple $1 million a mile.
Right, yeah.
If you did a full depth rebuild, you're over a couple $1 million a mile now.
Yeah.
That's awful, isn't it?
What's that? Yeah.
Crazy.
And then the only other thing was we had that new request in for janitorial. I had some one-off questions after the meeting. So Nate was on vacation last time we had a workshop. So if anybody had any follow-up questions on the new request, he was prepared to kind of go through it, or if anyone had anything on that one.
So the plan with that custodian position is preparing for the new school, or going into the new school. We've got to step up our cleaning process at the town office. Riley's paying $800 a month, I think it is, for cleaning. Tasseltop we pay for cleaning. We've got the library. We've got a department head spending 3 hours a week cleaning down there. This person also, I'm going to have them responsible for all the paper products that we buy, so it's all under one control for all the town buildings. There's the Public Works office could be cleaned on that cleaning schedule. And if there's not enough work to do, we will find enough work for them to do. We've got the 302 cleanup stuff and beautification committee down through there. And I have no doubt that we're going to run out of staff before we run out of work for them to do. We've fumbled along for a long time with borrowed people from the school, and it's not working.
Do you have anybody in mind?
No, I don't.
It's going to take really the right person.
Yes,
for that. You can't just
yes, it
throw
is.
somebody doing that. You've
Yeah.
got to have somebody that can kind of do a little bit of everything.
Correct. There's somebody out there. You just got to work.
Right, you got to find them.
You got to find them.
Are all your positions, authorized positions today, filled?
No.
And we're talking about adding more?
Well, the problem is the position that I have in Public Works is a per diem position. So you only come in when it snows. And that's a very, very, very hard position to fill. That's why in my proposal was to change that to a full-time position.
You know, I look at the budget. The only place you can really save any real money is in personnel. And the question's been raised by the citizens, how can you keep looking at adding people? And with, what's the rate, 18%? I know you got it down some.
12.
12. And how bad did we get hit last year?
12.
And what was it supposed to be last year? What were we sold?
Pitched 5.
Okay. That's
mean,
that's
if you
my
look at the
question.
local
You know,
only, it's
if you
around
can't
that.
fill the jobs, why are we adding jobs?
We can't fill the Public Works job because we haven't advertised for 2 years because we just weren't getting any advertisement. I opted to do the plow route myself. We shifted some people around to Public Works. We had the per diem person we hired full-time. I ran an ad, I think we did 2 months, didn't get any ads. You wander around any Public Works garage, they've got a handful of these per diem positions open, You can't fill them. Nobody wants to do. Who wants to come out and plow snow for 2 or 3 hours for $20-$30? Nobody. So you sweeten the pot, make it a full-time position. We've got more work than we're getting done during the summer. So you put that person on with Don McClellan. We're going to make him, that person do Parks and Rec cleanup. There's plenty of work out there for him. But we've never funded that. So that's why I'm asking for a little bit more money for that. The cleaning person, I can't find, people don't want to do it. An hour here, an hour there, it's not worth their time anymore. So you make it a full-time position. Again, I've got plenty of work that's not getting done, so we're going to try it that route.
So you're still paying for them right now, but you're just doing it by individual people. The only thing you're going to add to that is the benefit package you're going to give to them.
We're nowhere near what we're budgeted. No, I think
Right.
I think she a couple hours a week. I think
so.
something like that. And you've got one of our department heads cleaning the library, and that's really it. And Riley's paying. I think it's eight something a month for partial cleaning, and they're not even cleaning the whole building.
Of the church?
I actually think I saw Mel mopping today, or someone from.
I'm with you with adding positions. I also see it though, just from, and you could attest this too. You can't find good people. That's what you're saying, and I think that having these positions and attracting the right people is what we need as a community. We don't need to be half-assed in a sense.
That is.
I understand exactly what Cliff's saying. I do agree, but I'm kind of between you guys here, where it's like we need good people. We need to have happy people on staff too.
Correct.
Because to hire now, it's completely different than it was even just 10 years ago.
Correct.
So I'm leaning more towards happy staff, filled staff.
Correct.
And I do believe that this position that you're talking about, there's more than enough work for a full-time position.
Yeah, there's plenty of work. And when we take over the school, there's going to be another staff jump there. You're going to have to hire. At that point, you're going to have to hire a facilities manager, and at that point, that'll come off from me. I won't have to carry that anymore. And they're going to need a helper. You've got all the grounds here that got to be mowed. Hiring a mowing contractors are getting very expensive. You can do it cheaper in-house.
Right. Our greatest assets are our people.
Correct. I would.
And I think that's the Raymond kind of community.
The years of when we did it for when we started plowing, we did it for 5 years with a per diem contractor. I just had the right person, and we had a risk of losing that person going to one of our neighboring towns, and that's why we hired him full time. And that's when I found out it's really hard to find that per diem position. They may come out for 2 hours. You're not going to pry me out of bed at 2 o'clock in the morning for $60 and then take taxes out of that. It's just not. They're not there anymore. And you can go back in the history of public works plowing. It used to be you had the Blue Rocks, the Pikes, the contractors that laid all their people off in the winter that were looking for that winter work. And it was easy. You worked that week, you didn't get paid for your unemployment. The next week you got paid. Now they make them reapply. So, and they've sweetened the pot on the unemployment, and the contractors are paying their people to go home for the winter because they don't want to lose them. So they're not going to come out and help us. I don't blame them. But somewhere out there we'll find some.
You are right about all those things you just said. That's true. They've almost made it more palatable to go on unemployment and stay home than to do the makeup work. Yeah.
I guess in a way you look at it too is if you find someone for that janitorial position who can do a lot of other things, maybe they can slide into some of that school position too. So
As long as I think the position is well laid out as what their job description is.
Correct.
You get somebody that starts doing something out of their job description, they get pretty unhappy really quick. So whatever the job description is, I think it needs to be specific to whatever else may come up ahead of time that they know that these other things will come about.
We've been very fortunate in the hiring. We've been very fortunate. The people that work for Public Works right now have been here for quite a while. They're happy. They seem to do a good job, and we struggle to find them. And I think we've done very well retaining them.
So along with that, though, one more question for you is how do you plan to put this out there? Because in the past, this committee has had some issues with how we felt the hiring process was kind of going out or wasn't going out. So how would you kind of find this position? Where would you be advertising?
My first step would be to build a, like you had said, a job description that's palatable and workable. And we'll advertise it like we have locally. I would really like to find somebody local than somebody that's going to transfer to here. I think if you can hire somebody, especially from within town or within the community, you're going to have a better person, or a more dedicated person to the cause. So I hope that answers your question. But
it does, yeah. It's
Are there any other questions or concerns about that topic?
So I think that's all we had for, like, do you have one more?
Toters?
Oh, yeah, the solid waste. Sorry, that's like the biggest one. So there was some, the solid waste contract isn't inked yet. There's some options the town has, toters, dumpsters. The budget that was introduced, was introduced with the full contract price in it as Nate was working through negotiating that contract. So he wanted to go over some options that we have to, possibly reduce that some as well, or how we want to kind of attack the strategic implementation of the contract.
Right. So when we went out to bid, they broke it out from the curbside program, which is a collection program. And we have, right now, we have 12 dumpster sites between municipal buildings and the curbside program. Both contractors broke that out. Allagash and Casella. Casella was $70,000 with I got my glasses right here, with a 5% increase per year. Allagash, after renegotiating with them a little bit, they're at $54,000 with a 3.5% increase every year. That first year savings is going to be $15,000 by separating that out from the contract. The other one is the toters. So both contractors had proposed a toter lease program. So the toter cost for us to go out and buy the toters is $408,000. That includes the company toter coming out and distributing all the toters, putting them together. They're going to be all serial numbered, dropped off at everybody's house, done. Over a 5-year program, that would cost us $81,000 a year. Casella's cost on that was $91,000. With a 5% increase every year. So their total cost over 5 years is $659,000. So if we do the toters in-house, we're going to save $251,000 over the 5-year contract, and the town of Raymond will own the toters. The benefit to that is at the end of the 5-year contract, if the contractor that we're using goes up too much, we got to put it out to bid. We already have the toters in place. It's just a change of contractors. So my recommendation is going to be to do the toters in-house. Haven't hammered out how we're going to pay for that yet. We have $96,000 in the budget per year. I'm pretty sure we can probably finance it for that if we had to finance it. Surprise, Brenda.
I know I already spoke on this, but I agree that buying them outright is the way to go. Don't agree on financing them, though. I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's going to be a decision. We got to dig. I don't have $400,000 in any of my accounts that I can.
Yeah, and we have a year basically after.
Right, we have to have the toters in place by July 1st of next year.
Right.
So we've got a year to figure it out.
Well, some of the areas in the TIF district, right?
Nate, I
good point.
looked at the numbers before, and this is better than what they did both of them did in their original proposals.
Correct. All I've done is pulled out. I pulled the dumpster part of Casella's out and gave it. I want to give it to Allagash, and I took the toter rate and just divided it over 5 years. So that dropped it by it was $15,000, I think.
And they're going to bring them all assembled and everything else.
Toter company, which is separate from Casella.
No, I understand.
When you buy them, that's part of the plan.
Because that is less than what Casella said. Even if they did it, it's less than what,
Right.
if you just took that number and divided it by 8,000.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
I mean, so it's pretty much, it's coming. You just have to decide how you want to deal with it.
Right, we're gonna do it, so we're gonna just figure out how to do it the cheapest way we can.
And these things they're readily available, the toters, because I know sometimes they've had like stockpile issues and stuff.
Yeah, they are. They come from, I don't know where the company's out of, but there's 8,000 of them that are coming, that will be coming. But yeah, they build them to order. They're $41 a piece, I think.
That's
I
a big savings.
I just mentioned to Glenn, some of the area there could fall under the TIF district.
Correct. Yeah, it could.
So that's part of. I mean, that's somewhere I could start looking.
Yeah. Everything down the village, I think.
Yeah. Right.
Now, when you see when you're driving and you see people have multiple containers out, trash everywhere, what would that do when you have the toters? Would they be limited to that, and that's it?
2 toters. Yeah, one solid waste and MSW and one recycling.
Okay.
Did you say that they're about $41 each?
Yeah.
And so just put into perspective, I was in Walmart, and a comparable size one is 80.
Yep.
So
We
this
paid-
one, and that one doesn't, and the one in Walmart didn't have wheels.
Right.
And they're not heavy duty like these. So like, that's a 50% saving on a better, and yes, I understand that, to your point, and they're not supposed to be doing anyway, but the trash, if it's not in there, they're not going to pick it up.
Correct.
And I think that's a fine standard.
Yep. There'll be quite a learning curve to this. Casella in their contract is going to send somebody out, I think for the first 2 months. I'd have to read through the contract. It was like 2 months. They're going to send somebody out with the trash truck and another vehicle, trying to educate people as they go along and move the dumpsters out and leave them know that you got to have them here.
The rest.
It's going to be, the first year is going to be quite an undertaking.
What happens if one gets damaged or gets lost? That
Well-
could be a customer's issue? Or?
Glenn and I were talking about that this morning. Wyndham, they replace them. Gorham, I think Falmouth does not. And Glenn brought up a good point. Here's your first round of 2 toters. You're responsible for them. We're all adults. If you lose it, you're going to have to buy another one. We will have them in stock. We really should keep some in stock. And at that 8,200, that gives us 100, I think, in stock. We will have to be responsible for if wheels break. We'll send somebody out and fix the wheel.
That was a plow truck gets it and knocks it and destroys it or something.
Correct. Trash truck gets it, they're going to pay for it. Wyndham did tell me that was one of the.
Pretty rugged.
Yeah, they take a pretty good hit. The biggest problem Wyndham's had is when the guys dump the trash into the truck, they let go of the claw and it goes into the hopper. It's gone. So then we just send a bill to Casella.
So there's no warranty on the toters?
No.
Well, Maine has the implied warranty statute, so you could argue.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win
Well, I
that.
noticed in the proposal, they talked about a 10-year warranty. That's why I asked the question.
That's Casella warrantying it themselves.
No, it was Toto.
Was it Toto?
Yes, it was.
Well, Cliff, I may be wrong on that one.
Right there.
In terms. Yep. 10-year warranty on them.
Look at that.
Well, that's a big deal.
That'll be fun to try to collect, I think. Doesn't give you any idea what they cover, but
Well, it's just the general. They don't cover abuse, but
right.
it's the.
I think it's more defective.
But if the wheel fell off, that you could argue that one.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up on that, Cliff. But these things just have a little cap you pound on with a hammer.
Like I said, but that was one of the things I noticed there was the 10-year warranty.
Yeah.
They are pretty heavy duty. I've gotten too close to a couple of them, knocked my mirrors off.
We've caught them before with a plow truck and they survive it.
Yeah, they actually probably do more damage to your car hitting it than.
I've seen them behind a pickup truck at 50 miles an hour on trail hitch. They're pretty rugged.
And so somebody has more than a toter full of trash. What do they do with it? Well, is there a plan to deal with?
I'm assuming, being that we've done customer service to the highest extent on trash that I can possibly do, I'm going to get a call that they didn't pick all the trash up. We're going to go pick it up, and we're going to take it down to the pit and put it in the dumpsters that we have down there for that reason.
That's pretty nice. I don't get that.
Yeah, a lot of towns don't do that. We don't have a lot of trouble with that. What we have trouble right now is just bags of trash on the side of the road. This is going to eliminate that. And if somebody's paying attention, that 60-gallon tote is going to hold a lot of trash.
Actually, one more question. The amount that you have, I know you said you have you're gonna have 100 more for backup, I think you said, but the amount that you have, is that per address, or are we taking into consideration ADUs?
That's per address right now.
Okay, so
Number needs to be refined a little bit.
and I think that you're gonna have more than 100, plus ADUs and that kind of thing for.
We're looking at a couple of the dumpster sites too to eliminate them and just put toters there. Like I said, the first year is going to be, probably of all the MSW changes that we've done since I've been here, this is probably going to be one of the most demanding ones.
Does it make sense? So we're essentially letting the town people use a tote, for example.
Correct.
If they have a ADU, does it make sense to have them pay for the second one?
I mean, that's a policy discussion we can have later. I mean, you can
just
this one.
We don't need to discuss it right now.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
mean,
throw it out there, just, because we are discussing short-term. The select board to discuss short-term rentals. Yes, I'm just saying, if we're planning for this thing, we need to plan that we have enough, because I just don't think 100 extra is going to suffice at current numbers.
Right now, we have a policy on the contract that anything up to 2 units will pick up. Anything over 2 units is considered commercial. That thought has come up. These ADUs that are going on and the Airbnbs, are those businesses? Do you treat them as a business? I don't know. So I think that, like Lynn said, that's a policy thing that we're going to have to work on and figure out.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy the first batch through taxation, and then, if people move here and the toters go missing, maybe everything after people just buy them themselves.
And again, it's
the initial
half the cost of what you get from Walmart for a flimsy one. So we're really saving the taxpayers.
And that price is due to volume.
No doubt.
When we bought the recycling toters that we sold 2 years ago, they were $64 a piece, and it's from the same company.
Yeah.
You do get, and I can't order anything less than 100. That's why that 100 number's there.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, knowing that you have this potential $408,000 outlay, even though he found some savings in the contract, it might make sense to just shift that to a reserve contribution. So next year when you have to pay the difference, you've already got a portion of it already
I would recommend that.
taken care of. And then we can look at the TIF spending plan and see what part of the TIF we can capture and put that in there. And maybe you only have to do the other half next year.
Yeah.
And we have 18 months, you said? Or?
Yeah,
Well, we can tell them when to implement, I guess, too.
Yes.
So.
I would want to be ready by July 1st, and they said it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to get the totals.
You sure that's the right weekend to do that?
Be a blast.
Maybe the weekend after.
Within reason, you could not
so
fund
we
it
would-
this year and pick it up next year.
Well, if he's saying July 1st, 27.
Yeah,
we would
what I'm saying is, instead of having it on as an obligation this year to reduce the tax load by $108,000, you could project it forward, because you don't need to, instead of putting it in reserve and taking it out of reserve, you might be better off that would be one way to drag down that tax rate. Just a different, doing the same thing, but in a little different way. Because there's been concern in the past about how much taxes were maintained at a low level by eating up the reserve.
That's a tough one. I don't know what the right call would be for that. It makes sense what you're saying. So this year we won't get the hit, but it's coming. Maybe it's better to spread it out, maybe not.
Well, like I say, it's just a way, you're right, but right now, the projections, the finance committee said we'd stay at our goal was to stay at the cost of living increase. Well, 8%, 12%, whatever, isn't anywhere near what the cost of living has been. So that means we can't even get anywhere near our goal. This would be one way to get a little closer. That's all. It doesn't change anything other than moving the money around.
There.
I agree. It is optics, but those matter.
Okay.
Okay, have we covered that? Other, I have a question, but it's off topic from this solid waste question. Okay, I'm looking at the summary sheet that you passed out.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the Public Works town buildings. It's a 135% increase from last year, from 47,000 to 111,000. Can you please refresh my memory on what that increase involves?
I'll let Nate take that one, but it's probably partially the janitorial position as a new request. And I think you merged, utilities got merged into there as well.
Yes.
I think all of utilities are coming out of there, but let me pull up the...
We've got 40, the utilities went up 33,000. There's 45,000 for the janitorial position. And building maintenance doubled that to 8,000. And we added, I'm sorry, that's a balance. Yeah, most of it's in moving the utilities out of other line items, other departments.
Merged it all into one
Right.
now.
Heating went up, and 45,000 for the janitorial position.
So you're saying it really didn't go up? You put other line items in there? You shifted
It was
it?
shifted around.
Okay, so there
the-
really
like
isn't.
The oil and the utilities were all spread out all over the budget,
Oh, gotcha.
so now they're just all
It
in
lives
one
in one
pocket.
place.
So,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's better for tracking too, and to
Right,
really understand the cost.
okay.
Yeah. Last year's budget for utilities was 23. It went up to 42,690.
Some of those are just flat out increases.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been ridiculous.
And then the salary for the janitor, because last year you only had 6,000. It's 45 budgeted for that new position. And then some are just minor increases. The other appropriations are 5,000 here, 8,000 there. Supplies, heating. Heating, utilities, and the new position are driving that.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom have any questions? No? Everyone here all set? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nate.
The other portion of that was CIP discussions. Was that besides public?
That was the
works or-
changes to his CIP. Nothing has really changed materially except for that MPI program. The only other CIP changes were when I spoke with Kevin, knocking that reserve contribution into there and out of taxation for critical
the rec.
spares, and knocking out the rec
CIP.
CIP because you have unspent bond proceeds.
Yeah,
So
there's a substantial amount still left in there, and according to the language for that, you can use that.
yeah,
for
you do
what
like
she
a
wants to do.
$30,000 a year contribution to reserve typically for playgrounds, but with all the unspent proceeds and the existing reserve, we won't make the contribution this budget.
How much are there in unspent proceeds?
Well, it's in a lump.
So it's three things that were authorized under the bond.
Right, and the portion for the rec, do you have it?
I don't. I just have the reserve balances in front of me. I don't have access to the bank accounts, so I can't look at the.
Was that the bond from
That was
2 years ago?
That was 2013, your 2013 bond.
Oh, 2013
It was like
bond.
1.150 million.
I can pull up the warrant from that year. Just give me a second.
But as far as like The administrative costs actually ran over what you had designated for it. But the rec still had, I want to say it was in the neighborhood of 70,000, 60,000, somewhere in that range for them. So it didn't make any sense to fund the CIP for rec when you already have funding that we're waiting to spend, really.
And it can only be used for that.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Well, so the authorization was broad enough, I think.
Yeah.
So, but if you wanted to, I wouldn't say exceed what the bond authorized, you would have to go to town meeting and ask the voters to reauthorize the excess proceeds, which I had to do last year because we came under on a paving project, and you can't earn interest on that bond. The IRS doesn't like that, so it has to sit in a non-interest bearing account, and you got to spend it down. But that comes back to that discussion we had at the last workshop, where when you're looking at these long-term capital projects, you might want to consider short-term financing before you convert to a bond, because if you budget $1 million and you come in under and you took out long-term financing, you're paying interest on debt service on this total amount that you didn't actually always need. But that's just a strategy that you can use in the future.
So I've got a comment, and this is pre both of your time here, so this is not a question really for you, but so we have money in this unspent. We bonded a $300,000 pickleball court a couple years ago. Some of that money could have been used for the pickleball court, in your opinion?
So the warrant authorization was for the design engineering of Public Works Garage at 170 Plains Road, rec improvements to include lighted tennis courts to be located at Sherry Gagnon Park, and improvements at Tasseltop consisting of snack shack bathroom facilities. So if those came in, you would have to talk to bond counsel about what you can do, but let's just assume you came in $100,000 under, and you already borrowed the money on the tennis court improvements. There may be a similar enough project that under that authorization you could complete work on a tennis court or a pickleball court or a park. But if you start to get too far out of that, you would probably end up wanting to put it on a warrant to reauthorize using the excess proceeds. Does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting.
But it's sort of an open forum, so any questions on anything, happy to.
Just one more comment. It's probably a budget finance committee discussion comment, but I'm going to make it here. So in the past couple of years, we heard that this year was high in legal fees. I don't anticipate that going to be the next year. We've heard that for the last couple of years. I'm thinking that our legal fees is something that we're going to have to start increasing for, because it seems like every year now we're like, well, it was just that one-off thing, but I'm thinking that we need to take a look into legal fees.
We have had a lot of one-off things.
A lot of one-off things, but they are consistent every year now.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, we might not deal with the same thing, but we're still dealing with a legal issue.
Right.
I mean, you have that contingency that the select board authorizes to soak up some of that. Your litigation for the shoreland zone issue, I think, is sort of an anomaly that won't occur again. And again, now that for general questions, I reduced the legal $10,000 because MMA offers that free legal service. So a couple examples of how we used it just this past week. I think it was related to the land use ordinance work that we were talking about last night. And it was just a process question. Instead of calling Phil and spending $400, hey, does this need to be on a warrant? Does this need to be a special town meeting? Can this be done under whatever? So that all those sort of calls are free now through MMA Legal. So I felt comfortable knocking it down a little bit. And then the dues sort of pay for themselves at that point. But I don't know. I think 40 to 70 is a safe range for.
I don't think you knock the $10,000 out I mean, I know we're talking about taking stuff out, but just like if every year we're like, oh, well, we went over this year, but it was an anomaly. It's like, well, every year's going to have that anomaly. My opinion is not to take it out, and then if we don't have that issue, if the MMA is allowing us to save on these legal bills, then maybe we revisit it. But I think that this is probably a little bit too early to be cutting from there and then going over and say, well, we went over, but it was a one-off.
What did it cost to join MMA?
10 grand.
What's it for a year?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you guys could tell me I'm wrong, but
I think you're wrong. I mean, if we just spent 10 grand to join MMA and we get their legal advice, why would we budget that again? Isn't that a double budget?
Well, how much are we over this year?
It's in your expense revenue sheet.
Yeah.
It's
A lot.
Over 40.
Yeah, let's look at that number.
We are budgeted at 50,000. Currently, we're at almost 94,000.
93. So we're doubled, essentially. So I mean, adding 10 grand in there, it's not adding 10 grand in there wouldn't even have helped this year. And again, I understand.
But how many of those calls were at 400 an hour or whatever? Do you know what I'm saying? So now he can call
I do.
to ask advice. So that was the whole purpose, right, of joining MMA?
Well, there's more benefits than just that. I mean, the required trainings the select board and planning board do are at a discounted rate. So instead of paying 150, you're paying 50. I have access to insurance products that aren't on the open market.
Listserv for finance questions.
Did we ask them $40,000 worth of questions, though? That's what I'm saying. Is this?
Oh, they're never going to get, like, this is for more broad process stuff. If you have a personnel issue or something very Raymond specific, you're going to use your in-house counsel, because they'll say that's for your town attorney. This is more like, if a resident had a question on, is this ordinance a legal ordinance, they would give you a general, hey, you're good, or you should follow up with your legal. So, but it may save you that $400 calling legal to say, you don't need to call me, this is fine.
Brenda, what are your thoughts? I want to know.
She didn't want me to reduce it.
I disagreed with him. I didn't want to cut it out. I wanted to leave it the way it was presented originally. I just feel like MMA is still a good value, what we purchased from them, but to cut the budget that we just presented, I think I would have just left it and let it ride.
What do you guys think?
Because I know we still have outstanding bills too from attorneys right now. So what the number you're seeing right now, we're not at the end of the year yet.
That is true.
I mean, we are it's gonna continue.
And 10 grand. I mean, 10 grand is not even.
Yeah. You also remember, too, that we will recoup, maybe not this year, you'll recoup some legal fees for some of the litigation that you have ongoing.
That's true.
So,
What do you guys think?
Well, I think the 10 grand ought to be left. God knows what we're going to go through over the next year. My question is, how often do we look at changing lawyers?
I don't know the answer to that question. I wasn't here. I understand you've had a long-standing relationship with Bernstein, but anyone on the board who...
It's been 15 or more years before we put it out to bid.
Is it worth looking at something like that?
I think you're right, Frank.
I went to bid last year. I think you're paying for a partner, and don't quote me on it, but it's between $380 and $450, I would say. When I went out to bid last year, we ended up with Brand Isaacson as the low bidder, and I think their partner rates were around $250, $275. This may have changed year over year, but there are competitive firms out there who do, they all do good work. So,
As the price keeps going up, maybe we ought to hire our own in-house lawyer.
Well, Maine is actually one of the states struggling a great deal to retain good legal, advice right now. The state can't even keep them. I don't know if you saw that latest. The state can't even pay their.
Oh, you mean the public defenders?
Public defenders,
Yeah.
but I mean it's a sign of the fact that it's a very low, small group.
Yeah, I mean, just anecdotally, I remember when we worked with Pretty Flaherty, they lost a lot of folks just because you can do a Zoom court conference, and to be a municipal attorney, you've got to be here. And, if they can live in Maine and work in, Fredericks County, Maryland, and make $300 grand instead of $120, some people have left and are doing all that title work and stuff online. They don't have to go to an office anymore. And, we even see that with planners. I tried to find a planning director last year. We advertised for a year and a half with no applicants. And I tried to steal Kate Birch, who was working on your comp plan. She said, I'm not ever going back to a municipal job again, so I'm going to keep doing this. So it's, in those niche fields, it's tough.
Another problem is too, when we need a lawyer, a lot of times it's at, 10, 11, I've been on the appeals board and we had a lawyer out until 1:30 in the morning, here. So, I mean, you're not gonna, everybody's gonna want to put in them kind of hours and be here, like you said, here, for that time of the night. Most of ours get over by 10, but I mean, we have had them go into I think 1:15, I think was the last one that we had, and not the last one, one of the ones we had.
One of the ones that we should be getting that money back.
Right, but I mean, still, not every lawyer is going to want to be, at 1 o'clock in the morning, still trying to do work.
I see a hand up over there too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Derek, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I was just saying about that anomaly thing. I mean, we did have, we had that big lawsuit where we had to fight the lake stuff. We also had, a bunch of town managers running here. We've had select board members suing the town. There is a few. These are anomalies I don't think are going to continue, I would assume, but I think that's, part of the reason why the stakes climbing so high.
Yeah, but that was my point. I was like, this is different this year. This is different this year. This is different this year. But like the legal fees are still high, and the optics of cutting $10,000 out of a budget just to be over budget by $50,000 doesn't make any sense. We're just cutting it out just to save optics, but we're still going over. It's just, that's my opinion, just to leave it.
Yeah, and again, the rationale was we can supplement some free legal. So
it was a fair rationale. I just realistically looking at these things, it's like, okay, looking for cuts is probably not where I want to cut from.
One of the other things I'd like to mention is
it's fine. That's why you
particularly in my
not paid to agree with me.
We're using AI a lot to ask legal questions, and we get as good answers from AI as we do some of our attorneys. So in code enforcement, we're using that more and more for appeals, for different things, and we've not had to have attorneys at several appeals board meetings recently because we've written memos using AI that looked like came from a lawyer, and appeals have been dropped. So that plus the MMA thing, I think we are going to see a reduction. I'm not arguing that we should take it out or leave it. I think it's peanuts in the budget. Maybe we leave it and see what happens this year, but I can tell you that my department is we get our money back in most of our legal actions. And if we do anything with a planning board or appeals board, those attorney fees are paid by applicants. So that we use those, but that isn't what drives. The one anomaly was that big lawsuit that went on for 3 years. We won't have that again because of the new legislation allows us, because of that, we got legislation passed, we lien somebody's property. They can't do anything until they settle up with the town. We won't have these drag on for 3 years. They will settle it because they can't do anything. They can't get any permits. They can't sell their property. There's a lien on it by the town. So we have teeth now. So that won't happen again. I can't tell you you're going to have transition issues with people leaving and lawsuits and that type of thing. I think that will slow down. It seems like we're coming into a very calm period, in my opinion, sitting where I sit. It seems like we're leveling out. We found people that have filled the jobs, and if we can continue to do that, you're going to see costs go down. It's the high turnover. When you're looking for people, people don't stay. We had high turnover of managers and finance directors and all kinds of other positions that, people sue, and it's just what they do. And you have to either settle or pay lawyers to fight it. So I don't see that happening. So I think Glenn's right. We're probably going to see a reduction, but maybe it's good planning to plan with the monies you have. I think your point is well taken.
I agree with that. I just wouldn't cut it yet.
Yeah.
All right. Doesn't even move a tenth of a percent.
It's not really.
We're up to 13% now because of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to start piling those peanuts, though. Then you have a pile.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So, does anyone have anything else for the joint workshop that they would like to address for the select board or the budget committee? Okay. Derek or Kayla, all set?
Yes, thank you.
I would like to add one little blurb.
Yes, of course, thank you.
So because of all of the, there were a lot of issues with the general ledger, as everybody knows. I've been working with a company for software for the budget, and we're making really great progress with that. So it will generate cleaner reports. It's like having a fresh start with the ledger for everybody, including anyone that gets reports from the finance office. I'm hoping to have, I'm thinking we may have implementation by, well, I don't know, what do you think?
End of March, maybe?
Yeah, I would say maybe the end of this month, beginning of April. I've been working while doing the budget I'm also been working on the conversion and working with the CPA on that. So I've been busy trying to make sure that that happens. I didn't want to lose the window of opportunity, and I'd like to get it wrapped up for sure before the year ends, so that when we start a new fiscal year, I'll feel better. I think everyone will feel better with using this new program. It's going to impact, it's not going to impact the tax office just yet. We're doing it incrementally, so it will impact the payroll section, AP section, and the general ledger, where everything's stored, all the data. I've worked with, been speaking with Kevin on any necessary backups. I plan on running a ton of reports as well, just to make certain that have a good strong hold on all the data. He says we have plenty of room, plenty of space. So I just wanted to take advantage of this company because what makes it really good for me is that I can literally tap on a new number, account number, and it's showing me the old number that it was associated to. And I can drill right down into a specific line item. If someone came into my office and said, hey, Brenda, you know, what was all this spent on? I can literally just sit there and drill right down. I don't have to start, creating some ridiculous menagerie of a report just to get all the information together. So I think it should be a big help for everybody. Me, yes, but just for everyone else that's looking for detailed data that makes sense and it's easy to read.
I think that would be really good for the audit, too.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm excited about the project accounting
I'm
aspect
actually really
and-
excited about this software.
Yeah, because right when you showed me escrow today, and it'll live as a project, and then all those sub accounts under the escrow, like instead of just these individual sort of where are these things? They're all over the place.
For an example, when codes, when they take a deposit for someone that has started a project, every time a deposit comes in, the way that your ledger is currently structured, a new account number literally has to be created and added. So if you pull up all the escrow accounts, there's literally, a long list. Whereas with the new system, we can utilize project codes so that I can just see that top number. That number's included in everything. But if I only need to drill down if I'm looking for something in particular, like if they want me to refund a deposit for someone that's finished their project, I can use that same theory with other things as well, things that are repetitive. I can give it a project code by year or by project. I mean, we can actually build a project like, you know what I'm talking about, Karen, with, if you're working like on a specific thing, it makes more sense. Do you know what I mean?
Like when all the
Then
ARPA money started flying
a
in, and we didn't necessarily know where the ARPA money was going at first, but you
Right.
can park it and charge it off to the project.
this will enable me to give and have more detailed information, like for the audit, for anybody that wants it. You know, let's say you get ready to, let's say we're gonna enter in on this school project. That's gonna be a big deal. So you're gonna wanna retain any expenses that you incur just on doing the renovations and getting it up to par before anyone moves in. I'll be able to code things so that we can generate a report just associated to that. So it's just really, it's like keeping up with the times. I think it's going to be a good thing. Like I just feel like it's going to be just a really clean, fresh start.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's more like parent-child relationships
Yes.
as opposed to flat files.
That's correct.
And
And
that'll be up and
I'm like really excited. That's why I'm pushing. Burn the midnight oil. I've been speaking with Rhonda. She's the rep. She's in Dallas, so there's a time variance. So we meet though and get things taken care of on weekends and Mondays and stuff like that. So yeah, we've been cooking. And she actually, I was really excited today because I received already the rough draft of the ledger. She's already cranked out a new ledger. So I was like, he came in my office. I'm like, you're not going to believe what just came through my email. So I was really happy about it. I just wanted to share that with you. It's just something else that I've been working on.
Is that something we might see like in April or May?
I'm hoping, yes, because she just sent me this draft, so now I have to go through it. We'll probably work on it till the end of the month. So I'm hoping for April 1st. I think that's how I'm thinking.
So we'd have that
This
for our
ledger.
next meeting?
Pardon?
We'd have that for our next meeting?
Well, I don't want to promise.
Well, April 1st is your next meeting, so that'd be a tight.
That's April.
Yeah.
I don't want to promise it yet. I want to make sure that everything is, I want to try things out in the sandbox and make sure everything is in place. She's correcting some things that I didn't think were good. TIF, for example, was a big piece. I want TIF to be housed within itself so that if we want to run reports on just TIF, it makes sense. Right now, it's all over the place, and I can't really, it's difficult to give an explanation when someone asks you a question and you can't find everything you need. So this will make Fund 42 is what it'll be. That'll be TIF, and everything will be within that capsule. So if I want to run expense and revenue on TIF, it'll all be there. Even though we know TIF comes out of the main taxation, it still will be a section aside from the general ledger. So I'm
Kind of stand alone by itself, so you can actually see
right.
what's going on.
So it's kind of going to be in there, but it still be separate. So I think it's going to be good.
Chris?
I just have one quick comment before we close the joint workshop. I want to kind of echo what Kayla said. I want to thank Glenn and Brenda for the presentation tonight, and the numbers that we've been given in the last few months are the best numbers I've seen in 3 years. And I think that they deserve some credit for the hard work they put in. It wasn't easy to come up with these numbers with what we had to work with. And I know how hard both of them have worked, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you
Thank you
both.
very much.
Thanks. And we're excited
Good partner.
you saw a little sneak peek of where we're going with it, but once that's ready, me and Kevin will show you what we've got in store for next budget, so.
We know that you've come through a lot, Glenn, like drinking from a fire hose to get to where you are today.
I'm having fun.
It's been a lot, for the time of year that you came in and joined us. And to put this all together, it's very professionally done. And all of us here really appreciate the effort that both of you have put into this. So thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, you ready to conclude the workshop portion of this? Okay, so the workshop is now concluded, and we will recess for a few minutes to allow people to leave, and then we'll just go into a budget meeting, a budget work, budget work.
We'll see.
Any motion or anything, right? It's just a workshop.
We just concluded the work.
Well, you were in a regular meeting, you went into workshop, so workshop's concluding, and now you're going to continue your regular meeting.
Okay, we are now back, the Budget Committee is now back in session, and we are having a discussion over the budget and where we are at this point in time. And I've asked Glenn to please bring up the slides that he presented earlier on the reductions in the budget that he has done and where he has taken cost out of the budget. And I'm interested to know, I'd like to review those slides again to know where we stand, what the actual budget proposal is, and what the reductions that have been taken out of the budget in the percentage-wise. So I have the understanding that when the budget was initially presented, it was an 18% increase over the budget from last year. Is that correct?
That's the way the spreadsheet showed it, correct, yeah.
Okay, and you've taken cost out of the budget, so where does the increase to the budget actually stand now, at what percentage?
You are at, and I'll pull up the others. Sorry, I got so many spreadsheets open. You are at 12%, roughly.
Okay, and that includes?
School and county.
School, thank you.
Of that portion, let me just, so of that 12%, six and a half % of it is being driven by the municipal budget. So your budget's right around 6.5% increase to the levy.
But that will change if the county changes, correct?
The 6.5% is your
Right, but I mean the
municipal.
overall, the 13.
Yep. The 12 will go up and down depending on how the county and school land.
Okay. Oh. So it's 6.5% municipal
Correct.
increase for the town operating budget?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess my thoughts are, of course, I would like to see that lower, but I don't know how you would get there. I don't know.
I mean, there's a little bit of, I mean, it could go either way. So we started at 15% for property casualty. My renewals came in, they're between 6 and 10. So that shaved 5%. It could still come in another, if we renew at 6%, but the warrant article's already been drafted, so you'll just lapse into fund balance, that excess there, right? Workers' comp, I don't have renewal numbers for yet. So we just have the projected 15%. If those come in better, I think at this point in the game, though, any additional savings we find will just lapse into your fund balance because the articles will have shipped probably by April 1st to go to the voters.
Is there a chance that, we were talking about it being a little bit better, which I wouldn't probably count on. Is there any chance it could be a little bit worse?
Well, I have the renewals for property casualty. That's 6 to 10, which is lower than we projected. I don't think our mod rate is going up. We don't have any claims that we've gotten this year. So I can't see your mod rate changing for workers' comp unless someone gets hurt between now and the end of the year.
And the medical, that's already been.
Yeah, medical's already renewed as of
included,
January
already
1,
increased
so
there.
those increases are there.
And then the folks that do the medical claim work for the town, I spoke with him personally, and he said he was going to maintain his same rate. I thought that was very nice. So that contract won't go up at all.
What about the vehicles? You said you were looking at adjusting all the.
So that would shift, so if you go to the lease program.
It would shift dramatically.
Well, it depends. So if you so Nate had 2 budgeted at 90, right? So if we do the full plan, the way it's presented, it's a little under 90. It's like 89 and change. So that just shifts from capital to OpEx. But your capital would drop 90. And then I had asked Nate, we can reduce the capital contribution, but he has to paint. What is he painting? He's not here anymore. He's painting the loader, and I think there's a piece of equipment. I mean, either way, it's deferring something, so you could keep the capital outlay at the budgeted amount. We have some existing reserve in equipment, so you could float that on the lease payment and just keep capital the same and do some more capital, or we could drop it, the amount. It's just shifting from outlay to
If you do the
OpEx.
lease, though, you do have to go back to doing the collision, right?
Yeah, that's what was going to be my point, because your question was about
Really about-
insurance, so like.
Right,
insurance.
adjusting, you
So-
mentioned adjusting the insurance coverage would probably save.
But that would,
Now,
Yeah,
that would
I can drop
adjust it
all
down
the,
because of the age of the
Yeah.
vehicles, but if
Yeah.
you go with newer vehicles, then
Right.
and it's negligible. I was looking at the premiums. A new, like I said, the new Bolt is insured annually at $542, and the old Tahoe with comp and collision, 25 years old, is $520. So it's a $22 difference on that
okay.
one. But the replacement cost too of a Bolt versus a Tahoe is different, and Tahoe is using. It's about getting your total cost per mileage down. And that's where you really start capturing the savings. I mean, anything made prior to 2010 is 30% less fuel efficient than one of those like EcoBoost Ford motors that could turn cylinders off. So you start scaling that across the fleet, and your F-150s that are doing 8 miles to the gallon and the ones that are doing 22, you start to see
Huge
the
savings.
total fleet operational cost come down. And that's sort of getting that total cost per mile down is the goal.
I think that's also negligible, because I got that scam in my truck where it shuts down to 4 cylinders. Like, it's garbage. Like, it's so.
But I mean, if you're running a 2001 on a V8 or a V6, I imagine there's some real differences there from the 4 cylinders.
They're somewhat similar motors. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they are. I mean, the technology is a little bit different, but can I be annoying and ask? I know it's 6.5%. Can I ask what the total dollar amount is for the increase for the municipal?
Total dollar amount. So municipal appropriation last year was $8,381,048. $9,744,657 is your municipal appropriation this year. $1.36 million increase.
0.36.
and at this juncture, I'm also going to add that the budget was severely underfunded last year.
Yeah, I had, so you'll see like my line actually went up from introduction. And I was like telling Brenda, I was like, maybe you should do a little homework on this one, because I'm sure the question will come up, but what I'm landing is administration probably should have been funded at a different level based on the amount of headcount and salary in my budget. Obviously, you paid me more than you paid the previously budgeted manager. So I had Brenda sort of do a little bit of that digging, and where should we have been on admin versus what we actually budgeted?
Can you access it?
Yep.
Pull up because I redid your Glenn one. I posted the revised under your Glenn edition.
Okay. 318, 548. Yep.
And then down below was what the breakout was for.
Do you have that number?
That was the individual one. That's for next year, though. It's not last year.
Right. So that's what we need for admin salaries, 619, 710.
And we had 470.
Right. And like I said, mine's like a 30% shift. But the rest, then that new position was what?
The new one that was supposed to be added in.
That's
I think
the
it was only funded
46.
at like $20,000 or something like that. Not the correct amount.
Yeah, so 46 plus 30 and change.
So you're saying last year we should have been at 619 and not 470 something?
No, so there's
Well-
a $60,000 swing with new requests and what you pay me, so. No, we were just doing that today, so
That's-
you probably should have budgeted around 550,000 for that line
And it was
instead of
budgeted at
470.
470.
It's about 60,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at your expense revenue sheet, you're probably going to spend another 100 out of that salary line by the end of the year.
And if you'll see right now, you're already in a
Yeah.
position where that should be like a June number.
Yeah, so 553 is what you should have budgeted. And if you look at admin salary, you're at 423, you're going to spend another 100. So yeah, if you had budgeted that, you would have probably had a little bit of buffer, like 20,000.
Because last year, it was my recommendation that we do, when the other manager was here, it was my recommendation that we had a breakout of some sort, and I wasn't consulted. So,
Yeah, and I think over the next couple of years, where we'll find some of those efficiencies is, the way people budget in municipalities sometimes is just incremental line item budgeting. I have $100,000, I need 5%, it's gonna go to 105, and then it's gonna go up 5%, and then you have transition, executive leadership changes, and people inherit budgets, but they never actually do a zero-based budget and go, where do I start and what do I need?
Right.
And some of that had to happen this year. You just do incremental line item budgeting sometimes. But I think as we start to zero-base more of it over time, we'll find more efficiencies.
and that's where we came up with the number we have this year.
Yeah.
We went, position by position. So, I feel as though that number is pretty accurate this year for what's needed. I don't think it was done correctly on the prior budget, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's interesting because historically you actually budgeted, it's funny, we needed 553 last year, but the 23-24 budgeted 541. So it's starting to add up when
It
you look
almost,
at it.
it gives the appearance of just like being randomly cut for.
Right.
Yeah, so
So my math is not coming out right. Would you mind giving me the 9 million number again?
Sure. Total municipal, 9744657.
9744 697?
657.
657. Okay, that I wrote down the wrong number.
Sorry, that's my fault.
And I can put that up on the screen too, so you guys can see what I'm seeing.
So let's see here. You have it on the back here.
Oh yeah, it's a double-sided
Yeah, I didn't realize
sheet.
it was double-sided.
Sorry. Saving paper.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Can you read that? Oh, come on. It's like teeny tiny numbers.
I'll zoom in. You'd only need to see expense and revenues.
I already said my comment, but I just don't know how you would cut from this to get down to 6. Definitely not getting down to anywhere near to 5. And I don't know. I hear what the finance director is saying is what we need.
Offsetting the waste for the totes is almost half of his increase. Right there, in waste management.
That's a good point.
And I know it's, all you're doing is moving the cost around, but when you're the person paying the tax bill, it makes a difference.
Sure. Just want to be careful. Just like it's only $1.36 million, using that in air quotes only. It's like every year it's only 1-point-something million. Just every year, it's just an increase. And with the schools and the other projects that we have coming up, I'm just very, very worried that if we don't rein this in a little bit, not saying I have to do it this year, but if we don't start reining these numbers in a little bit, I think that we're gonna be in a little bit of trouble over the next couple of years.
Well, then can we talk about each program? We had the guy do a presentation for the, what is it, RTP? I realize that's small, but that's something to start with. And do we need the full-time janitor? Can we start with a part-time janitor? You know what I mean? We can go and discuss each piece, because then each piece kind of adds up. You know what I mean? On its own, no, that's not a lot of money. But since we're stewards of the taxpayers' money, is that a worthwhile program? Was it Derek that calculated out it was $160 for a ride? We can almost buy people Uber cards.
That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, that's like,
Go Grandparent does that. You can front load Uber and Lyft rides for people. They can call if they don't have a cell phone, if they're a senior, and they'll just charge off what you fund into the Go Grandparent account, and they'll call an Uber for someone who doesn't have a cell phone. You know, and again, that's the other reason I asked about that 5310 money is, you know, my understanding is the grants are going to be open and he can ask for that. And if the priority of the board is not a fixed route service and it's more for microtransit, which he tried, you know, asking RTP to stop putting in for capital grants and say, give me operating so I can run a microtransit, they can do that. There's two streams. Right now, he's asking for buses. He asks for buses in his application. So, I mean, we're a funder town. If you want to continue to be funded, maybe you should apply for grants that we want to see you apply for.
Do you have to have it funded to apply for the grant, or can you apply for the grant with it unfunded?
So, if you want, I can send you the state's transportation plan, which I spent some time with.
I mean, that's...
It's an 80-20 match to get the funding.
Okay.
So you can, for the operating, you can say your salaries are in kind, and that can be your 20% match. So.
Or you could say, gee, we can come up with the 20%. Let's use that.
Right, of that
67. Come out of the Selectmen's Slush Fund till you fund it. And I'm not being completely facetious.
Right.
20 grand or 20% of that is not huge money as compared to paying the whole freight to keep it going. That's an expensive ride.
You know, my issue with RTP is that the 3 years I spent on the comp plan, I kept hearing that people want it, but every year we revisit this thing, and not a single person in the audience came up and said, this is what I want. I keep hearing that people are really into it and they really want it, but there's nobody that's come up and said, I want to use this program again.
I also haven't seen much marketing for it. I know there's flyers that I've seen in my office, but you know, a couple weeks ago, because I was curious, I had done it in Lisbon when, you know, my wife needed the car. You know, I jumped on the Breeze, took it to Brunswick, and then I could take the Breeze from Brunswick to Portland, and I was home in a long trip. But if my trip was originating in Raymond and my wife had the car, could I call RTP and get a ride to Portland? You know, but I couldn't find how to do that. I found the flyer eventually, but I haven't seen much marketing online or, you know, at senior centers or community organizations. Like, so I don't know what the marketing budget like is for them, or what the portion of our contribution gets marketing, or if it's just for operations. But I just don't know how much the word has gotten out, I guess.
I mean, the only thing we really heard from was Debbie, right? When Debbie was speaking.
I agree with that. I think part of the problem is that people really don't know about it. We think we've told them, but we really haven't.
Yeah, and again, Debbie would probably know better where, you know, most of the folks that are probably using this are semi-ambulatory or stop driving. So are there places where folks are congregating, playing cribbage or something, like, hey, you got to go to... Well, the other thing, too, is we can also divert, not to get too off topic, but if you're on main care, state contract, that all goes through Logisticare. So those folks who need rides to dialysis or chemo and they
Right,
have main
those are
care,
covered. There's
those should be
other
covered
programs.
through the Logisticare transportation service. So, but you also, I think, if you go back to my slide, I don't think it was in that slide, you may not have a large portion of the population who's eligible for that. I think you're 7th or something with median income statewide. You're up there, so you may not have a ton of eligible folks for the main care rides.
I just
17th in median income.
I just looked up just for giggles, Uber from the town office to the main mall. For tomorrow at noon, the cheapest is $55.96 to go one way
Well,
on an Uber.
I think the point that Don made was accurate. Like, this is a service. Like, they're not making money on it. And I do like that we're providing, like, we're taking the bulk, and we're saying, like, $3 to get down there is a heck of a deal. And I like that part of it. I want to be able to provide services for our people, but I just don't know if there's enough of them that are out there. So I would say probably for this one, it's like, maybe we do the same thing, which we let them present, and we don't give them the money, but say maybe next year. But I would say that maybe they can do some advertising, and they bring this to us again next year and say, listen, like, we just don't know the appetite of the town. And I think that's a fair statement. We know the appetite of the town, and if you want us to fund it, we need to see people coming out. Because if nobody comes out and it's advertised, and if we don't have an appetite for it, then we need to worry about funding it. So I would say that this year I'm probably leaning towards not funding it.
Not funding which one, or both of them?
Right, because he has 2 requests this year.
He does,
Yeah.
The other part of this is that only people that can get out around can get to them. I mean, it's not like they're gonna come to their house and get them. So, I mean, they've gotta figure out from wherever they're, North Raymond Road to Sunset Variety before
Yeah.
they can even get a ride.
But the minivan will come right to their house.
From
The
RTP?
The microtrans comes right to
Will
your
go to your
house.
house.
Oh, it will, so that one will?
Yes.
That's a
No, it goes to your
13,000,
house.
right?
No,
No, it's just
No,
60,000?
that's the 64,000.
67,000, yeah, whatever it is.
63. The quick ride micro?
Yeah.
Yes.
63.
They will go to your house.
And that's
The
been
13,000 is a fixed stop.
Like Sunset.
Right.
Yeah.
and that
But what
micro-
you can do, and what they said was that you could have them pick you up at the house, have even drop you to get on the ride to Portland, and it costs you $3
For both rides.
for both rides.
Total, right.
That was my question. And then you can go to the mall once you get to Portland.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense that way. It's just a fact that we just gotta know how many people are gonna really use the service.
Well, we maybe should have asked Debbie when she was here, but it's been in service now for a year, or a little less than a year, right? Because we
September it started.
6 months.
September.
The quick ride did?
Probably should have asked for data on
Quick
that,
ride
because
was
if that's a
started
human
6 months
thing.
Run the numbers.
Well, the other thing too is if we're paying for it monthly and we only started it halfway through the year, but we funded it for the full year, could we carry forward the balance and reduce the contribution?
Well, that's a good question.
No,
And maybe use
I
part
don't
of that
know if that's the
contribution.
way that was warrant. I don't believe that's the way the warrant article was written, though.
Yeah.
I don't think
The
it
warrant article let us drop out on any time we wanted to.
Yeah, but what Glenn was saying is like do a carryover. I don't think you can do that with that.
I don't think there's nothing.
Yeah, it's probably be
I
negligible
don't think it
anyway.
was worded that way.
Because it's an operating expense.
Yeah, it wasn't put in that type of a line item.
So
So
who
it would
does
just
the,
fall to fund balance.
who does the marketing fall on? Does it fall on them or does it fall on us?
I imagine it would be on them to market it. But I can reach out to Don.
But I would think.
I mean, we would do that as a
responsibility to
partnership. We
market
have a
it as
partnership.
Well, if we're
Yeah.
gonna be spending money, then we have to market it to our people so they know what we're offering them.
Yeah.
Right, and what is the cost of that?
One point he did make that was kind of relevant is that the 6-month period that it has been operating, it's been like the winter months. It's not even the summertime.
Well, that's when I would think people would use it. Because the people are here visiting, or for the summer, they're already driving to get here.
Yeah,
So I would think during the winter months when That's old people don't want to drive.
No, it's true.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. It's like somebody.
That's when you would have your highest demand.
Yeah, out-of-staters are not going to use it. If they got here by car, then they're probably going to use the car.
Right.
Well, and I don't want to subsidize visitors, so.
Well,
So my thoughts are for the micro, which is the $60,000. We don't have enough data on that, but we already funded it for this year. I would say that's probably where I want to continue. And I made the comment last year. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Like, we didn't want to spend $10,000, but we're going to spend $60,000. Like, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I don't think there's enough data on whether it's working or not right at this moment. I would like to have a full year. So my suggestion would probably be to go ahead and fund that one. But the $10,000 bus stop is probably not being my recommendation until that gets advertised a little better and we see what the appetite of the town is. Because Don said it best. I think it was Don. He said it last. He's like, you might not need it. You might not need it. Like, maybe
You're talking
this
about
makes sense.
13,000?
13,000. Yeah, it was 10,000 last year. It's 13,000 this year. So let's see what the appetite of the town is, but let's not fund it this year. And you can make the argument that, well, you need to fund it to see what your appetite is, but I think that I don't want to bring it back just to cancel it in a year. So my thoughts are just not to fund it this year for the 13,000.
and before it didn't have a lot of ridership either. It was one or two people. And it was very beneficial because the hours, I would say the hours aren't real conducive to anybody using either one of them unless they're retired and just want to get around town or whatever. Because you can't get to work on it, because the time you get to work, most places have already been working for an hour.
And I was thinking Sunset Variety, I know that it's, I was Googling it to make sure I knew the right place. Are there many, like, complexes near there? I mean, I would think that she mentioned that a lot of people are giving up their cars. That's a long walk for people to have to go and pick up that one bus stop. And I know he mentioned that maybe there'd be something else on 302, but I would think it would be somewhere closer to where I would think people might.
Probably the best spot for it.
Right.
I mean, logistically, it's like, you're right. I mean, you put it by Good Life, but now you're increasing traffic there. Like, it makes sense for there because there's that big empty lot. And,
Where?
Just if you put it by Sunset, it's like, yeah, well, there's one thing there.
What's that now?
Other than that, I think it's probably the best spot.
I just think that there'd be more ridership if it was somewhere closer to places, people that don't.
The dollar store.
He's saying it wouldn't work.
Yeah, the dollar store.
He said it wouldn't work.
No.
That area is very high traffic. Trying to get out of there, and it'll be, just any time.
So just in my own head here, so if we don't fund the 13,000, doesn't that kind of kill half of the 63,000? Because they're using that to get to the ride to Portland. So this 63,000 gonna take them all the way to Portland?
No, $63,000 is only basically going to get them around town. It's an in-town
Right,
thing.
so I mean, if we take that 13,000 away, someone wants to go to Portland, now they can only go around town. They can't get to Portland or South Portland or whatever.
Right.
So I mean, I think that's a small dollar figure if somebody's actually gonna use that to go somewhere.
That was.
I agree with that.
We understand. We're not sure if there's a better need for people to get around town, or is there more of a need for somebody to get to Portland? And we don't have enough data on either one right now.
But I mean, we're pot committed at 63 now. I mean, if we don't put that 10 more in, it's not gonna get any good numbers because a lot of people they're not gonna use it because they wanna go to Wyndham or they wanna go to Portland, they wanna go to South Portland. They got a doctor's appointment.
I thought the microtransit took them to Wyndham.
So we'll take them to Wyndham so they can
Yes.
grab a bus in Wyndham.
Yes.
Oh, then that's a no-brainer then, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That would be the data right there. How many people are using the micro to go to Wyndham because there's not a stop now?
Right.
If they're just using for in-town stuff and we're not going to Wyndham specifically, you can go to Wyndham, that would be the way the data is. If you're going to Wyndham because you're getting groceries, that's one thing. If you're going to Wyndham because you have to go to Portland, then there's your data for the appetite.
You ought to be able to give us that information.
Right.
Offers ridership. How many people are continuing on?
I mean, I could lease a Corolla, insure it, and hire a part-timer for 1,000 hours and spend only $27,000.
We can't get part-time help. We've already heard that. Oh, wait a minute. It's between 9 and 4.
Well, I used to administer a program like this, and my employees were mostly volunteer and retired folks who were firefighters, nurses, and just they liked driving their neighbors around.
Right.
You get a volunteer dispatcher, answers the phone 2 times a week. You got to call ahead of time. You can do it. If you wanted to keep doing the service, but I think it would be hyper local. It would be, it would be part time. It wouldn't be 5 days a week, but you could do it cheaper than 63.
The only thing is ADA compatible.
So you don't have to be an ADA service unless you're getting those federal funds.
Oh.
So you could do semi-ambulatory. Folks who needed, who are non-ambulatory, would have to utilize what do they call it? NEMT service, a non-emergency medical transportation. But
I think that's what somebody was looking into, is like, how much is it to buy a vehicle and then do the service ourselves? And then I think Don said, I think it would have cost us more to do it with a proper vehicle.
If you do a CDL passenger endorsed ADA accessible vehicle, who's trained how to strap down a wheelchair and all that stuff. But if you just wanted to run a supplemental sedan with part-timers and volunteers, there's some service. You could do it for 1/4 of the price.
You use the Bolt the town already owns. You don't need, by the passenger load, you don't need a bus or even a van.
Right.
By what they're showing for numbers. I say, I'd like to know a lot more about what the usage really is.
Well, I'm sure you could actually ask for that report too, because so they use the same software that I used to use. So I've run those reports before, and I talked to GP Cog, I talked to GP Metro. He can run those reports based on ambulatory, non-ambulatory, semi-ambulatory. He can do unduplicated, which means, is that ridership counting back and forth for one person, or is that counting one person's round trip?
Right.
And that was a question I had asked in an email. Can you show unduplicated ridership, which is individuals?
One way.
Right.
Yeah. But so I don't know what that report is, if that's duplicated ridership or.
Yeah, I looked at it as one-way ridership when I looked at his numbers, but that's just the way I looked at it.
Did he say he was going to run some reports for us and get back to us?
I can follow up, but like I said, I'd be more curious to see what's unduplicated and what's the mobility type.
I think we're interested in having the report.
Mobility type would be helpful too, because then the fire department can be aware of who has wheelchairs, and if they need to do an extrication, we could have an informal list of who might need help.
And that $63,000, is that built into what we have in this budget?
Yeah, I have his request changed from introduction, so I think it actually went down a little bit, but we had 75 budgeted initially for the service.
So both services are budgeted in here?
No, I think he's actually less than we had planned.
Yeah, I think originally
So he was at, what,
67.
I think he was at 73 or something.
And originally, we put 75 in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that can
So that
come
would,
down.
that's actually budgeted to cover both these right now, less a
Yeah,
couple
because he's
thousand.
got the discount, just for the first year. Yeah, he included a discount rate.
Yeah, he must have changed it since introduction, so it came down a tiny bit.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm for the quick ride. I'd like to hold off on the Lakes Region Explorer.
Would the committee like to make a recommendation to the select board on which way to go with this? Are we ready to do
tonight.
that, or
I'd like to have more information.
more information?
Well, so just process-wise, so you're all aware,
We got till next week.
yeah, they're going to have draft articles for Tuesday, and I think.
But they can still change them on Tuesday, right?
Correct. So I would, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how the process works since I'm new.
That's what I thought, that Tuesday was, here's our presentation, and then we make our recommendations off their final presentation.
Yeah, because you'll meet again on the 1st and make like, I guess you would go through, and you can refresh me on this process because it's new to me. Once they have the draft articles, you'll have them, then you'll take them at your next meeting and make recommendations?
You're right.
No, on April 1st, we actually vote on the recommendations.
Right, so they'll be
So-
finalizing the draft on Tuesday.
So at that point, we can't change them?
Exactly. We have to vote as the warrants are presented on April 1st.
So this is the only opportunity?
This is the only opportunity between now and next Tuesday.
Unless we have another meeting in between.
Yeah, or maybe designate a representative to go to the meeting, and if you have like recommendations to make at that meeting, then we can.
We should designate somebody to make recommendations.
Well, that doesn't give us any time if you're asking this gentleman to give you more figures. How are we going to have time then to go over different figures for any of these discussions?
Honestly, the time has passed, I think, for...
It has to-
Could I make comment?
Okay.
It's an agenda item, I guess.
Yep, go ahead.
But as Peter was talking, my point was that his job was to convince us now, and I think that the time has passed.
This may be helpful just to get a little history because I have a little history with this, as you know. From the comprehensive plan perspective, what generally we heard was, and what was in our last 2004 comprehensive plan, is we did have the bus, and it did stop in Raymond. And that was something that actually was helpful as far as getting a plan, 2004 plan, approved by the state, because we actually did have a form of transportation that individuals could use, period. The history was that at some point, a select board in particular, one individual in that select board felt that we should not be paying $10,000. We shouldn't be paying what every other town from Naples to Portland was paying. This individual felt and basically mounted a campaign to say, no, we're not going to pay $10,000 like everyone else. We're going to pay $4,000 or $5,000, and they'll just take it. And so RTP did take it for a while. Then supposedly RTP got some pushback from the other communities saying, how come Raymond isn't paying their share? We're all paying it. And so then they just withdrew. So we had no service whatsoever. But I just say that from the comprehensive plan perspective, what we were looking for was to reinstate the bus stop, because that then at least presented the state with the fact that the town was trying to provide some transportation other than private transportation. Then what happened is, I think the comment was made by Sean that, we went from, we won't pay $10,000 to be on the bus route, but we'll pay $67,500 for the van. At that point, I can recall speaking to the select board and saying, well, do we have any room to negotiate here? Such that maybe what we can do is for that $67,500, we not only get the mini service, but we also get the bus service, the bus stop back as well. And that fell on deaf ears, and that there was no negotiation on the part of that select board, and nothing happened. So I guess my concern is this, and there's a number of ways to cut it, as Glenn was saying, as far as what can be provided. I do believe the onus of the responsibility of selling this is on the RTP. Last year, when they sold it, when he's recently become the manager of RTP. I was dealing with another fella before Mr. Libby, who retired. And at that time, what he was telling me and was telling the select board is, we want to use Raymond as the model, because Wyndham is the only other town that's picked this up, and they're basically doing it on a provisional or a pilot basis. And what we'd like to do is get other communities along the 302, so we'd like to use you as kind of our promotional for the other entities along 302. But once again, we never saw any other promotion. I have not seen any other communities join. Primarily, I would guess one of the solutions would be reinstate the bus. And if someone needs to get to Portland, what they do is they get an Uber to for $10 or $12 to drive to the bus stop, and then it's $3 to take the bus into Portland. And so that's a fairly economical way, rather than right now with the numbers. If the ridership at the end of the year was 1,000 riders, and he reported, Mr. Libby, 348 rides for 5 months, that works out to $67.50 of the town of Raymond subsidy for each ride. And I did hear some suggestion here, and Mr. Libby could think out of the box and say, well, why don't I do this? Why don't we up the charge from $3 to $6, charge a little bit more to ride into Portland from Raymond, and reduce the amount of money that we're charging the municipalities. So that's kind of the background. It went from, we had the bus stop, the ridership was low, I agree with that. I think if you were looking for numbers, one of the interesting numbers that Glenn was kind of suggesting is this. Of these 348 rides, individual rides in 5 months, how many were the same individual? How many citizens are we really serving? And believe me, I would be the first one to say we need to provide something for our senior citizens, especially as far as transportation. Prior to this, as one selectman made her case on going to this $67,500 price tag, was it was being done by the coordinator for volunteers. And they were upset that she was using her own car, wasn't getting any money for doing it. And, what would happen if there was a car accident and that stuff? And so that was one of the impetus for going forward with establishing this service through RTP. And also, I think it's a no-brainer. I think everyone in this room would realize going out and getting an accessible van, hiring someone with a license to drive it, and making that available Monday through Friday in this town, we couldn't do it as cheap as RTP. So that was also out. So I guess what I'd just say is my recommendation would be go back to, it's now 13,000. When we first started doing it, it was 7,000. But like everything else, it goes up. Pay the $13,000, reestablish the bus stop in Raymond, and advertise it. Get it out to the community that this is a potential. And like I say, it's just take the Uber. Thank you.
From a comprehensive plan, though, the quick ride is covering, not, I don't want to say covering it, but we do provide a service, so this is satisfactory. The quick ride is somewhat satisfactory to our comp plan that we initiated. Would you agree?
I would tell you this, that this was up, from my perspective on the comp plan, this was way above and beyond what I heard people asking for. What I heard in the comp plan, Sean, was basically, we want the bus stop back. That's what I was hearing.
So that would satisfy the comp plan, is the bus stop.
The other interesting piece of that is, I don't know when the last census kicked you into that urbanized zone, but it did. So it means you have access to urban funds. One of the things that I asked Don at that meeting, and I've reached out to GPCOG, I've reached out to DOT, and I can't really get a straight answer on, if you have a fixed route stop in your town and you're in the urbanized zone, that funding stream now becomes available within 3/4 of a mile of that bus stop for them to send a bus and that's what I had asked them for that 80-20 match. If you bring the fixed route stop back, would you apply for this grant and offset microtransit to supplement the service, because that's what it's there for. So there's potential in bringing the stop back if the DOT and RTP and GPCOG were willing to prioritize that sort of funding to Raymond. It gives you access to that funding stream.
And would you not expect that the manager of RTP would come to this meeting armed with that information?
And I've asked, so that it's not a shot at him. I have not gotten a straight answer from DOT on it. I've not gotten a straight answer from really anybody, even when I worked with Western Maine Transit.
Selling the service.
Well, and so there's a state plan that you can read, and it names the provider agencies, but it also reads that if the state and county aren't providing, then these named agencies are. So the region is covered by these named agencies. If the named agency isn't providing the service or accessing those funds, it can then fall to the municipality to be eligible to apply for those grants. So we have to start with the named agency, which is RTP, GP Metro. But if they, in theory, if they're turning that money down and there's a service gap, we should be able to access it ourselves. But that's where no one will give me an answer. So I know right now in the DOT approved TIP, the money's going to the city of Portland for 5310, and no one has asked for operating in the western region. So if we can exert some pressure on RTP from the surrounding communities and say, look, stop asking for bus replacements and ask for vans, ask for operating through the grant, and we'll kick in the match. You know, maybe that's a vehicle we can use. But you know, it's there, and I just don't know why we can't access it. And like I said, I haven't gotten a good answer as to why. And when I asked DOT when I was at Lisbon for the same thing, because we got kicked in the urban zone, and I said, well, Western Maine said they're getting rural funds, they're not getting urban funds, so does that mean Lewiston has to pick us up because they're getting it? Because it's supposed to cover the region. And they're like, we don't know, everybody's new here. And I still never got an answer. So that funding is there for the folks in the urbanized zone, and we should be able to access it if they're not using it. But bringing the fixed route stop back is a start to starting to access those funds.
So we've already paid, or we're paying the 63,000 already for this year we're in now, right? So that's already done. So the only thing that we're really working about is the 13,000 to bring the bus back, correct?
So he reduced the microtransit.
Right.
He's bringing the stop back, and I think it actually comes in a little less.
Comes in a couple thousand less than what we've budgeted. And then I think that's a no-brainer, and we'll do that and get more data onto it. So if we want to know if we want to follow up to getting that and getting the advertisement out there to see if it's working. Because I mean, we're already committed to 63,000 that we can't get back. So now.
Well, you can walk away at any time according to the warrant article. So you can.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He said it was cancelable at any time.
I don't know if you can see my hand or whatnot, but this is Derek. We did this in the.
Your graphics still
we
up.
let this thing go and said that we would do that per month, so that once we got a good handle on ridership and things like that, we could cancel at any time. So that is an option. You don't need to go through with it any further than we already have. It can be canceled and picked up. It's not like you have to have one service to have the other. You can cancel one and pick the other one up. That's one thing. But the other thing, Sunset has changed ownership, so that parking lot is a little up in the air. There are two different people that own it now, and I don't know if you can leave cars there like you used to be able to do. So that would be something you have to check into before we basically clarify where the bus is.
To be honest, that's a fair statement. If we can't be parking cars there, or if they don't want it there, then we can't put the bus stop there. So that's what I'm thinking is not to fund it this year and then let's get the information that we need for next year and have a proper advertising of it. So we just say 10,000, you know, if we $13,000. I think that's a very good point. If we can't use the parking lot, or we can't put the stop there, we just funded something that we can't use.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing too is, and my understanding from talking to GP Cog is, those grants are opening now, at the end of April. I mean, we could ask RTP, put in an application now for the operating piece, and if you don't, we're going to cancel the contract now.
That's
the
a very good idea.
$63,000 one.
Right.
Fair.
That's a good idea. I mean, and there's other alternatives. If there isn't parking at Sunset, there are other parking areas around this town that we could use, I'm sure.
It would have to be on 302 though.
We got Tony's Food Land up there where that used to be. It's Family Dollar. I mean, you get that whole stretch there.
Right.
I think Gagnon owns that, right?
Not anymore.
No, he sold it.
Well, it seems like there are other parking
Yeah.
alternatives to Sunset Variety.
Yeah, because the one thing I did glean from doing that research, when I would get those grants in New Jersey, it would typically take 6 years before delivery. But my understanding of how Maine DOT sort of handles it is they dish the money to the MPO, they put it in the tip, and if I don't, there really isn't a formal application. The MPO can just say, yeah, RTP, we're going to award you the next round, and you don't have to wait maybe as long. So I mean, if you could sneak in, maybe we could sneak in an ask to say, get the application in this year, and if it doesn't go in, it's not getting funded.
I like that idea. Do we want to put a motion to recommend to the select board to follow what Glenn suggested?
Can we make that motion for our time here, Glenn?
Maybe not to overcomplicate it. Maybe just make the motion based on the appropriation, like what you want to see or not see, and I can sort of convey because they can cancel the contract at any time anyway. This would just be more for FY27, and just, you know, maybe the recommendation is, and just maybe to appropriate at whatever level you guys think is appropriate for 27, and then we can work on the 26 stuff sort of separately, like as a, I don't know, I just don't want to overcomplicate the order, if you know what I mean.
I know.
Do you have a good grasp on what we're?
Yeah, I think
just
we're on
bring that.
agreement, which is
Can you
like,
just bring that
we
forward?
have an opportunity between now and the end of the year to get some grant funding, and if we don't see an effort, like, we're not really interested in. And the other thing too is there are other services out there who are interested.
Right. Like their GP cog, right?
Yes.
So, I'm just trying.
Or GP Metro, I'm sorry. They're more expensive though, but they are interested.
I'm just trying to figure out a vehicle to get the message to the select board of how
I think they've already
I would
heard
like
it.
to see. I know, but I'd like to have it a little bit more formal than just.
Yeah, it's getting late. I'm trying to think of a way
I know.
to simplify the recommendation.
So there's two pieces. Are you saying both pieces you would continue?
I think the fixed route is helpful because it gets you access to those other funds if you wanted to expand microtransit further down the road. I think part of that funding formula is predicated on being within a certain distance of a stop. So if you're gonna, but to Derek's point, I mean, it's a policy decision, like what's important to you as a board, you know, what type of service do you want to provide? You know, I can't really speak for the community in that sense.
Okay, it sounds like we have some time before the implementation for 27. So what you had suggested is that we try to get that information and go for the fixed stop. But if,
So are you saying just the 13,000?
for 27,
That's what I'm saying. There's kind of two pieces. Are you
Right.
saying one, both, either or? Which one are you talking
I
about?
think it's so hard because like you said, we don't know if maybe that's two people who
I
are
know.
just going to the Wyndham stop to pick up the bus.
Yeah, so it
Or
sounds like we
that's the
want
hard thing.
We want unduplicated ridership.
I guess I'm just not impressed with the program at all.
Mobility type.
Because he came to present and I have zero information. You're asking us to make a decision on zero information. Those numbers really don't mean anything. Is that one person?
I know, I agree.
Is that one ride? Is that a round trip? I have no idea what to do with that number. So how do I decide? Who does the marketing? Do they do the marketing? Does our town do the marketing?
I think it's a partnership. I mean, if they put the material together because they know their program, I would disseminate it and get it out where it needs to go. But
I don't believe they did any last year. We put it in the Roadrunner.
because I don't know
Isn't
their
that what
phone
happened? The
number, I
town
don't know
put it in
what
the
their window
Roadrunner?
open. You know,
Yeah,
they
the
would
town
have to
put
put
it
all
in
that
the
together for us.
Right.
And that's all it was. It wasn't anything more than that.
It was in the
That
paper?
One of the weeks that the Roadrunner didn't go out.
Right.
Is there a way you could put into that grant money for doing the?
Only if a named agency in the state plan doesn't go for it, we're then next in line. And that was my question. Well, I think I'm next in line. No one's going for it. And they're like, we'll have to get back to you. So, no, I never got an answer from DOT. Question is still unanswered.
I'm just asking, could we get some money also to help to do the publicity on it?
Yeah, I mean, operating's operating. You know, it's whatever your operating budget is.
All right. Yes, if you're gonna do it, then somebody needs to make concerted effort to let people know it's available and how they would access it and what it can do for them.
Right.
I mean, that whole idea that you can go from your house, pick up a bus, go to Portland, get a transfer, go to the mall, go wherever you need to go for $3 to $6 has to be a good idea to someone, especially if you're going into Portland, you're paying for parking.
Yeah.
Because the parking in Portland can cost you $35, $40, $45 for half a day.
$3 won't even buy you a gallon of gas today, so
No.
you can't drive there.
Right. All right, so
I don't think my
what is,
solar panels go through the...
so we still don't have an answer on what the recommendation is. I don't know if we're in a position to make a recommendation at this point.
Maybe just recommend that the select board consider, you know, reducing the appropriation for the RTP service, you know, pending either more information or, you know, that they're committed to finding alternative funding streams to supplement the service. I don't know. Just trying to think of a simple way to say.
That sounds
Yeah.
reasonable.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. I think would be.
I'm not sure if I want to ask this question or not. All the work that's been done from the previous committees on the comprehensive plan, is not having that going to affect that?
No, basically the discussion about establishing transportation was a goal.
Peter, we can't hear you.
Yeah, establishing transport within the town is listed under the goals. So it's not a commitment. It's other than that we would explore it.
We won't lose any funds or
No.
any,
No.
anything's up.
Right. Okay. Any other topics of discussion or questions or concerns? Okay. Ready to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I won't. I was going to say, do you want to formalize that recommendation about the toters as a portion of fund balance as a?
Yeah. So how do I do that?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess I could just bring that information back to the select board. And
My recommendation, you just reduce that request for next year by whatever the number was.
Was he saying 100,000?
I thought he
Part of
said
that
it was
budget amount?
119,000, something like that. I didn't write it down.
So with the savings from the dumpsters, you've got roughly 15 plus the 90 he was budgeting to rent. So you're, yeah. So then there's a portion of the TIF that might be in the footprint, and I think the unspent TIF balance is 86. I don't know how much you can get out of that, but you got to come up with 408 total to buy them. And
So but you don't do that till next year, right?
you can choose when to implement, and then
Well, that way you don't have to raise the money this year.
you don't have to.
Because you're not gonna be able to implement it for over a year. So there's no reason to have 8,000 of these things, and they only go 75 to a 75-foot trailer. It's in the,
He can choose when he wants to do July 1.
oh, that's the recommendation, that you take the cost of the totes out of the budget for this year. And know that you've got to do it next year, but that would reduce your overall by 100 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 100 grand.
115, and then bite the bullet next year.
I agree.
Do you have to vote on the recommendation, or?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So would you like to pose that as a motion?
I will make a motion that the solid waste line be reduced by the cost of the totes on the new, for the new contract that's already been signed, because that change won't happen for a year. So that puts $100,000, roughly $100,000 off what needs to be raised this year. That'll have to be raised the following year.
Okay, how about if we do the motion that we recommend that not fund $100,000 towards the totes for this year?
That's the easiest. Yeah, in the waste management line, that's the easiest way to put it.
Question though, so it's 408 for the totes.
Before we have any discussion, we need to have a second, and then we'll have the discussion. So is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, now there's discussion.
Okay, that number, the $100,000, that's accurate, right? Because it's $408,000 for the totes.
So he didn't budget to buy them this year. We built the budget on leasing. So the 90 is earmarked for the lease of the totes. So, and the 15's coming from the dumpsters that he was able to negotiate cheaper. So you can reduce roughly 115 from this year's budget, but you would have to purchase the totes in the coming year.
Okay.
Following.
So we would just,
Yeah, that's all. Just reduce the cost of the totes on them.
Because I want to purchase them, I don't
Okay,
want to
just
lease them.
Well, I want to purchase them, but you don't have to purchase them this year because you
I
can't
understand.
use them.
What Glenn was saying was the $81,000 was to lease.
Right, it was built on
Built to lease.
the lease.
So we just take, as you said, take it all out this year and then buy it.
And I was impressed that Toto, or whatever the outfit is, will, number one, it's a 10-year warranty on them, and number two, that they will come place them, and that takes a big load off. You know, we might have to hire another 5 people for the town just to put them together and distribute them otherwise.
Yeah, it'd be a be a whole ordeal itself. We can get volunteers maybe.
Have it on voting day. Make a party out of it.
Okay.
Good.
Build your own tote day.
Yes.
Okay, so
It's the
Okay, is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, any opposed? None opposed, so the motion carries. All right. Any further discussion or questions? No? All right, are we ready to adjourn for the evening?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
second it.
All right, all those in favor? All right, we are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to a select board meeting. It is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. The purpose for today will be a warrant article review. I'm going to call the meeting to order with a roll call. Sam? I'll make note that Sam is on Zoom. Chris?
I'm here.
Thank you. Derek?
Yep.
And I am here. We're going to start with new business, and that's consideration of a warrant article for the acceptance of Tarklin Hill Road and Shady Lane as a public road. Nathan? Oh,
Or Nathan or Jay, do you want to just give a little background on this?
I think Dave was kind of, he was.
Oh, sure.
We can kind of follow up.
Yeah, I'd like to give you a copy of the petitions for your approval. Separately for Shady Lane and Tarkin Hill Road. I guess that's the other one.
thank you.
I'll take those for the record. Thanks.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is David Fawcett. I'm the developer of Tarkin Hill Estates through Enchanted Homes, LLC, and a current president of the Tarkin Hill Estates Lot Owners Association. I live in Standish, Via Properties in Raymond. I'm here to respectfully request your support in accepting the privately maintained section of Tarkin Hill Road, approximately 5,600 feet long, from the intersection with Shady Lane to the end into the town's public road system. The road serves the Tarkin Hill Estates subdivision approved by the Planning Board and MDEP in 2004 and has provided reliable access for residents ever since. From the outset, this road was constructed privately by Enchanted Homes, LLC, at no cost to the town or residents, in full alignment with the original 2004 subdivision approval. The project was designed, approved, and built with the clear objective it would ultimately become a town-maintained road. It's been maintained privately since then, roughly 21 years, with no cost to the town, through member dues paid to the Tarkin Hill Estates Lot Owners Association. Tarkin Hill Estates stands as one of Raymond's premier subdivisions, offering elevated sites, exceptional water and mountain views, make it a true asset to the community. Quality shines through every step. I'm not trying to sell you. From thoughtful planning, careful construction to consistent private maintenance over 2 decades. The road is performed reliably with no major issues, serving 18 built-out and occupied lots in Tarkin Hill Estates, plus 5 abutting homes from the older Tarkin Hill subdivision approved in 1973 on that same section of road. So there's a total of 23 households depending on it for primary access. Private maintenance was undertaken to honor the subdivision's intent and ensured safe, consistent access for the families who live there. I greatly appreciate the guidance and support from our code enforcement officer and road commissioner who have reviewed the road's history and current condition and both endorse acceptance. To confirm it meets town standards and complete the original developer obligations, I invested nearly $100,000 in the final top course of asphalt completed by Allstate Asphalt last year. This upgrade has brought the road to excellent condition, well drained, smooth, and ready for public acceptance, with proven durability over 2 decades. The residents strongly support this transition. I've enclosed a petition with signatures from the affected households, along with letters of endorsement. Acceptance would promote equity for the community and town after 21 years of private funding at no town expense. It ensures consistent municipal services for an established residential area, aligning with the public interest and the original subdivision vision. This step completes a commitment to reliable, long-term access without ongoing private burden, allowing Tarkin Hill Estates to fully integrate as a valued part of Raymond's public infrastructure. Chair and board members, thank you for your time and consideration. This request is about fulfilling the subdivision's original intent while providing mutual benefits through reliable public maintenance. I respectfully ask that you approve placing a warrant article on the next town meeting ballot for voter approval of this road section as a public town way. I'm happy to answer any questions and provide additional information.
Board members, do any of you have a question for David? I'm not seeing any. Did you have anything, I think, Jason, to add, or?
No, I mean, the road is in great shape. It's nice and wide. We don't really have, our process for accepting a town road is asking the developers to build it to the standards that they're asked to, and then bring it to the town to vote. So I think it makes sense at this point to let the town decide whether they want to accept the road or not.
I have a clarification question, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So Tarkland Hill Road from 85 to Shady Lane is already a public road?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
when you go right and left. The right, like, is a dead end.
That
It's the
portion is
and then the
already-
left goes all the way up.
The last page of your petition
Shows
has-
the highlighted. I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure I was getting that
That's
correctly.
the actual section of road that will be
So this would also
requesting.
be, they didn't highlight it, but this is the dead end, but this also, no, then that is this one. You understand? This one comes up, and then this is this goes up to the top of
Right.
the hill, and this takes a right. That's way better. So,
Yes.
this is already town, but it would be this and this and that.
I have a question, actually, I think for Nathan.
Sure.
So, based on your recommendation, what happens if the developer doesn't cut back the right-of-way and address the shoulder work, but we've already accepted this as a town road?
I think we should put language in there when we get ready to do this, that if that process is not completed, then we don't accept it till that is done. The only thing left is to mow the shoulders and clean it up a little bit, and it's a pretty clear, easy process. But I
Okay.
would put language in there that just, we don't do it until that's done.
Okay, so you would want us to consider adding language to the warrant that specifies that out completely?
Yes.
Okay.
When is that supposed to be done?
What's that?
Do you know when that is supposed to be done?
I had just, when I looked at the road, did the inspections on the road, that was the only thing that I saw that needed to be done. The shoulders needed to be mowed back, the brush is approaching the road pretty good. The shoulders, they put an 1.5-inch overlay on the road. And by our ordinance, it says it's supposed to have gravel backed up. And people have manicured their lawn right to the edge of the pavement. I would, if it was a town road now, we'd leave it. So the spots that I would like some gravel put in, but it's minimal. Shady Lane is done, all done.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public?
Can I just clarify also? So the current warrant article
Can't hear you on Sim.
says, shall the town of Raymond accept Hill Road and Shady Lane as town roads conditioned upon confirmation that these roads meet town standards?
That would probably be, yeah.
That's probably fine.
Yeah, that's fine, I would think.
Yeah, public comment?
Actually, I have more to talk about Shady Lane.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Shady Lane was part of the old Tarkin Hill Estates subdivision approved in 1973. My father had opened it up. My father was the developer of the old Tarkin Hill Estate subdivision, that lower subdivision on Tarkin Hill Road. He had just opened it up after the town accepted Tarkin Hill Road up to the intersection. He had a heart attack and passed away. He was unable to fulfill his obligations. My mother, in turn, maintained Shady Lane Road, plowing, sanding, etc. For the next, see, that was in 86, approximately 20 years out of her own pocket. She did try to get it approved by the town, but she lacked the wherewithal and skill sets needed to accomplish that. I took over paying for the road after she ran out of money and in 2006, and I've been maintaining it out of my pocket ever since. That section of road is about 700 feet long, part of the old subdivision. It's built to town road standards, 20 feet wide, etc. The intent, when approved, was to make it into a town road eventually once it was built out. In the past 3 or 4 years, I've invested approximately $60,000 to tear up the old road that was approaching 40 years old. It was cracked up. It was not, there's no way of saving it. And put down new base course, well, substrates, base course, and the finished course of asphalt. Added ditching, crushed rock dams, cut the trees back, all included in that $60,000 expenditures. I'm getting old. I won't be around to pay for the maintenance of that road forever. My father, my mother, never intended to leave this as a mess. I'd like to get it resolved, and that 700-foot section of road only services 4 residents. It would be a hardship, I think, for them to have to create a road association just to maintain it. Shady Lane's over 40 years old. Actually, it's 53 years old if you look at the original subdivision approval before ground was broken. I would genuinely like to get this accepted by the town as a town-maintained road, and that will tie up a long-term loose end.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on Shady Lane?
Yes, actually.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
there's an echo. Can you hear me okay? Is this appropriate?
Yes. Just can't see
Okay,
you.
because the echo is pretty. Okay, I turned on the video. I don't know why it's not. It says stop video, which means the video is on from my end.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is, I just want to clarify to. Okay, perfect. I'm in Florida, so I'm honestly super thankful. It sounds like you're speaking from Standish. You're a Standish resident?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I feel guilty. I'm like, I own land in Raymond, but I'm not up there. I'm reporting from Florida, but I do have quite a few questions.
Can you tell us your name and
Taylor
your
Winslow, sorry.
and your address in Raymond?
27 Baxter Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the development of the subdivision was privately funded?
Yes.
When you first established Tarquin Lane, was that a publicly maintained road, or was there a process just like this to get public funding to maintain that road?
Are you talking about the original Tarkin Hill Estates subdivision?
Yeah, that big road that they said is already publicly maintained, so this is kind of like just a little strip to be added to that.
Yes.
Not to be too brief.
That's the old
that's just my
subdivision
takeaway.
approved in 1973.
Beautiful. When that development was created, how was that road to be maintained?
Initially, my father maintained it because he was a contractor and he had created the subdivision in order to have an inventory of lots so that he could build homes
Right.
on them. So it was a
So
private.
as someone who, go ahead.
It was a
Sorry.
private subdivision. All parts of that original Tarkin Hill subdivision was private. And
Thank you.
same process we use today.
Okay. My question, as someone who lives in Florida and obviously has witnessed what developments can do, it's typically a profit-oriented, right? When you create a development and a subdivision, you profit. So being able to maintain your roads, you're earning money while you do that. So it makes sense to me. I'm just going to be honest, and it feels like as a developer, you know, we all know Raymond, right? It's very rural. There's not as many subdivisions, not as much development. It's a little bit more living with the earth, living with nature. With that comes into play taking care of your own. So I love to know that your father, when he created the development, assumed the burden himself, and then it sounds like advocated that the public take over maintaining the road.
The general consensus from most towns is to build out your subdivision by 80%, roughly 80% or more, meaning houses. So all the big equipment building those houses have damaged or scarred up the base course of asphalt, and then
You ain't got to tell me that.
and then the finished course of asphalt can be applied. It looks like brand new and it's ready for the town to accept.
It just, to be perfectly honest, and I know I'm probably sticking out like a sore thumb with this opinion, it's this really fine line for me as someone who goes between Florida and Maine, and I recognize the pitfalls of development and profit-oriented thinking. I get nervous if we burden locals with an expectation that we're gonna pick up, like, what you're essentially discussing is labor. Maintaining a road is labor. That's time, that's effort. You're gonna have to pay men to do that, and it's gonna come out of the pocket of the public. Meanwhile, we're discussing a private subdivision development. So, and I don't mean to be too intense with this. I think it's the Floridian in me that's watched so much beautiful nature just get turned into cul-de-sacs. I get nervous that if we put the burden on the public, when really, if you're a businessman and you're developing and you're creating a subdivision, wouldn't you allocate a budget to sustain it, as opposed to expect the town to pick up that slack?
The town has made the option available at the time of subdivision approval. The roads could have been smaller, could have been less infrastructure if it were to remain private. Instead, as the developer, I wanted a nice country road. There's a 50-acre open space attached to the subdivision with trails, nature trails, vernal pools. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful
I believe
views.
that, and no part of Raymond isn't.
Taylor?
I know that.
Can I ask that you let him answer your question, please?
And so it's essentially the decision of the developer at the time of preliminary approval to decide whether they, in the end, they intend to make it a town subdivision, town maintained road in the subdivision, or whether that subdivision
Which is the
will
difference that costs.
remain private to eternity, or until somebody upgrades it to town road standards. So essentially the developer chooses one or the other with the assumption the town will someday accept it, or at least it will be acceptable by the town if built to those standards.
So we're all okay with the developer coming
Taylor,
in.
I've given you approximately 4 minutes, and there are other people waiting to speak. I'm going
So are
to.
you dismissing my concerns as invalid because you can't keep up? I'm confused, Caleb.
Nope, I'm not dismissing your
Currently,
concerns.
there's-
I've allowed you to speak.
Currently,
And-
there's probably $18 to $20 million worth of real estate in the
That's what I'm
section
talking
of
about. Where are your
Tarpon Hill.
profit margins at?
They are paying
Because
private
with the
to,
special development, we should be getting to the meat of this discussion, which is what is the rate earned?
they are
Taylor,
paying huge taxes as
Profiting off
well
of
as
a town-
association
okay,
fees.
Taylor.
David, that's okay. Taylor, I would like to just stay on topic, and I think you're moving a little bit further away from what we're discussing.
The topic is, you're
Taylor,
requesting
you've had your
public funding
time.
for private-
You've had your time. Thank you very much for your comment. Jeff, you've been waiting to speak. Go ahead.
Oh, we're on the next subject, yeah. I'll take it.
I'm just going to put that there real quick. My name is Jeff Grigsby. I'm at 27 Tarkhill Hill. So I'm one of the 5 homes that's sort of in the middle between Shady Lane and the newer development, which is that red area right there. That is a fairly steep incline. So my concern is I've been paying taxes. I'm not part of the new development. When I purchased, we haven't been paying any dues. We've just been paying taxes and assuming that the town was maintaining that part of the road. But then it became, I've been there for 18 years now. Obvious pretty quickly that that wasn't happening. So while they've done a good job maintaining that 500-ish foot stretch of road, it's not to the same standard. And so when you get to that T, the road is no longer salted, sanded, any of those things. It's just plowed, and it becomes, I'm not going to say necessarily dangerous, but if you don't have a 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive vehicle, oftentimes you can't get through that section to get beyond it. Sometimes it's been very difficult to get to our driveway. So I guess the only reason I'm really here is, regardless of how this works out, I would really like to see that portion maintained by the town that we've been paying tax for 18 years, so that it's easy to get up and down, because if you're sliding backwards down a hill out of control, it's not a great situation. That's about it.
Is there anybody else? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kevin McKay. My wife and I live at 38 Tarkhill Hill. Appreciate the board reviewing this matter. For us, as earlier stated, it's a safety and peace of mind issue for us. Over the years, we've lived there since 2016. Private plowing contractors are at times unreliable in terms of timing, but especially with treatment of a significantly sloped road. Countless times as I go down the hill, you get to the T of Shady Lane in Tarkhill Hill, you see the well-plowed, well-treated road from there out to Route 85, but all the way up this section. Again, it's hit or miss with treatment on the road. So for us, it does come back to a public safety issue for all of us there, and would strongly encourage the board to support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just real quickly, from a perspective of what the last gentleman was just saying as far as safety, that would be my primary concern. What I've heard is that really from a planning perspective, Raymond is basically populated with private roads, and we know that. And I know that it's a cost to the taxpayer in order to accept a road. But when you're talking about subdivisions and something over 15, 20, 40 units, then you start thinking in terms of what we want to do is start adopting these. We'll adopt them eventually anyway. It's just really a matter of what we can take on right now. And like I say, it's a safety issue. These roads have to be brought up to town standard to be accepted. And quite honestly, what the planning board, I would hope, would be looking at is passing ordinances where whenever you have 2 or more abutting developments, that they are connected, because that is also a safety factor as far as getting rescue and fire there. So I would certainly be in support of putting this on the warrant and seeing if the taxpayer has an appetite for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? I'm not seeing any hands on Zoom. Chris or Sam, did you have any other further questions?
I have no further questions.
Okay, Derek?
I do. I don't know who probably knows this better, but Nate, that gentleman, or Jeff, but nobody else has this, but Jeff just handed this to me. The yellow section and the red section is the pavement. I guess I'll back up. The Shady Lane and Tarkland Hill that you just repaved or whatever, that section's obviously new and all that. Does that stop, that part that you just paved on Tarkland Hill, does that stop where Shady Lane starts, or does it stop where I think he's talking about, which is at the base of the hill?
So I can do this real quick.
Okay.
Shady Lane was rebuilt 2 years ago. The base put down.
Okay.
Last year they did a surface pavement over the whole thing, right up over the top. So it's consistently paved exactly the same. And
so the top lane of Shady went from there past this red section and all the way to the top?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Before you sit down, Nathan, just to address some of the earlier comments, do you have a sense of the general fiscal cost to acceptance of a road of this size?
So the condition of the road right now, for us to do anything other than minor maintenance for the next probably 20 years on that, plowing's going to be the biggest thing. We're probably 8 minutes plowing up there. So it's a very, very minimal cost. We're not going to add a truck. We're not adding a person. We're just adding about 8 more minutes of his travel on that route. So short answer, no, I don't have an exact number, but it's a minimal amount of money, something I didn't even add to the budget for it. The rest of it will add to the paving 20 years down the road.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions, so if the board would like to make a motion, in support of consideration of a warrant article for the acceptance of Tarkland Hill Road and Shady Lane as a public road, and we'd be adding this to the warrant.
I could make that motion, Kayla.
Didn't we have one?
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second? Derek? All those in favor of adding this to the warrant article?
I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. Sam, I will need your verbal confirmation since you're on Zoom. I'm going to mark him as abstained. Sam, are you able to unmute quickly just to vote on this? This will still carry, correct? Because there's still a quorum and we have a number in favor. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mark Sam as abstained. All right. Next under new business is review the warrant articles for finalization and provide recommendations. We're going to start at the top and move down.
Kayla, did you want me to give that overview of the change log from the workshop?
Absolutely, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry. Hey, Bill, would you mind making me the host for 1 second?
Sure.
Just going to share my screen. Thank you.
You should be all set.
Thank you. Great. So obviously the culmination of all the workshops we've had since February leads to the drafting of these warrant articles. So I just wanted to give an overview since our last workshop, because there were some changes since we last met with the Budget Finance Committee. Again, just a quick overview for the public on the municipal budget. So in FY27, the total gross budget is around 27 million. To be raised from taxation is 23 million. 85.2% of that comes from property taxes. Education is a little less than 50% of the increase this year and 70% of the total levy. This is what's driving our increase going into FY27. Roughly 47% of that increase is outside local control. 17.2% is largely fixed expenses, debt service, benefits, and insurance. Some of that we can partially control. We did that with some of the solid waste contract adjustments from the last workshop. And then 15% is local discretion, our line item budget. Since our last workshop, there's been $328,095 in reductions. The biggest driver for that was we were able to remove a debt service payment, and you'll see on the draft warrant article that was a debt service payment that we budgeted for this year. We will be taking delivery of the fire apparatus in September. We don't have to make payments until it's delivered. So we'll be carrying forward that budgeted payment into next year's budget. We also noticed a double count where that was included in debt service and in capital requests. So capital requests was reduced, and 100,000 was added to the Public Works Capital Reserve, which Nate can expand on if there's a question later. After the last workshop, we removed the purchase of the toters that was budgeted. We'll be deferring that to FY28. That's your garbage cans that you'll be getting next year for the automated pickup. I also added the lease program for the fleet management and reduced the RTP microtransit budget request from 75,000 down 49,400, and we can talk a little bit more about that later when we get to that warrant article. Historically, the board offsets some of the increase with fund balance. There is an article later that will authorize the usage of fund balance. This is what it looks like if you were to use fund balance. I don't recommend using it for recurring expenses, but one-time offsets don't create structural deficits in your budget, but you can use it per your policy for either lowering the mill rate or one-time expenses. Using the most available, which you've historically done, would bring your yearly increase for an average $300,000 home to a $285 increase, as opposed to $329 with no usage of fund balance. This is just sort of a comparison, Raymond, in context, that was from the last presentation. But this is, the 2024 commitment was the only data available to me statewide. So based on the 2024 commitment, Raymond's equalized mill rate is about $8, which is one of the lowest in the county, aside from Harpswell, and maybe one or two others. Statewide, your average is 8, state average is 10, equalized. And what that looks like, so your current last year's commitment, your posted mill rate's about 1880. Your assessed ratio is 55%, which means homes are valued about 55% relative to current market value. So your effective mill rate as of last year is around $10.34 compared to Gorham, which is assessed at 100%, is about a $4 and change difference. But again, the total increase with school and county is roughly 10.6%, which is down from 12 from the last meeting. And the municipal portion is hovering around 5%. 64% of that increase is driven by education, county tax, and fixed obligations. Staff and school help too. They reduced since introduction, so we're down about 679 from introduction. And if full usage of fund balance, which I don't recommend, to offset the millage would bring you to about 9.2% total. So on an equalized basis, Raymond remains one of the lowest mill rates in the county and in the state. And again, that 8 number is from your 2024 commitment, because that was the only data available at the time of available to me.
Does the board have any questions regarding this budget synopsis?
Oh, and I'll just go through the change log real quick if I didn't hit them all. That was that debt service payment that was removed, the toters, reduction to CIP, a reduction to RTP. There was a slight adjustment from the draft you saw Friday where I moved the PACS dues to the admin contracts line, only because that's required as part of the federal requirements of the MPO. And I just didn't want it on that article in case it failed. We'd still have to pay it. And then I put legal back to the original budget amount as requested by the boards. And then again, adding that lease enterprise program into the Public Works equipment line. So that is the synopsis from the last workshop.
Any questions on that from the board?
No questions, Kayla.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any. Okay, I think we're okay now to start moving into the warrant articles. And just, I guess, a little housekeeping. What I'm going to do is read each one, ask for public comment, and I will respectfully ask that you try to maintain to 3 minutes. I will loosely keep track of that time. That helps us move along and gives everybody an opportunity to speak. And then I will ask for a motion, second, and vote. And when we do this, I will be asking us to approve the article and also whether we recommend or don't recommend included in that motion. I think it's fair to say that Article 1 and 2 are pretty standard and don't require anything. Melanie, do we have to vote to accept those? Or
No, those, like you said, those are very standard. It just introduces that the first step of the morning on election day is to elect a moderator, and then on a separate ballot is the candidates, which is in Article 2, and then so the real meat of what we need to go through tonight is starting on Article 3 and then beyond.
Thank you for making sure I'm on track. So Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to, 1, set the date the first half of taxes due to November 2nd, 2026, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2027. 2, set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 7% per annum for the fiscal year. 3, authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA Section 506 with no interest. And 4, authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the select board as may be amended from time to time. The policy to remain consistent with state statutes and laws, in all cases conveyance to be made by municipal quitclaim deed. Are there any public comment on this article? I'm not seeing any. I would be looking for a motion to approve this article and include our recommendation in that motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and then just to be clear, the motion is to approve Article 3, and the select board will recommend question A. And all those, okay, thank you. All those in favor, Derek and I have our hands up. Can you vote, Chris, with an affirmative yes?
Yes.
And Sam, can I get your vote if you're there? I'm not seeing Sam on the screen, so I'm going to record him as abstain. All right, moving on to Article 4. Referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,222,764 for general government services, which include administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurances, and technology. The budget figures are listed. I guess I should read those off. Administration, $845,743. Assessing, $107,985. Code enforcement, $244,650. Employee benefits, $1,552,376. General assistance, $15,000. Insurance, workers' comp, $214,810. And technology, $242,200. Is there any public comment on this article? I'm not seeing any. Is there any comment by the board?
Nope.
So I will go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion, we approve Article 4 with a recommendation from the board.
Second.
All right, and all those in favor?
That's a yes.
Thank you, Chris. And I'm going to mark Sam as abstained again. I don't see him on the screen. Moving on to Article 5. That's referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $461 for Public Works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, $1,273,521. Town Buildings, $111,190. Solid Waste, $664,750. Is there any public comment regarding this article? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any questions? This is probably what I should have asked from the board first.
I have one. What did we finalize on solid waste on containers?
Let me pull up the.
For pricing or?
Yeah, so
you were going to purchase,
Right.
Rich, do you know the total amount for the purchase?
404,000.
Okay,
And that can be
that's-
deferred till next year because it'll take 18 months before they're delivered.
Okay, so that's not in here yet.
No.
The cans.
Correct.
Correct.
Any other clarifying questions from the
What are we
board?
calling those? Cans, totes?
They call them containers, totes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from the board. I would then entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept Article 5 with a recommendation from the board.
Second.
Second, thank you, Derek. I don't see Sam on the screen. Any discussion, further discussion? Not seeing any. And I'll go ahead and show of hands of those here. Derek?
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Chris. Right, moving on to Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $36,500 from the Cemetery Trust Fund Restricted Fund for cemetery maintenance and operations. Any comment from the public on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Any questions?
Very unokay with a lot of your choices.
Okay, thank you, Taylor. Does the select board have any clarifying questions on this article? Not seeing any. I'd entertain a motion then.
I'll move that we approve Article 6 with board recommendation.
Second.
This feels a bit like rinse and repeat. All right, any discussion? Not seeing any. I'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. And still marking Sam as abstained. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,780,271 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire and Rescue Department is $1,731,451. Animal Control, $48,820. Any comment from the public on this? Not seeing any. Any questions from the board for clarification? Not seeing any. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion. I will go ahead and make a motion to accept Article 7, referendum question E, as written in the warrant, with the select board recommending. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Derek. And all those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Chris. And Sam abstains. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $75,000. Any public comment on this article? I'm not seeing any in here or on Zoom. Any clarifying questions from the board? Okay, I'd entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 8 with recommendation from the board.
And a second? Thank you, Derek. All those in favor?
Yes,
Thank you. Sorry, I skipped discussion.
it's okay.
And again, marking Sam as abstained. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance, which is surplus, to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occurred during the fiscal year, and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deem advisable, an amount not to exceed $75,000. Any public comment on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any in-house or on Zoom. Any clarifying questions or concerns from the board?
No.
Okay, I would then entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we move Article 9 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
And again, make it be known that Sam has abstained. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at the properly called public meeting of the select board. Any public comment? Okay. Questions from the board? All right, I'd entertain a motion then.
Make a motion to move Article 10 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
It's a yes.
Thank you, Chris. And again, make note that Sam has abstained. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift. Any questions from, or comment from the public? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from the board? Okay, go ahead and entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion, we move Article 9 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam has abstained. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance, which is surplus, to an amount not to exceed $300,000 for any one or more of the following purposes as the select board deems advisable: to reduce the property tax commitment, to fund one-time capital expenditures or equipment reserves, or to apply toward capital improvements or debt reduction, provided that any such appropriation shall be consistent with the town's undesignated fund balance policy and shall not reduce the undesignated fund balance below 15% of the prior year's tax commitment. Any public comment on this article? Okay. Any questions from the board to clarify?
I'd just like to clarify that 300,000 is the maximum amount. We're not obligated to do that. We can do any amount up to that.
Thank you, Chris. Any others? Okay. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 12 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Chris. And Sam abstains. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from the overlay account as much as may be necessary for the payment of tax abatements, the defense of property tax valuations in proceedings before the Board of Assessment Review or in Superior Court, and professional appraisal or consulting services related to tax assessment matters. Any public comment regarding this item? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or clarifying remarks from the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to move Article 13 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
So yes.
And we'll be marking Sam as abstained. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $546,183 for the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 32 Tax Increment Financing District for FY 2026 to 2027 project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program. For details, see voter guide section number 1. Any comments from the public regarding this article?
Route 302.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, seeing none. Any discussion or clarifications from the board?
That was mine.
All right, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we move Article 14 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam has abstained. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate an additional $281,300 to the general government appropriation for recreation programs and services, which amount shall be recorded and expended as part of the general government appropriation. 2, appropriate $155,700 from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund for the administration of activities at Tasseltop Park. The enterprise fund may raise additional revenues beyond the appropriated amount necessary to cover actual operating expenses, and all such revenues shall be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. And 3, appropriate $196,300 from the Recreational Programs Special Revenue Fund for the administration of recreation program activities. The Special Revenue Fund may raise additional revenues beyond the appropriated amount as necessary to cover actual operating expenses, and all such revenues shall be recorded in and retained by the Recreation Programs Special Revenue Fund. Any comment from the public on this article? Seeing none. Any questions or clarification from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to move Article 15 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to add that this is a new article. We condensed it down and wanted to make it so it was clear to the voter that not all of it is raised from taxation. So we made the article read, the first portion is raised from taxation and the other two are from those revenue accounts. There's also a slight change to the language because the previous year's articles sort of read as a hard cap, but like if we have 100 kids and we anticipate 100 kids get on a bus, and we have 200, we'll take in more in fees but have to order another bus. So it just allows them to take in more revenues than we're guessing if we have more successful programs and need to cover those expenses, for those sort of reasons.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I would just say that I appreciate the breakdown. It makes it a lot easier for me personally to understand how Tasseltop and the rec department works together.
Okay. I would. All those in favor?
Yes.
And I'll just make note that Sam has abstained. Article 16, referendum question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $756,988 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows to include any interest variance. A, debt service bond payment FY 2022, original debt $489,250 with remaining $58,064. Debt service bond payment FY 2023, original debt $1,150,000, $257,600. Debt service bond payment FY 2024, original debt $748,318. $253,976. This should say D instead of A.
Oh, yep, that's a typo. That'll be D.
Okay. Debt service lease payment FY 2025, original debt $1,447,746 plus interest. Annual payment of $187,348 carried forward from FY 26, deferred until FY 27 and carried forward. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or clarifications from the board?
So to be clear on D, is that the purchase of the ladder truck?
Yes, and that would be carrying forward the budgeted payment from this year into next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? The board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I would go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll move Article 16 with select board recommendation.
Second.
Can I make a friendly that we just make sure that that the D is with the edit that A is changed to D. Second, thank you. I'm sorry, did you second?
Yep. Yeah, Sam didn't this time, so.
All right, all those in favor?
That's a yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 17, referendum question O, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $243,026 for the Raymond Village Library. Any public comment regarding this item? Okay, seeing none here and on Zoom. Any questions or clarification from the board? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to move Article 17 with Select Board recommendation.
I'll second that one.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,232,211 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Raise and appropriate Public Works equipment, $425,000, Public Works paving, $450,000, Public Safety Fire Reserve, $232,711, Municipal Facilities, $35,000, please add the comma.
Yep.
Reevaluation Reserve, $40,000, Technology, $49,500. Any public comment on this? Seeing none. Questions or clarification from the board? Okay. I would entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion to move Article 18 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And make a note that Sam abstains. Article 19, referendum question Q, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program CIP accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, HRA, and the employee compensation account. Any public comment regarding this article? All right, seeing none, any questions for clarification from the board?
No.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move Article 19 with Select Board recommendation.
Second that.
And any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Sam abstains. Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $33,734 for community services and provider agencies to be allocated as follows. Regional Transportation, $13,000, Lakes Region Explorer, which is a fixed route service, $12,600, which is the RTP microvan service. Provider agencies, $1,500 for Crescent Lake Watershed Association, $3,000 for Spurwink Services, $1,134 for Life Flight of Maine, $1,500 for Southern Maine Agency on Aging, $1,000, which is the town manager's discretion. Any public comment regarding this article?
I do, Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Okay. Go ahead.
Service, is that accurate?
Oh, can you just, since you're on Zoom, can you introduce yourself and then?
I'm sorry, Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street.
And can you repeat? I think you froze on the screen, so.
Sure. The $12,600 for the RTP microvan service, is that accurate? Is that number accurate?
Yeah, do you want me to go into the whole thing now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
great. So after the last workshop, when RTP presented, there was discussion among the boards about discontinuing the microvan transit service. There seemed to be consensus that we would consider funding the match for the 5310 federal grant, which would be an 80-20 split. RTP has made application for the RTP microvan service. The Transit Task Force meets on April 9th, where they'll get a determination if they got that funding. So this $12,600 would be our match portion. The logic behind that, and RTP was talking about it, it takes time to grow these and it doesn't scale. The cost per ride is high. So we're going to ask GPCOG and the feds, why don't you subsidize the service to see if it's successful? And that way the grant can fund the operation of it. And then the 13 is the restoration of the fixed route stop, which went away. A lot of this grant funding is contingent on having how far you are from a fixed route stop. So you may inadvertently make yourself ineligible if you remove the fixed route stop and apply for the subsidy. So the $12,600 is the match portion of the grant, Sean. So it reduced the request from his initial $75,000 down to $25,600.
Thank you.
And I'll just also add that there are other provider agencies that made requests, but they are in your TIF spending plan. That's why they're not included on that article.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
How likely are they to get that grant?
We'll find out on April 9th. As my understanding is they just need to ask.
So what do we do if they don't get the grant?
That likely would not be enough to fund the service, and then the service would go away. That part of it. You would still have the Lakes Region Explorer. And if that's the case on April 9th, I would recommend terminating the contract sooner than later, and then perhaps saving on this year's budget if the ridership is as low as they indicate.
Thank you.
I was looking at this one too, with all the uncertainty and the moving parts on this. I was seeing if we could recommend separating these articles. So Article 20 would be the regional transportation, and then making a new article of Article 21 for the provider agencies, just so that we don't lump them all together. If, some people feel so strongly on the regional transportation one that we don't handcuff ourselves with the other provider agencies that are lumped in.
Chris, do you have any strong feelings regarding
Yeah, I
that?
don't think that's a bad idea for the amount of effort it's going to take to add Article 21. I think Derek's correct.
Or we can make it
contingent.
No, we could make it we can make the second one Article 30, so we don't screw up Kayla for the rest of this night.
Oh,
Figure
okay.
out which one we're on.
I can handle it, but okay. Would you like it to be together? I would kind of prefer to be together, if you don't
Me
mind,
too.
and
As
I'll
long as you
just
can handle it.
handle it. So I'm not sure that I need to read that over.
No, I think you're all set.
But I think we can make that work with our motions. Is there any public comment now that there's been some explanation? All right, I'm not seeing any. Any more questions for clarification from the board? I'm not seeing any. I do also agree with separating them out. I like that idea. And I'm happy to see the fixed route service come back on the plate.
Oh, I do have one more on that. I mean, not as far as this goes, but I think just research-wise goes, we might have to move that. I mean, there's probably other places that we can do it, no problem, but I think we do have to check into that, because I know that property has been sold since the last time they used that stop, so.
I'll let Don know.
Okay, I would be looking for I'll go ahead and make one. So I move to.
Can we permanently move?
I'm just getting an echo.
Yeah, it's one of our, somebody on Zoom has their audio on and it just keeps recycling through.
I'm going to try again. So I make a motion to approve Article 20 to include regional transportation only and not the other provider agencies with a select board recommendation.
Second.
I'll second that.
I beat him. I mean, I really did.
Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor?
That's a yes from me, Caleb. I still got the echo.
I'm going to mark Sam as abstained. And then I would make I would ask for a motion that would be Article 21 for the remaining provider agencies.
I'll make that motion that we add Article 21 for the provider agencies with board recommendation.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Can't imagine. All those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam will be marked as abstained. So this will be Article 22. Referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $2,256,072 from the estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Any public comment regarding this article? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions from the board.
None.
Okay, I would go ahead and entertain a motion for what is now Article 22.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 22 with board recommendation.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing any, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 23, referendum question. Uh-oh. I have to change that too. Can we just make a note that it would be Article 22, referendum question T? All right, so this would be Article 23, referendum question U. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, and any other funds provided by any other entity including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption, which is BETI reimbursement, state grant or other funds. Any questions from the public regarding this? Okay, seeing none. Questions or clarifications from the board?
None.
Okay, I would entertain a motion for what is now Article 23, question U.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 23, referendum question U, with board recommendation.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Sam abstains. Moving on to what is now Article 24, referendum question V. To see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances where in the public's interest. Public comment regarding this article. Okay, seeing none, questions or clarifications from the board? Also seeing none, I'd go ahead and entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 24, referendum question V, with board recommendation.
Second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Sam abstains. Article 25, referendum question W.
That's the last time you have to do this.
No.
Yeah, this one good. 25's gone.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We're back on track again.
To see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance $564,531.25 for the employee benefits liability. Any public comment regarding this article? Seeing none. Discussion questions or clarification from the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we move Article 25, referendum question W, with board recommendation.
Second that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. So, for all those on Zoom, the next article has been stricken out, so we will move to Article 26.
Do you want me to just give an overview of what struck out?
Yes,
Okay.
you could do that.
So over the past couple of years, as your school assessment has been rising, you have to float more cash as you go into when tax bills are due. So you get low on cash reserves because you commit late. Initially, I wanted to add an article to allow for the ability to take out a tax anticipation note because we don't see those revenues until November. But as I was waiting for legal's response, under the statute, the board can take out a TAN without voter authorization. If you'd like, you can leave the language in, but then I would have to hire bond counsel to draft it like a bond ordinance and put it in as an authorization. But under the statute, you can take out a TAN if you need to without voter authorization. So that has been stricken after getting confirmation from the town attorney.
Any questions for clarification again from the public? Okay, and from the board?
None.
Okay. All right. We don't need a motion. We just go by it. All right. Article.
We're back on track now.
We're back on track, but not all the way. So Article 26, but it will have to be referendum question X. Shall Article 9(3)(a)(2), off-street parking, and Article 12.2, terms defined of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21st, 1994, and amended through June 10th, 2025, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeout text as in the voter guide section 2. There's a question mark. Oh, yeah, yes. A full copy of the full text of the proposed change is available for review and inspection at the town clerk's office on the town's website or at the polling place prior to voting. Any comments from the public? All right, I'm seeing none on this one. Any questions or clarifications from the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we move Article 26, referendum question, we on X?
We're on X, yep.
With board recommendation.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
So yes.
All right, Sam abstains. Article 27, referendum question Y, shall, and Article 9.28, medical cannabis cultivation facilities, and Article 12.2, terms defined of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21st, 1994, and amended through June 10th, 2025, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeout text as in voter guide section number 3. Again, a copy of the full text of the proposed ordinance. Proposed change is available for review and inspection at the town clerk's office, on the town website, or at the polling place prior to voting. Any public comment regarding this?
Good night, Brenda.
Good night now.
I am seeing none. Any questions for clarification from the board? I am seeing none. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, we move Article 27, referendum question Y, with board recommendation.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
It's a yes for me.
Thank you. And Sam abstains. Article 28, referendum question Z. Shall an ordinance entitled Short-Term Rental Registration Ordinance be enacted? A copy of the full text of the proposed ordinance is available for review and inspection at the town clerk's office, at the town's website, and at the polling place prior to voting. This will be voter guide section number 4. Is there any public comment regarding this question? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mark Meister, representing 13 Cedar Lane, Raymond resident. I think this topic has obviously been quite a discussion in the town for some time, and we have made a lot of progress on the ordinance. I think where there's a couple, where we really need to be clear, and where I think this ordinance needs more time and thought and consideration, is the level of rushness in the last few meetings and the subjectivity as written. If you go through the ordinance, for example, in the most recent copy, 3 documented complaints will result in a violation, will result in a non-renewal. There's no substantiation required in that language. That means as an organized group in this town, neighbors can go against neighbors, and we will end up in a neighbor versus neighbor complaint versus complaint that is going to be litigated at every level of town government and all the way through the courts. So it is not written at a level that is, I think, objective and measurable. For 1, around violations, 2, around occupancy. We made great progress on occupancy, and then at the last minute we moved to what is completely subjective. It's great for, I think we now are able to say here's a baseline of what that occupancy can be, but the code enforcer ultimately has full control to override that occupancy based on their own discretion. So again, another area where our ordinances need to be based in fact, data, content, and things that are measurable. We have incredible subjectivity in this ordinance, and there's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue. This will pit neighbor versus neighbor, owner, short-term rental owner versus local resident. Another that goes the 3-strike rule. Same with the like I said, code enforcement subjectivity. Same around occupancy limit and framework. Same around emergency response. That they must respond. How do we measure and understand this, and what's that response? What is that going to be? How do we measure any of this? The key around fines and delinquency, it's any amount. It doesn't really be, it's not really clear, it's not specific. We haven't quite figured out the fee schedule. It creates a lot of disputes and billing errors, and potential billing errors. This idea of substantiated complaint. What's the definition of a substantiated complaint? Who's going to measure that? We're going to all go to zoning boards of appeal. And when we get into these points, I think what's going to happen is neighbors are now going to video, which has happened already at our property. Neighbors are going to take pictures of their neighbors. They're going to record videos. They're going to say they were noisy. We're going to have to define what noisy is. We're going to have guests who are going to get recorded, young families, women, who have already reported concerns about being recorded by neighbors. And now we're going to exacerbate that with subjectivity. So I just think we're setting ourselves up for what is meant as good intention is just not there yet, and we should not bring this to the town to vote quite yet. A registration ordinance would have been, I think, a lot better to measure data Because again, from the beginning of this process, we have not hired any companies. We have not done any studies. We have not done we don't have any sort of data on how many rentals there are. We don't have any data on how many noise complaints there have been. So we continue to see, we're just basing this off of a group of people who have a point of view, but we don't have the facts and the data. So we, again, must go back to that. And the last piece I would put is, even in this other meetings, we keep hearing this, what I'll call this bias, out-of-state corporations buying up our homes, and we got to protect the family-owned camps. Why are we as a town remotely trying to understand why people own property, who they are, their motivations behind renting it? That is none of our business as a town to regulate or understand the motivations behind properties. And again, if these concerns, where is the data to show that we have out-of-state corporations that are making for-profit purchases? Where it is becoming just giant hearsay pitchfork mentality, we have to move back to data, logic, facts. This ordinance does not match other town ordinances. And when you look at other towns like Casco, have we contacted them? They enacted an ordinance years ago. It is a dead ordinance. Nobody uses it. Everyone registers their property. There's no complaints. It's not in action. So we're about to open up a highly divisive topic to the entire town in the midst of a lot going on with a reassessment. And I think we should really take a second piece. And the last piece is, given some of our select board are paid by the town in code enforcement, there are concerns that there could be financial gain by additional inspections and overtime hours for people who are in public office and also getting paid by the town, which does create a bias and a conflict of interest that some should possibly not vote or recuse themselves from this process.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment regarding this article?
Hi, yes, I would like to say I really, really appreciate his comment. I think rushing is the biggest mistake.
I'm sorry, can you please introduce yourself and provide your address in Raymond?
Once again, certainly, Taylor Winslow, as it says on my camera screen, Taylor Winslow, which you disabled the video and muted me repeatedly. Taylor Winslow, 27 Baxter Road. I just really discourage rushing. I've noticed you guys do that a lot. Don't do that. Don't rush. You brought up a lot of good points. Those were really valid, very rational, very well articulated points. Please don't rush, Kayla.
Okay, any other comment? Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, Mike Richmond, 15 Cedar Lane. I'll try to be as brief as possible and only touch on things that have not been said so far in previous meetings. Here as a resident and also here as a member of the Raymond Short-Term Rental Initiative, I'm hoping that you all recently received some letters of support over the last few weeks, which has been great. I want to equally important is the fact that several residents have reached out to us as a group and offering our support, but they're afraid to write letters out of fear of reactions from the short-term rental properties that they live next to. They said they're bullied and threatened in lawsuits, and they don't feel comfortable speaking up. These are Raymond residents, your constituents, who feel that they cannot express their voices. And there were a bunch of them. Some quick facts. These have not been stated yet, to my knowledge. Every new business in the town of Raymond is required to come to you, the select board, for consideration and approval. But a year-round short-term rental business is not. Why are they exempt from this process? Fact. Raymond is bordered by towns that have their own short-term rental ordinances in place. And without one, Raymond is really seen as more desirable for these types of businesses to set up shop here. Fact. If you run a respectful rental property here in town, like a hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, then this ordinance will actually help you protect your investment. It'll help ensure that those businesses and those owners will have to run a responsible property and help keep up with the same standards that you have to. Fact.
The state of Maine mandate, LD 1829, states that Raymond has to find ways to provide more housing. But think about it. Allowing a property to be developed or made into a rental property seems to go against that mandate. In other words, if a property is being used solely as a short-term rental, that's another property that's not available for a family. So right now, there's no limits to how many people they can host at a property. Their septic system may be designed for 6, yet they can advertise and house as many as they want. The driveway, a lot of them on these tight roads, may safely hold 2 cars, but they can advertise it has 12 beds. So right now, they can maximize their profits, and right now there's no oversight in place. The fact that people have said this is rushed is very surprising to me. This has been years in the making, years. Couple quick assumptions. This ordinance will have a negative effect on property values. Can anyone here explain how having a short-term rental helps our property values as a town? Yes, they certainly help the short-term rental owners, since they're making a lot of money, and therefore their property may be worth more desirable to other short-term rental owners. But how does it help property values of us regular year-round citizens? Another assumption. This ordinance will have a negative effect on the local economy. We don't understand this one either. It does not limit the amount of short-term rental properties or cause any existing ones to be shut down unless they're being disrespectful or unsafe. So the current local companies, the cleaners, the trash companies, and all those things employed by these businesses, they'll still be able to provide the same service. None of that should change with this ordinance. Almost done. This ordinance cannot be funded by the town. Well, no, not at the moment. But the town can set up this fee structure to make this all self-funding. It does not need to cost taxpayers a penny. Another assumption, this ordinance cannot be enforced by the town. Yes, it can, with the current officer and possibly another part-time or full-time position. And very carefully, there's local companies that have developed software that we've spoken to several times that can be hired to assist with this.
Please wrap it up.
In fact, they said right now, I'm done?
Well, just please wrap it up.
Yep. Right now, Raymond is the only one in Cumberland County they don't serve. It costs about $20 per property. They can basically start this out, open it up to registration, wait about 6 or 8 months, see how many are done, to help the town then figure out your fee structure. So as far as collecting data, that's how to do it. And I will close by just saying, please consider putting this forth with your recommendation. This did not come from the group of citizens. This came from your planning board after a lot of input. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Peter, I think you were next. Okay. Is there any other public comment regarding this article?
Yep.
Yeah.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road. We're residents, my husband and I. I spoke at the planning board, and I've tried to speak here, but is it too late? Is tonight what you approve what has to go on the ballot?
As far as I understand it, the warrant is not final in, yes and no. Tonight would be the last night that the select board theoretically would
Okay.
make changes. That doesn't mean we could not add another meeting, but we would be, the reason why we voted this the way that we have and done each motion is so that we have our recommendations. Then this will go to the Budget Finance Committee for their recommendations, and then we would sign for that final copy.
Okay, what I emailed you was just some cleanup things that maybe I didn't, if they can be considered before the final wording.
that would be possible, what I just sent you.
I mean, it is possible, but I'm not saying that we are going to be considering your exact edits tonight. We've received them. I believe everyone has received them.
Okay.
Received a
There's
lot.
some
Quite a
basic
few.
conflicts within it, so the way it's written, I wouldn't vote for it. But if you can clean up things like, to clarify things, it might work better, such as when you say 1 calendar year from approval, but approval's not on a calendar basis. So calendar year starts January 1, and these are simple things, and some of the wording that conflicts one paragraph to another. That's all I would say, if you can clean it up before the final version that we see. I had suggested a third term, a definition of a casual rental that would be for some people who just try to rent their place for 1 or 2 weeks to help mitigate the exorbitant taxes, so they can maintain their house, that you consider something that would not be considered short-term rental would be like something 2 weeks or under if they rented, that they wouldn't have to go through this whole registration process. And then there were several other things. I will have time to do it tonight since it's limited. But I was originally saying we should not have, just to simplify it for the town, not have businesses in a residential zone, and then you wouldn't have to deal with all this. So since that was told to me that could never happen, I went through and tried to make this clearer with what your final version was. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment?
Yeah, I really appreciate her comment there, and I just...
Sorry, Taylor, you have already spoken on this matter.
27 Baxter Road, are you limiting your freedom of speech here? What's going on? I just think she's right, because Airbnb has been a really big issue in the area. Separating residential and corporate activity is the issue as disclosed. So I just support her. I think she's got really good points. Not to say that she wants me supporting her. Mute me, Kayla, do it again.
All right, any other further public comment? I'm not seeing any. Any questions or clarifications from the board? And I don't know when the best time for us to do this, but I do have some comments, so we can either decide if we'd like to sort of, usually we would do a motion and then do a discussion, but I think we can maybe go over our questions or concerns right now.
Sure. You want me to start, or you start, or who?
I don't mind starting. I typically don't. I still, I appreciate all the changes that were done. They reflect what we asked you to do, so I do appreciate that. From our last meeting last week, I'm still struggling, however, with section 3CD. And I think that's just because, the idea of pitting neighbors against neighbors. So I'm wondering how the board feels about it reading this instead. The property has 3 or more documented instances of unlawful activity or violations, each substantiated by a written complaint submitted to the code enforcement officer, occurring during 3 separate and distinct rental periods. And I guess the reason why I say that is because I really feel like we should be treating all property owners in the same manner. So I can be a nuisance to my neighbor, but because I'm not a short-term renter, they can't make me not have my home anymore, or use the home that I want. So I could be a ruckus person with bonfires every night, and there isn't sort of that recourse. So I'm just wondering, to me, unlawful activity is something that can be proved and really isn't subjective. That's an objective thing. It's lawful or it's not. And then there would be documentation behind that, theoretically. So it's just my spitballing. I don't know. I know that Derek I think, also had something on this.
I do. That particular one, I don't like at all. I thought when we had talked last time, I thought that one was getting taken out. But I mean, if we can reword it, I think that's better. At least it's literally neighbor versus neighbor the way it's written right now and worded right now. I do think there's a lot of, the planning board's done a ton of work on here. You guys have done a ton of work, and everybody's trying to reach, a justifiable goal that, helps the town out. And I think it's good. I just don't think it's there yet either. And I don't, there's a lot of holes here that I believe they're kind of vague. So the holes in the vagueness, I think, are going to eventually lead to neighbor versus town or neighbor versus neighbor lawsuits. I think if we cleaned up and made them more black and white, we wouldn't have that issue. But it's getting there. It's definitely getting there, and I appreciate everybody's work on that. The planning board one I still think is a little tough for me to swallow, where they've done a ton of work on it, I believe, and there's meetings after meetings and hours after hours, so I give them credit for that, but no one recommended it. One person, I believe recommended it, and then there was a few that thought they were not recommending it, but they were just not recommending it on here. But in all reality, they were, I think, not recommending the whole ordinance. It's that part of it coming to us is usually more defined and they're more, as a board, as a whole board, more approval of what they've done and what they put forth. And I don't think they are in this particular ordinance. So I think we need some more time. We need to really hone this one in so we don't have another solar panel issue like we had before, where people rush it, get it through, and then all of a sudden we have a bigger issue and we have lawyers and lawsuits coming at us again. So that's my 2 cents.
Chris, did you have any comment?
Yeah, I kind of felt coming into the meeting that we should send this to the voters, and I'm still inclined to do that. I do understand, Kaylee, your concerns about lawful or unlawful activity that can be documented. I get that, and that would be a pretty clean, easy thing for the planner and codes to update before it goes on the warrant. I understand Derek's concerns. My concern is the same as far as the planning board not making a recommendation. Generally, they do. But this did have a lot of public input, a lot of back and forth, and I think we already have neighbors pitted against neighbors. I don't think that's going to change. We already have that. So I'm inclined to send it to the voters. How we do that, I'm not quite sure. Sounds like my fellow board members want to change some things, and I don't know if maybe we have, I hate to say it, maybe we have another meeting to go through this a little bit more. I don't know. I kind of feel like we're not all on the same page, and I don't know that it's going to pass as written.
Is that Sam?
Looks like it.
Sam, did you have anything to add?
I think he's trying to log off. He's in
Yeah, I couldn't hear much because I think he was
quite a bit of pain,
right.
leg pain, and he said he was going to try to log off.
Well, if Sam comes back or indication that he's back, Peter is at the podium.
Yeah, this is just a point of information, no comment.
And I'm sorry, I semi-introduced yourself, but...
It's okay, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Just a point of information, I happened to be at that planning board meeting, so just to be clear, refresh me if my memory isn't serving me. The vote was 3-2. Jackie Sawyer and the chair both voted to recommend. And so someone can go back to the record and check it, but basically, that's my recollection.
Is it, I guess I don't know the procedure behind that, so if in fact the vote was to not recommend, should...
My understanding was the vote was just that the select board asked them to write the ordinance, they wrote the ordinance, and they were just gonna put it out there with not a yes recommendation, not a no recommendation, just put it to the voters with nothing. That's what I took away from that vote.
It was without recommendation, so without that yes or no.
With just plain old without recommendation?
Just here
yes
it is
no.
back. We're not saying yes or no, we recommend or not recommend. That's what I took away from it.
They handed it back to the select board.
All right. Sam is still muted. Sam, I just wanted to make sure that you can speak if you want. Okay. I am prepared to make a motion if anyone would accept my edit on section C 5D, that the property have 3 or more documented instances of unlawful activity or violations. I guess maybe, is violations enough to say, because to me violations is more of a town thing, a town ordinance, or yeah, okay, just want to make sure that's clear. Do we need to make that more clear? I don't know. I'm thinking or violation of a town ordinance.
I think it's pretty clear because later on we already define what types of violations and what that process is later within there. So I think the term violation itself is sufficient. And then, yeah, that change to the unlawful activity, that would be, other things, maybe police report type thing, it would help maybe back that. That's what I'm imagining what that documentation would look like.
Okay.
I can say from a practical standpoint, I've never, in my 3 communities I've worked in, successfully documented a noise complaint. Usually by the time the Department of Health or the police get there with a decibel meter, whether it's the distance or whatever, it's a very hard sort of thing. So I doubt the sheriff would ever be successful with a noise complaint and a decibel reading, but so it would probably have to rise to a disorderly or some other sort of unlawful activity. But if you were thinking noise violations would get in there, I've never actually seen them successfully.
No, I'm not really thinking noise violations, but I'm just want to make sure that I'm trying to avoid some ambiguity, but make sure that it's
Is all public comment closed?
Sure.
I think Mark Meister, 13 Cedar Lane, and again, not about whose side, but it's to me the definitions of the appeals process, the definitions of violations, substantiated, who goes what where, how does this all work from somebody's upset about a property? What is that process? And I don't think it is very clear. Rental period. What's a rental period? How do you know what my rental periods are? Is that a day, a week, a month? There is so much ambiguity in the way this is written. And so I think I agree with lawful. I think that's a great, and by the way, we actually have sound meters in our properties. We actually know 24/7 all of our sounds. So we would actually be able to dispute any of that on our side or be able to come back and prove it. We use a company called Minute, which does all the sound monitoring and automated alerting. So this is where there's so much technology, there's so much going on in this industry, there's so much that needs to be researched and done correctly, and I just feel like we're trying to fit this in, and we just don't, we're not comfortable. The town isn't comfortable, the planning board's not comfortable, why rush this? And this, as we saw with another property, it will go to a lawsuit. And this will immediately go through ZBA, and everybody will start, and again, representing a variety of short-term rental owners that are all in the community, some residents, some not, they're all ready to go. They've got significant investments here. And they're not here to make profit off of Raymond. They just simply own property and have a place. And the last piece, on a personal side, for all the people who own lake properties, who got them in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and now they retired here to this wonderful life. They bought those in the 40s and 50s and 60s. How is this next generation going to buy these properties and be able to be here in 20, 30, 40 years without renting them or without giving these people the option in the out-of-staters the ability to do this? It seems like we're really trying to create this town divide, and this is not going to help. Call your neighbor. If you have a problem with your next door neighbor and the property's doing something, pick up a phone, call them and say, hey, there's a bunch of people at your house. They're out of control. Deal with it. Or, and if it's completely out of control, call the police. And we have 9 documented noise complaints in Raymond in 2024. 9. Why aren't people calling the police? This is a major issue, according to this Raymond STR group. Why aren't we calling the police? Where is Cumberland County Sheriff? There's parties everywhere. There's giant things going on. We have a huge problem, according to this other group. Where is the problem? So just please take time on this and do this right. We are in a huge evolution in this town. Now is not the time to pit each other against each other.
Thank you for your comment. I think I have a general sense of where we stand together as a board. And I think I would just like to point out that at any point of time, an ordinance can be amended. And I also take very seriously, the same thought process that I have towards adopting a town road, is that this is not up to me, this is up to the voters. So I think our job is just to sort of make sure that the language is the best that it can be, that we sort of thought through all the problems. I do think this has had a significant time for public comment and discussion. I think it has been through the ropes. So I'd entertain a motion, or I'm prepared to make one, and we'll just see where we go from there.
I would just like to state, Kayla, I agree with what you just said. There was a lot of time and effort put in by the planning department and our planner and Jason, the code officer. And I think that you're right, it needs to go to the voters.
Okay, so I don't mind making a motion on this one. So I make a motion for Article 28 referendum question Z to be included in the warrant article. I'm probably butchering this, with a select board recommendation with the change of section 3C5D to read, the property has 3 or more documented instances of unlawful activity or violations, each substantiated by a written complaint submitted to the code enforcement officer occurring during 3 separate and distinct rental periods.
I'll second that.
And any discussion?
I still think we don't, I'd like to get, from just me personally, I'd like to get the planning board, since this is their bread and butter, to push something through that they actually like. And also just clean it up a little bit.
Any other discussion?
I think that's Bill's
I think that's the cursor.
Oh.
So I guess I will call for a vote. All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Derek is a no. And Melanie, can you help me out, because Sam would be abstaining? I think we still pass, but can you verify that for me?
Yeah, if he's not responding, we can note that he's abstaining, yes.
And so this would pass?
So.
Because it's still we have a quorum. One still abstained. We still have 2. I guess, can we look really quick at our bylaws to say if there's a minimum yes vote? So I just want to make sure we have this right.
There's a quorum and majority. We don't need a constitutional crisis on top of it.
Let me pull it up.
I think it's fine, but
I agree with you, Kayla. I think it's fine. It's a majority of the quorum.
okay.
Participation. Let's see. Any action of the board shall require the affirmative vote of a majority of its attending membership of not less than 3 members unless otherwise provided by law.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So that does pass. Moving on to Article 29, which will be referendum question AA, I think. Shall the town of Raymond accept Tarkland Hill Road, Shady Lane as town roads, conditioned upon confirmation that these roads meet town standards? Any public comment? I've already heard some, but maybe there's more. I'm not seeing any questions or clarifications from the board.
I just want to add one thing. I don't think it messes up anything, but it says all members who are in attendance and not disqualified as provided herein shall vote in every matter to be voted upon unless excused by the chairman for good cause shown. Those in attendance in such circumstances who refuse to vote are regarded as having voted in the affirmative.
So that further.
I guess.
Sam is refusing to vote?
Should be absent, not abstaining.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I think you'd have to excuse him. Otherwise, I don't really know
I
how
think
to
it
interpret
still
that.
passes.
Yeah, because
Okay.
he would be voted in the affirmative.
I'm reading that it still passes. Okay, back to Tarkland Hill Road. Any questions or clarification from the board?
No?
Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 29, referendum question AA, with board recommendation.
I'll second that.
And any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Thank you, Chris. All right. I think I had mentioned this earlier, but I'll just reiterate how the procedure is that now that we have voted on each article with our recommendation or not, the Budget Finance Committee will now have it and make their recommendations. Once there is a clean copy available, the board members will sign, and this will be for the final warrant. Just to make that clear. Can I get, oh, I want it to be done. Okay. Public comment.
Super thankful for your clarity there. I was wondering if you were just
Excuse me,
short-sighted and you admitted it.
Excuse me, Taylor. I have someone else at the podium. I'll call you next, okay?
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. Two things, well, 3 things. Thanks for going through all of the warrant articles so carefully tonight. I appreciate the thoroughness and the various comments that were also made on various items. I just wanted to mention I was dismayed to read in the latest Roadrunner edition in the Wyndham Eagle that that's being discontinued. I'm not sure how or when that decision was made. I know that we've had issues for quite a while with postal deliveries in town and with getting the Wyndham Eagle. It seems to have been ironed out recently, and it's been very smooth. And so if that could be reconsidered, I would appreciate it. I do think it is yet another means of communicating things that are going on in the town. I know there's a lot of information on the website, but still, I think it's helpful to have multiple means of communications, especially to have it come to you rather than have to go looking for it on the website. So if that could be reconsidered, if it's a cost that can be absorbed, I would appreciate that. On the other item, at the recent Budget Finance Committee meeting, I'm not sure how clearly or unclearly it was stated what the current, and it's just a proposed school budget for the RSU 14 budget, how it was stated. It sounded like it was being presented as a very high increase, and really that's not taking into consideration that that's including the debt for the middle school, the vast majority of which is state subsidy. So it's not really a cost to the towns. Yes, there is a cost to the towns, but the vast majority of that increase is coming back from the state. So I just want to be sure that it's clear. Right now, the version 6, I think we're still on version 6, I don't think we're on 7 yet, is a 4.99% in our operational costs. And so just to be sure that we're being kept informed, it's not final yet. We do have another school board meeting tomorrow night with the last few cost centers we're going through, and the board will be accepting the proposed budget to go forward to the community at an April meeting, and then the community has the vote May 13th. So I hope that people will stay informed. Remember that Superintendent Howell came to the last select board meeting. The presentation is on the Raymond website under the minutes from the March 10th select board meeting. It's a great presentation. It includes an update on the middle school construction, or you can go to the RSU 14 website, and the minutes for the February 25th school board meeting also has his initial proposal to the school board on what the budget will entail. So please, I just want to be sure that that's stated correctly. I don't want misinformation out there thinking that it's a double-digit increase, because it's not. Thank you very much.
I had promised Taylor Winslow that she could go next.
Hi, I'm here. I don't remember that. Promised me to go next for what? I said my comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's that you rush and you're not super considerate, and I don't know if you're from here.
Yeah, fine. Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. Where this is the first warrant reading in your vote, is it possible to know with accuracy what the surplus is, unfunded balance? Because that 15% in that warrant towards the paying, the lowering the tax rate will be relative to that, right? What's in the surplus?
Do you want me to clarify an answer for the resident? So because we're behind where we normally would be with audited numbers, we'll have unaudited trial balances, and by the time you go to commitment and the board makes that decision, they'll have audited numbers. So the article authorizes up to an amount for fund balance, but we don't have the audited fund balance for FY25 yet, just unaudited trial balances. So by the time they make that decision, I hope to have FY25 audited fund balance so that they can make that informed decision when it gets closer to commitment.
Oh, so you think the audit will be in by then?
I think we'll finish the AP implementation this month, and then that reconciliation process. I think by the time you go to the town meeting vote, the town report will have the FY24 audit with an insert with projected unaudited balances. But I think by the time you commit, you'll have your audited numbers.
No ballpark, though.
I haven't run a ballpark yet.
I'm just curious.
No.
We've had trouble getting that in the past year, so thank
And
you.
I would hesitate to project a number that I can't, project at the moment. So I would rather not give something I can't promise, so.
I'm now going to go to Zoom for, I think it's Charlotte.
Good evening, Charlotte Carroll, 70 West Mills Road, Raymond, full-time Raymond residents. I just wanted to thank the selectmen, the chair. I believe you have some of the planning board there, and the town manager. You did a great job tonight reading all of the warrants and going through a very good process and double checking your bylaws. Good job.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment?
Not related to SDR. Okay. Just a quick update for the town. I did actually create a petition with the U.S. Postal Service, which did go to the major leaders of the state. We actually did get action from Susan Collins' office, who met with USPS leadership. who then split the routes and also have deployed a task force. And they've done they've already been notified of this, but that is why, one of the reasons I think we've seen better mail service. So I think we are starting to get improvement there because of the action, because there's direct action at the DC level. I think these are areas where I'd love to see the town jump in and also kind of tack into that. So these are the types of things where I think the residents have been super loud, and how can we, it's great it came from me, but how can we get when it comes from the town, I think it'd be louder. So there are other issues like that, I think, that can be really solved with a couple key letters to some key leaders.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and move on to select board comment.
Got nothing.
I do have a little bit on the Roadrunner and the post office. There is a bunch of people have done a lot of work trying to get the post office back up to snuff because it was down pretty bad. I guess they're moving a new postmaster up from Tennessee, and they should be starting over the next couple weeks. And they said as of today, they are all back up to date on packages. There's not a holding pattern like they've had for the past months. And I did talk to people from the Roadrunner, and they said that the reason they stopped wasn't because of funding or anything up here. It was post office. When they go through all that work, create all those, and then send them out to the public, and they get there 2 months after they were published or 3 months after they were published, it was a waste of their time and money to do so. So I believe they are going to be back publishing that. I don't know how quick. But they are going to give the post office probably another month to make sure they are staying on top of it before they continue to dump money into stuff that comes late. So.
Did you have anything else, Derek?
No, thanks for also, I'll reiterate what Carol said, especially with the changing of the numbers. You did pretty good.
I didn't bring enough water.
Same, I ran out instantly.
I do have a comment tonight that I would, and I understand, anybody who paid for advertising or putting their information in the paper probably felt like a lost cause because we weren't getting it. But I do think things have improved, and I would like to see the Roadrunner return because I feel like that is another way that we can get to people and reach people, especially those who are less tech savvy, and still open up newspapers and don't just use them to start fires. Which I look at the Roadrunner before I crumple it up and put it into the wood stove. So I think with the select board comment ending, I would look for a motion to adjourn. I'll make a motion. I make a motion to adjourn.
I was having so much fun. I was just going to stay. I'll second if we have anyone left.
And all those in favor?
That's a yes.
Thank you.
Welcome to the March 31st, 2026 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I am now going to hold roll call. David Murch.
Greg Dean.
Pete Lockwood.
Fred Miller.
Tom Hennessy by Zoom.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at the exhibits presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from December 30th, 2025 meeting. New business, administrative appeal of an NOV issued on January 15th, 2026 to Joseph Stickney. This will also include discussion of postponement or stay of the appeal application. Number 4 is old business, of which we have none. Number 5, staff communications. And number 6, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. So next up on our agenda is approval of the minutes for December 30, 2025. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as written?
I'll give you a motion, David. Motion to approve.
Have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion on this? Okay, since Tom is on Zoom, we will do a roll call vote. All those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Very good. Moving on next, new business. Administrative appeal of a notice of violation issued January 15th, 2026, filed by Joseph Savitsky, Esquire of Perkins Thomas, on behalf of Jonathan Stickney. Property is located at 34 Shore Road, map 78, lot 12, in the LRR1 zone. In addition to this, the board will be discussing postponement and stay of the above application at the appellant's request. I'll take a moment to introduce. The board does have an attorney here tonight that will be assisting the board specifically. This is Attorney Mike Carey. He will be assisting us. In terms of tonight's appeal, we are meeting this evening pursuant to Section 350-7.7 of the Town of Raymond's Shoreland Zoning Ordinance and Section 2691 of Title 30-A of the Maine Revised Statutes. The Zoning Board of Appeals will conduct a hearing on an appeal of the notice of violation dated January 15th, 2026 regarding 34 Shore Road in Raymond. This property is owned by Jonathan Stickney. The application was filed in a timely manner as well. Now, before we start, I do have questions for the board. Do any board members know Jonathan Stickney, Brittany McNeil, Aaron Morrill, Brendan Morrill, Douglas Morrill, or Judith Morrill, or have any knowledge of this matter that means you cannot fairly and impartially hear the facts in the record and decide the matter based on the arguments presented at this hearing? I, David Mertz, do not. Any question for all?
No. I know Doug because he lives just a few houses down from me, but I didn't know anything about what's going on here other than once we had a meeting, so I don't know any of the other people.
So no conflict of interest?
Not that I know of unless
Fred, that
somebody
you-
there, you know, I just know him because he's a neighbor. I don't know him, other than I'm the road manager for the association, and, you know, he comes to our meetings, but I mean, I don't go to his house, I don't do that kind of stuff. I just don't know him.
So you don't feel anything's going to
I don't.
affect your decision-making tonight? Okay. Tom?
I know none of the people and have no relationship with any of them.
Okay, very good. Next, I ask Mr. Stickney or his representative to simply introduce themselves, including their name and address and a position. And if you do so, just go ahead and go up to the mic, please. Yeah, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm Joe Savitsky. I'm an attorney at Perkins Thompson.
Okay, and I'm going to stop you right there because that's all I need just for the moment. Okay, but you might as well just stay there because I think we're so. I apologize.
I'm here with Jonathan Stickney, the property owner. He's sitting
very good
right there.
Thank you. Next, I will ask Code Enforcement Officer to introduce himself so that we are all aware.
Jason Williamson, Code Enforcement for Town of Raymond.
Thank you. So board procedures for tonight. When the Board of Appeals reviews a decision of the Code Enforcement Officer, the board shall hold a de novo hearing. At that time, the board may receive and consider new evidence and testimony, be it oral or written. When acting in a de novo capacity, the board shall hear and decide the matter afresh, undertaking its own independent analysis of evidence and the law, and reaching its own decision. The person filing the appeal shall have the burden of proof. This hearing is being recorded. The board will follow the following procedures to conduct this hearing. Number one, the owner will present written or oral evidence or argument to the board. The board will then have opportunity to ask some questions with regards to that. Then CEO Williamson may present written or oral evidence or argument to the board and respond to the evidence or argument presented by the owner. Again, the board will have its own opportunity to ask questions of Jason. Then the owner will have an opportunity to respond to the evidence or arguments presented by CEO Williamson. Then the board will have opportunity just to ask questions further to get their own clarification. Each side will then have opportunity to make closing remarks of not more than 2 minutes each. There will also be public comment for this. So the chair will open public comments. Those who would like to comment in favor of the appeal will be given opportunity to speak first. Then those speaking against the appeal would be given opportunity to speak. And then finally, those just in neutral will have opportunity to speak as well. At that point, public comment will be closed. Both sides will have opportunity to have response to what has been given through public comment and to provide closing arguments. At that point, the board will then go into its deliberation on the issues before resolution before the board on the issues for resolution before the board this evening. The board shall decide all appeals within 35 days after the close of hearing and shall issue a written decision on all appeals. The chair will make evidentiary determinations as needed on the advice of the board's attorney. And this is an administrative hearing and not a court proceeding or a trial. Therefore, formal rules of evidence will not apply. So with this notice of violation or the appeal for, there has been a request to stay this appeal. That is not something that we typically have happen, so I'm going to ask our attorney to provide us procedural guidance on how we should move forward with that.
Okay. So there's not authority in the ordinance directly for a stay. The ordinance requires that after tonight's public hearing that the board issue a decision within 35, after the close of tonight's public hearing, after a decision within 30 days. Now, there's two, I think the board does have it in its authority to find a stay. First, you could table tonight's public hearing without closing it, and then the close of the hearing would be sometime in the future. That's probably the cleanest. If you think about the purpose of these deadlines in the statute and the ordinance, they're to make sure that the board and the town doesn't sit upon an appellant's appeal and never decide it and kind of keep things in limbo. And so in this case, we have the appellant asking for it. You'd want to hear where the town is and make a decision based on that. So short answer, it is odd, but it is something you could do under the ordinance.
Okay. So is that something the board will need to make a vote on in order to move forward with hearing the stay, or I guess procedurally, what do we do for next steps with regard to just simply this request for the stay?
So this was noticed for public hearing. There may be members of the public who want to comment, and so it would be important, I think, to kind of go ahead, hear the basics of the appeal, get any public comment, and then the board can decide whether or not to table further public hearing.
Okay. So you have to bear with me here. I know we have a stay. Does the stay need to be addressed first?
I would wait to do that. If any members of the public came in response to the notice, you want to give them a chance to.
Okay.
Attorney Carey, may I make a suggestion? Mr. Chair, excuse me.
So yeah, so all comments need to be addressed to the chair, but certainly if you have a comment to make towards this,
I have a suggestion for a procedure, and that would be that the board would entertain the stay first, and you could hear from me and anyone else who wishes to speak on the stay. And if because your decision on that would sort of govern how you'd handle the rest of the proceedings after that point. So as a threshold matter, I would suggest maybe discussing the stay first, and depending on how you decide that issue, then proceed accordingly.
Got a question, David?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
If you're ready to take another one, I don't want
No,
it's obviously related.
Yeah, no,
I just, the clarification from council too, but I'll direct it to you. I understood that there's no explicit kind of ability to enact a stay, but there's sort of, if I understood what you said correctly, there's a constructive way in which a stay could be put in place by tabling the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yep.
So I would just say aloud as chair, my desire would be to move forward with the NOV, hear what's had to be said, take into consideration requests for stay, and then if the board decides, choose the method of tabling the matter if we feel there's reasons that come out as we're talking through this to table the matter. So that would be my preference to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
You feel good with that, Tom?
I vote for moving forward.
Very good. Okay. So we need to procedurally do a vote on that, or can we just?
You just proceed.
All right. So, Attorney Savinsky, we're just going to move forward with hearing the notice of violation. You can certainly bring forth any comments with regards to why we should table the matter, but we're going to move forward with hearing this appeal against the notice of violation.
Fair enough. Should I just proceed now, Mr. Chair? I'm standing here already. So.
Yeah, we're good to go. Please
okay.
Go ahead and make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, on the stay, and I think Attorney Carey has it correctly, the procedure would be to just table this. And let me explain the reason why. This is a very kind of odd situation that really involves abutting landowners that the town was reluctant to get involved with. The certificate of occupancy for Mr. Stickney's residence was issued almost 2 years ago. Really, the board, I hope, received a letter from me dated yesterday, and I apologize, that was the soonest we could deliver this information to the town. There's been a series of negotiations between Mr. Stickney and his abutters that have stalled. And in the course of our preparations for this appeal, we discovered there really is a legitimate dispute as to the proper location of the boundary between these two parcels at issue. And it's not a boundary dispute that this board has within its purview to decide, and nor would we ask you to make that decision. It's really something that a court ought to decide. So with no other option, really, we were sort of forced into filing this complaint in Superior Court, seeking a declaratory judgment from the Superior Court as to the proper location of the boundary. And the outcome of that trial, or that determination by the court, would directly impact the outcome of this notice of violation. Because if the boundary is where we think it should be, it entirely moots the violations cited in the NOV. So that's the reason for the stay. But I guess proceeding from there, maybe it would be helpful for the board members to go through sort of the history of this property. I have Mr. Stickney here too, who can give us some factual details as to how it came to be. And if there's an easy way for him to come up here, could he share the podium with me? Or
yeah, of course, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. We just, because of recording purposes, we need to have somebody at the microphone and the podium.
Sure.
But
So
yeah,
maybe
if you
I'll
both want to share, that works.
We'll share. So Mr. Stickney can introduce himself here shortly, but this involves the construction of a single-family residence that began in 2023, and it was completed in 2024. In your materials, there's a certificate of occupancy from the town dated June 28th of 2024. Typically, if there is an issue with a building permit or a certificate of occupancy or an approval from the town, there's an appeal deadline that flows from that. Those have long since passed. But sort of after completion of the residence, sort of all parties involved really treated this as a non-issue until I think sometime after the residence was complete, despite having there been awareness of this construction project going on for over a year. So I'd like Mr. Stickney to maybe speak to some of those details. So I'm going to invite him up to the microphone right now. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Jonathan Stickney. I am owner of 34 Shore Road in Raymond.
David, this is Tom Hennessy. If I could they get closer to the mic or whatever, because I can't hear much.
Yeah, of course.
Is that better, Tom? Mr. Hennessy?
Yes.
Okay.
So why don't you start with the construction of the house, walking the property, take us back to 2020, April of 2023.
Sure. So I purchased the undeveloped lot on, I'll start before that, July 1st, 2022. At that time, before purchasing the lot, I was walking the back boundary and noticed there was a blazed tree line that marked from survey pin up the back line to the other survey pin. After I purchased the lot in July, sometime in August, possibly September, that blaze line was refreshed. Construction and clearing shortly began on my part in October, November 2022. During that time, I was leaving all permitting, things like that, up to my builder and GC. And the spring of 2023, the foundation was in the ground, walls were being built, and the building foreman was on site with his crew when the site was visited by Doug Morrell. And Doug talked to the building foreman, commented on the house location, but did not say it was in a bad spot, and also gave further permission to cut down trees that any deemed hazardous to falling on the house. So with that permission, an additional tree was cut down. It was the tree that the board witnessed at the site walk that was hollowed out. From there, the house construction continued to go forward. Sorry, go ahead.
What's the next interaction you had with anyone speaking on behalf of the property owner?
The next interaction I had with anyone representing the property was with Doug Morrell in late spring 2024. He showed up to my house to discuss a issue that had become common between the two road associations between Thomas Pond Terrace and Shore Road, which was where each of those roads dead into a line of boulders, which are at the base, the front left edge of my property. Those boulders prevent passage between the two roads. And his question to me was regarding if I was in favor or not in favor of removing those boulders for allowing a fire department gate being put in for allowing fire trucks to pass between the two roads. I was not in favor and still am not in favor of that. And then that turned into a kind of a sidebar comment from Doug asking if I think he said the Road Association president noticed when he was looking at aerial survey pictures that he thought that my house was built on to his children's property, and he stated right then that he did not think that I did. I did find that comment kind of weird, but a week later he showed back up to my house with a GIS image showing what the apparent violation was with my house being built on the property. I'd have to recall through notes exactly the details of that, but then he came back a week later with a further demand of monetary payment.
We don't have to get into that. That's just thinking, but I'm trying to think if there's anything. So you had a survey commission at some point.
Correct.
After all that came.
Correct. After this came to light, I started calling around to multiple survey companies, and honestly got the first one who could do the work the quickest. So as soon as that work was done, I willingly shared that information with Mr. Morrell, Doug Morrell, and also with the town, to which I brought it to the.
Yeah, who did you share that with at the town?
So I brought it to the code office and also with the tax assessor. I was working with Kurt Leibel, I believe he was the assessor, because I was told that I need to talk to him to figure out, because that lot was in tree growth, what the tax penalty might be for pulling the slot of land out of tree growth.
Who was the code enforcement officer at the time?
I do believe it was Chris Hansen.
And what did Chris Hansen do after having seen that survey?
The recognition between the code office and myself, the discussion was that we were handling this civilly and we're trying to work through this through third party, and that the town was going to wait to see if any resolution could happen from the civil matter. And that was the case. Got a phone call from Chris Hansen December, I think the week of Christmas or the week before Christmas, 2024, asking what the status of the issue with the Morrell property was, and my response to him was we had been trying to actively work on resolution with the Morrells, but they had not been willing to even negotiate with us.
Have you ever had any interaction with Brittany McNeil, Aaron Morrell, or Brendan Morrell?
I've never spoken with them directly. I have received certified letter from them, and the first time I do believe I actually have even seen one of the Morrell children, I think it was Brendan, was at the site walk this Saturday, whatever date that was, whenever the board was there.
21st. Okay, thank you. So, as Mr. Stickney mentioned, the abutting property that's involved here has been in tree growth status, and according to the town files, since at least 1975. And when a property is in tree growth status and you want to harvest it, there's a requirement to mark the property lines. So that was done at some point because the property was harvested at some point many years ago. And the line that was marked appears to correspond exactly to the flags that the board members saw on the property at the site walk on March 21st. So that's, and this is all subject of further investigation, but it appears that blazed line that the board members observed on the 21st has been in existence and treated as the actual property boundary since at least 1994 and possibly since 1975. So that is the subject of the civil litigation, which has been initiated, seeking a judicial court order remedying this situation. So with that, I think I'll leave it at that, and if the board has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do have some questions, but I gotta get my notes down here. I guess number one is we are meeting here tonight with regards to the notice of violation. What specifically are you asking with the board to do with this notice of violation?
I think the outcome of this appeal hinges upon what the court will decide in the related litigation between the two property owners. So this is really a boundary dispute, which has become a town dispute because of the issuance of the notice of violation. So the town doesn't need to get involved at this stage. If the court agrees with us, and the boundary is where the blazed line is, there is no violation. And the substance of the NOV becomes, in my view, entirely moot at that point.
When did Mr. Stickney receive the survey? The survey from mainland?
It would have been middle of July 2024.
Okay, so I do know it has a submission date on it of...
I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It was either mid-June or mid-July. I can't remember.
It has a submission date on it of June 13th, 2024. Would that be right around the date that you received it?
If I received it on the 13th, then I would have submitted it to the town within the next day or two, yes.
Okay, because that was my next question, is when did you make the survey available to the town?
I would have to verify through my notes on that to figure out the exact date, but it would have been right around that time.
Is your contention then that this survey is inaccurate? Or what is your opinion on this survey?
First of all, it was commissioned for Mr. Stickney, and the town is using it as evidence in its notice of violation. A survey, and I'm not a surveyor, but it wouldn't take into consideration matters such as a claim of boundary by acquiescence, which is the subject of the civil litigation. So, like, a court has the jurisdiction to resolve a boundary dispute, which might, result in a boundary being different from what is depicted on the survey.
Because I do note on this survey, there's at least 1, 2, 3, like 5 pins, pre-existing pins noted. There's also plan references to it's probably like subdivision plans that were surveyed and filed, recorded, 1928, 1956, and as well as 1956. I guess, given the survey, given the survey, would you agree that the structure is encroaching as well as within setbacks?
I mean, the survey says what it says. I'm not going to argue that.
Okay.
The survey doesn't depict an encroachment. That's what it depicts.
Okay, and I still think I would like to get confirmation of you what specifically you're asking the board to do, outside of a stay, what specifically you're asking the board to do with regards to this notice of violation.
Well, if you were to table the public hearing, then you would not be making a decision on it one way or the other. And Attorney Carey can explain it better than I can. The reason why is because, well, you know, if a court determines that the boundary it should be other than what is depicted on the survey, that impacts the violations alleged in the NOV.
I'm going to open this up to the board. Sorry, guys, I've been kind of hogging things. So.
You got something? Go ahead.
I'm good at the moment.
Can you, Jonathan, you'd mentioned the blaze line refresh. Can you elaborate what that means? I think either prior to or just after purchasing. You explain that in a little bit more detail.
Sure. So when I was walking the property before purchase, and even at purchase, there were definitely some, like I said, like aged blaze marks, but then those blaze marks were refreshed with fresh blaze paint.
Okay, just so I want to just get the chronology correct. So when you purchased it, they were aged.
Correct.
And after you purchased it, they've been refreshed.
Correct.
Were they the same marks?
Yes.
Like, was it somebody go in and touch up the aged mark, or were there two sets of different blades?
It was the blaze line on the same tree line.
It's on the same. Okay.
I couldn't say for certain because I didn't mark each tree to see which ones had been, but it was the same line.
Okay.
My apologies for interrupting. Greg, could you turn your mic towards you more?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want me to repeat my question?
No, I picked it up. I turned your volume up.
Okay. And then I think maybe for council, could you just walk us through like very specifically the timing of the case you have pending in Superior Court, I guess, when that was started relative to the NOV, relative to your filing the appeal? Just trying to I want to make sure I have the chronology correct.
Yeah, well, we had tried to avoid filing the civil suit, but we're sort of the NOV, I would say, forced the issue.
Yep.
So that was January. So we sort of had to file this appeal to preserve Mr. Stickney's rights, and with no private resolution available in the short time period between when the NOV was issued and now, and also as a result of further investigation into the town records documenting that this blaze line has existed for several decades. So to answer your question, this was just filed with the court on Friday or Monday yesterday. So okay. It's
which one is it?
Well, we mailed it out on Friday.
All right. Friday.
So they probably got it.
They got
Monday.
it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, the cover letters. Just so the cover letter to the court is right in the.
Just trying to get it from your perspective. The NOV comes in January.
Yeah.
Appeal to make sure you get the appeal into the board, and then kind of as a side parallel effort, working through civil matters to try to address the threshold issue, which is the border dispute itself.
Right.
Thinking that if that is resolved, it would certainly lend guidance to the decision.
It would be dispositive of the NOV.
Right, exactly, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Fred, Tom?
Guess my only question is, I wasn't present on the site walk. Are you planning to read that off into the minutes, or
You know what?
do you?
Yeah, that was an oversight on my part, Tom. You are correct. We do have a site walk report, which Pete recorded for us. I'm going to go ahead, Pete, you go ahead and read it out. Sure. We will vote to accept it and include it in the record. My apologies for that.
That's okay. And my question in the is also, the survey shows a number of things, but it does not show the septic system. If you have any insight from the site walk that says it's on one side or the other of the property line.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have Pete read the site walk, and then if that's still an outstanding question, we can clarify for you. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, Zoning Board of Appeals site walk, Saturday, March 21st, 2026, scheduled for 9 a.m. Attendees from the ZBA members was David Murch, Greg Dean, Fred Miller, Pete Lockwood. Tom Hennessy was not in attendance. Other attendees were Joe Savisky, Doug Morrill, Dennis Martin, Teresa Ellis, Brandon Morrill, Jonathan Stickney, and Sheena Randall. The site walk started at 9:03 a.m. David provided the guidelines for the site walk. We started walking the property by heading from the driveway around the east side of the property. In the easterlymost corner of the backyard, Mr. Stickney pointed out the pink ribbons, flags, that were tied to several trees. David asked if the rock wall was existing or if it had been built as part of the house construction. Mr. Stickney responded that it was not pre-existing, but it had been recently constructed. It was discussed that the flags were pre-existing. Mr. Stickney commented that they were. It is clarified in our ZBA packets that these are not the actual property line. From the lawn in the backyard, we stepped 10 to 15 feet into the woods, and Mr. Stickney pointed to a large tree on the ground which had originally been thought to be a property marker. From this point, Mr. Stickney pointed to a tree to the west, which has a red blaze painted onto it along with a pink flag. Mr. Stickney indicated that the back property line was originally thought to run from this tree to the flags on the east side of the property. We moved back to the lawn and headed to the west side of the backyard. David pointed to a generator and a propane tank and indicated that the generator was noted as the HVAC in the survey. We then moved around to the west side of the lawn where two other pink flags were noted. These are not property lines, but are relative to the septic system. Mr. Stickney mentioned that we were standing above the septic tank. We walked from here around to the front of the property and back onto the driveway. Mr. Doug Morrill asked if we wanted to see the property line between his property and Mr. Stickney's. David said that he was all set. Nobody else from the ZBA indicated that they needed to see the property line either. This concluded the site walk. The site walk ended at 9:15 a.m. Respectfully submitted, Pete Lockwood.
Board members that are here in this room that were in attendance on the site walk, do you have any anything that you would want to alter, comments? So all those in favor of accepting the site walk report into the record? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Fred Miller, yes. Pete Lockwood, yes.
Tom, you're going to have to abstain.
I abstain.
Very good, so that is in our records. So Tom, does that help to answer your question with regards to where the septic was?
It's from that, it kind of sounded like it was within the surveyed property lines.
I would agree to that, but I will seek confirmation from my fellow board members.
David,
Yeah, within, I can't vouch to within, the established 30-foot setback on this, but yeah, within the established property boundaries.
I don't think the 30-foot setback applies to septic systems, but yeah, as long as it's not way outside the property line, that's all I was trying to figure out.
Fred, did you have anything from? No? Okay.
Can I just ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, of course you can.
Sorry if I'm not trying to belabor the point, just trying to understand. I'm not familiar with court process, like mailing, how that whole process starts. Can you just walk me through? It does strike me as it's very late in the end of March to be getting this in front of the court. Can you just explain the timeline of how it gets to being filed on Friday, potentially received Monday before this board hears the
Yeah, well, I mean, it was my litigator colleagues prepared the complaint and filed it. It was a matter of last resort.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
So there was some work being done trying to make progress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a considerable amount of research and investigation went in. It wasn't something that we just, scribbled down on paper and ran it over to the courthouse. This was several weeks in the making.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're going to pivot now. We're going to give Jason a chance to present his side of things. So certainly feel free to take a seat. And Jason, if you want to go ahead and present to us what you have, please.
I mean, I think you got the memo that I put out March 18th. It spells most of it. I can just go over a quick timeline of what I see what happened. It looked to me, and I was going through the permitting. Initially, permits were applied for back in 9/9/22. They were put on hold. The note I found was for a tree permit to cut down the trees. Then there was nothing that happened. On 1/11/23, a septic inspection was called in. The code officer at the time, Chris Hansen, he went down and noted that there were no permits that were issued at the time. The applicant had dropped off the permits, but they hadn't been approved nor paid for at that time, except for the driveway permit. So after the fact, permits were, and you noticed.
Well, can you go smack that ball on the table to shut it
The
up?
foundation was also going in.
Yes.
A septic design was applied for on 3/15/23.
Atta girl.
And all the permits looked like they were issued on or about 4/19/23. All the normal inspections took place. I think you have the plot plan that was submitted with the permit application showing that that setbacks to with a wide margin. Certificate of occupancy was given, was written 6/28/24. I began working at the town of Raymond on July 9th, 2024, and I remember Mr. Stickney coming in with the survey, saying that he realized there was an issue there, and what to do about it. We were sympathetic to him. We understood that a mistake had been made, and thought the best course of action at the time was to not issue any violations and to let the parties work it out. So I wasn't privy to the call that Chris Hansen made in December, but in August of 25, it had been a year and there had been no progress that we had seen. So a warning letter was written, just kind of getting on the radar there to let them know, this is an issue. We recognize it as such. Didn't want to have to write an NOV, but another 5 months had passed with no resolution, no information. The town doesn't like to take sides in these matters, but the longer this went on, it felt as the town was taking one side of what, admittedly is partly a civil dispute. We're not surveyors, we have we get a survey that shows a line. We have to respect that. Ultimately, it came down to writing the NOV in January.
So sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so the reluctancy was just about trying to defer town involvement, hoping
Correct.
that
It had just been
ambiguity about there's no ambiguity about from the town's perspective.
It had just been noticed. Mr. Stickney seemed genuine in wanting to get it resolved. So the thinking was, let's give him some latitude here. Let's give him a chance to fix this before the town would take action.
Has that what changed? Was it just a matter of time that made that opinion
time
change,
and
or is it different now, or are there new from your perspective?
I think at a certain point, how long do you let it go? We can't convey property rights through a certificate of occupancy. Ultimately, we have a situation here where not only is there a setback encroachment, but it was onto another property. So now you have two residents who are in disagreement. Ultimately, whatever we do is going to look like we're taking one side or the other. We felt the prudent action would be to give the parties a chance to work it out. But as time wore on, I hadn't heard anything. Maybe if this court had been filed and said, "Hey, listen, there's a serious property line dispute here," take that into consideration. There was none of that. We're kind of left with the facts on the ground at that point, and had to make a decision at some point.
But now that has been filed, does that change your opinion on the status of, or the appropriateness of the NOV?
You never know what could happen at court. And even although, I've looked at that survey, and if you connect those 2 points in the line, I'm still not sure that setbacks will be met. We're talking about a line that is defined on a survey versus a theoretical line that we don't know where it is. We don't know if the court would determine that line does meet setbacks or where they would put that line. We have to go by the survey.
The survey that the property owner provided.
Yep. We were going off the plot plan that was given to us, which showed setbacks met fine.
Right.
And it says, on the bottom of every single one of our permits, it says, the approval of this permit is in no way relieves the applicant of, the applicant has the burden of ensuring that he has the legal right to use the property and that he's measuring required setbacks from the legal boundary lines on the lot. The approval of this permit in no way relieves the applicant of this burden, nor does this permit approve constitution of a resolution in favor of the applicant of any issues regarding the property boundaries, ownership, or similar title issues. It is hereby certified that the above use is shown on the plats and plans submitted with the application conform with all applicable provisions of the Town of Raymond Land Use Ordinance and shoreline provisions. So when the C of O was issued, it was issued with the information that we had that everything was fine. When we get that,
David, this is Tom. When I can ask a question to Jason, I'd like to.
Okay. Do you feel like you had a chance to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
I looked at the survey and I looked at the building sketch of a plot plan, and those measurements agree pretty closely with the actual survey, the plot plan, the building permit sketch, I'll call it, and had measurements on it, and they seem to agree pretty closely with the measurements that were actually on the survey done. And it did depict a sketch of a house, basically in the dead center of the property. Somehow, I don't understand how we could go so wrong to go that deep and go off the property line and base it on some pink flags. I didn't go to the site, so I don't really know exactly, but that just, if you can clarify, do you agree that the building application and the sketch that was there agrees really closely with the actual survey?
You're asking if the plot plan that was provided how closely it aligns with the survey?
Yes, not inches, but
I'd say, let me just pull up that, look at them side by side. I would say the driveway is more indicative of where the house location on the plot plan shows. You know, it's showing the house 275 feet from the, what I would call the, if you're standing on Shore Road, the right sideline. You know, that can't be more than 120 feet. So, you know, that's a 150-foot discrepancy right there. And it's showing 60 feet from the front, and you can see a 30-foot front setback. That's got to be 111 feet, 110 feet, 100 feet or so. So there's clearly discrepancies there, but, you know, we don't do setback inspections. That's why we have that written in the permit. No, we don't necessarily require a survey for a lot unless it's close on like lot coverage or property lines. This one's showing 38 feet from the back, 60 from the front, 70 from the side, 275 from one side. I wasn't involved in the permit review on this one, but you know, that shows, you know, it's meeting fairly comfortably.
so did I get out of that you agree that the sketch that was attached to the building application pretty much agrees with the dimensions of the survey?
Are you talking the outside dimensions?
Yes, the outside.
Yes, 80, 110, 160, 150. Yeah, they're within a couple feet.
Yeah.
The biggest discrepancy is about 3 or 4 feet.
Yeah, and it depicted a short driveway and a house dead center in the property.
The plot, the supplied, the applicant's plot plan, yeah, it shows it. No, it did. The measurements don't. The drawing shows it in the center, but if you read the 275 on one side and 70 feet on the other, I don't know if that's supposed to be 70 feet to the driveway, but you know, just looking at that, you know, those. If you add up 110, 90, and 90, you have 300 feet. So yeah, that's 300 feet. So 275 from that sideline is. That's a. I don't know how they came up with that number. Maybe that's the whole width of the lot. I'm not sure, and it's just not depicted properly.
Okay.
A couple of questions, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Does the issuance of a certificate of occupancy override any subsequent zoning violations that are found?
When they're found after it's issued?
Correct.
I think if it's found after it's issued, you know, it was issued in error at that point because it was issued on information that was incorrect.
No, I'll probably restate that. Does the issuance of a certificate of occupancy somehow trump over, does that help? If zoning violations are then subsequently found, does the issuance of a certificate of occupancy override those zoning violations, meaning that you can now ignore them because a CO was?
I don't think so.
Okay. So basically, if a zoning, if I'm understanding you correctly, if a zoning violation is found, regardless of a certificate of occupancy, that zoning violation needs to be acted upon.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Okay. But
And that's why I started with the warning letter at first.
yeah, part of this is what I come to is I did review our ordinances, and in shoreline zoning, we have Article 7, 350-7-8 enforcement. It says nuisances, any violation of these ordinance, defines a nuisance. Any violation of these ordinance provisions shall be deemed to be a nuisance. And then right after that, B, code enforcement. Number 1, it shall be the duty of the code enforcement officer to enforce the provisions of these ordinance provisions. If the CEO shall find that any provision of these ordinance provisions is being violated, he or she shall notify in writing the person responsible of such violation, including the nature of the violation and ordering the action necessary to correct it, including discontinuance of illegal use of land, buildings, or structures, or work being done, removal of illegal building or structure, and abatement of nuisance conditions. A copy of such notices shall be submitted to the municipal officers and be maintained as a permanent record. Now, there is no timeline to that. It just simply says that you need to act on it. Would you say that that has been acted on? Would you say that this has been, the issuance of the NOV?
I say I acted on that, yes,
Okay.
I would say so.
Are you aware of any sort of like expiration date on a zoning violation? You know, like, thank you, statute of limitations. I couldn't think of the right word.
No, I don't know of one.
Okay.
You know, you never know when you're gonna get notified of a violation, and you know, I don't think it's unusual to get notified of a violation and not, you know, and try and reach out and with a warning letter or something like that to try and get a resolution.
Sure.
And give the homeowner or property owner or whoever a chance. When I started doing code enforcement, they said, you know, try not to be too helpful. It's a hard thing not to feel for people sometimes. So, you know, when somebody's got a violation, my philosophy is give them a chance. So that's what we had here. Whether I should have acted on it right away and revoke, well, I wasn't in the position to do that. I was only the assistant. I had just come on. So I wasn't in the position to act within, if you want to consider it, you know, needing to act within 30 days as kind of de facto appeal of that. I wasn't in a position to do that at the time. So I was content to follow what the previous code officer did and say, you know, let's wait on this, and give them a chance, these two parties, to work things out. But as time went on, it got the feeling that this may drag on forever. And at what point, you know, when you have another property owner, budding property owner, you know, asking questions, wondering why we're not looking out for their rights, puts us in the middle of a civil dispute. So a decision had to be made, and I made a decision.
Okay. A couple other questions, and I'll give you guys a chance to if you have something. But just reading through the notice of violation and looking at the survey, I'm going to ask you some questions. I pretty much know what I think your answers are going to be, but based on the survey, notice of violation, you were still in agreement that there is encroachment occurring, and you are still in agreement that there is a setback violation with regards to the property.
Yes.
Specifically, Chapter 350, Article 6, 350-6-2, minimum lot standards and setbacks. Minimum building setback shall be as follows: front 30, side 30, rear 30. And it's the rear 30 that we're speaking to, correct?
Rear 30, yes, correct.
Okay. There are two things noted, well, actually three, I guess. Enforcements. There is number one, removal of the portion of the structure that does not meet setbacks, or relocation of the structure to meet setbacks. Are you still in agreement with that as an enforcement?
I mean, I only see three ways to go about this, you know, lot line adjustment, removal, or relocation. You know, if this had been a non-conforming lot abutting, I would not have suggested a lot line adjustment, because it would not have been, we can't make a non-conforming lot more non-conforming. So That's why I offered that up, as I couldn't think of another way to meet setbacks.
Got it. So looking at, 350 Article 7, 350-7-8, including discontinuance of illegal work, removal of building structure. So, and then, so the second option you give is legal resolution of the encroachment through a recorded lot line adjustment approved by authority having jurisdiction. Are you still in agreement with that? Because in the original paperwork submitted, that the attorney for Jonathan Stickney indicated that's more of a civil issue and not really anything that the town can enforce.
No, but when we write a violation, we try to give all the options that are available to them. You're correct, we can't make both parties agree to a lot line adjustment at all. But, just felt it's our job to try and give the person every option available.
And one last.
I mean, and to that note, that point, we can't, like I said before, we can't convey land through a certificate of occupancy either. So, we look at that, and a lot line adjustment, it's easier to move a line on paper than it is a house.
So the removal, in your opinion, is something the town can enforce. The legal resolution is not anything that the town can enforce. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last option is number one or two, removal or legal resolution, and with those, and submission of all required applications, plans, surveys, and permits necessary to resolve the violation. You're in agreement with that enforcement action? Okay.
We would need a new building permit to relocate.
Gotcha. And finally, in your memo to the board, you did have a section 3, so what the CEO is asking the board to do. I'm going to read them. I'm going to give you my take on them. Mm-hmm. May ask our attorney to help with this as well, but I'll read out loud. Said the CEO asked the board to deny the appeal, uphold the NOV in its entirety, and direct the following corrective actions. 1, remove the encroachment. The owner must remove or relocate a portion of the structure on the abutting land or legally require a property interest in that land. For example, through a recorded boundary line adjustment with the neighbor's consent. Number 2, revoke or suspend the certificate of occupancy. The board may wish to confirm that the certificate of occupancy is suspended or revoked pending full compliance consistent with state law. And then finally, number 3, assess penalties. Under Maine law, per violation, penalties range from a minimum of 100 to a maximum of 2,500 per day. And the willfulness of the owner's conduct, building without permits, not verifying boundaries, may be considered in setting the amount. Number 1 seems outside our scope. That's a civil issue. Number 2, again, that's an enforcement action, which is really, I don't think the board has the authority to do. And assess penalties, again, I think that's more of a select board issue. And so I believe that all 3 of these are outside the authority of the board to consider. I will ask our own attorney who's advising us if that might be the case, but I want to address these 3 points with you before we go much further. I will, but yeah. Did you want to voice any of that?
Yeah, so what you're asked to do is to consider whether to revoke the notice of violation or uphold it. You don't have the authority. So the code enforcement officer talked about the 3 different remedies that are available. Yep. Any of those would cure the violation. He doesn't necessarily have the authority to order a specific remedy other than removal. Okay. He can order the removal. He can observe that any of the 3 would cure the violation. The effect of that is that curing the what's the difference? Curing the violation means if there was a a lot line difference recorded, there would no longer be a violation. So if a court found per day penalties, that would stop at the date that the lot line agreement was recorded or the house was moved. And so they would go into the amount of civil penalty if the violation was cured, but he doesn't have the authority to order 2 of the 3.
Okay.
In terms of your other, I don't think that
These are the 3 that he had brought to us outside of the NOV.
Yeah, the revocation. I mean, so you're upholding NOV, and so there may be a second. So the revocation and suspension of the CO isn't part of the NOV. That may be some authority that he could do next, but that's not, because that was not part of the NOV. That's not on appeal here. He does mention the assessment of penalties. And recite the statute and the ordinance that authorizes penalties. And so that is the next, it is the court that would determine how much civil penalties to assess and whether to also award attorney's fees as damage. And also as a technical matter, the specific performance it required is also considered part of a penalty. And so the next step in a notice of violation would be going to court and enforcing what the penalties for that would be. And that, as you point out, that suit would be authorized by the select board, not by this body here. So what you can do is observe whether or not the violation that's noted in the NOV is accurate and whether or not it violates the codes that are cited. And that's what you would do here, and then it would be the select board that would determine how to enforce it going further.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions for Jason? Okay. So what I'm going to do is, if Mr. Stickney, you or your attorney have some counterpoints to make, certainly feel free. I'll give Jason a chance to do a counterpoint to that, and then we're going to open this up to public comments. Nothing? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comments. We will do first through here in the broadcast studio, and then we'll move to Zoom land. We're going to first open this up to those who want to speak in favor of this appeal. Is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone on Zoom or who's called in that would like to speak in favor of this appeal? Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the people here in the broadcast studio first. Anybody who would like to speak against this appeal? And again, if you are speaking, try to focus specifically on the issues at hand, and again, speak your name, affiliation for this, and who you're representing, where you're from, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is Jason Theobald. I'm an attorney with Curtis Thaxter in Portland, and I represent Aaron Morrell, Brendan Morrell, and Brittany McNeil. I believe Brendan is on Zoom attending tonight. They're the owners of the abutting lot, tax map 6, lot 30, which is the tree growth lot on which Mr. Stickney's property is encroaching. And the property is also being encroached upon by additional fixtures of the property, notably the propane tank and the generator unit that's marked as an HVAC on the survey. As the owners of the abutting property, the Morells are obviously interested parties in this action. They're the ones being encroached upon, and they're, aggrieved by this process. So they are very much interested in the outcome of this appeal. Also with me is, and to be clear, also I want to be clear that the Morels have not consented nor acquiesced to the encroachment onto their property by Mr. Stickney's house or the fixtures associated with it. Also with me here is another abutter, Doug Morel. He's the father of Aaron, Brendan, and Brittany, the owners of the property being encroached upon. Doug's the owner of the property at 201 Thompson Pond Terrace, which abuts Mr. Stickney's property to the south on the other side. Although his property is not being encroached upon, as a direct abutter to Mr. Stickney, he's obviously interested in the outcome of this appeal. So just for the record, as the chairman pointed out, I'm up here as opposed to the appeal. We are in favor of the NOB being upheld tonight by the Board of Appeals. And so I just kind of want to go through and address some of the different arguments. I'll start with this issue of the stay, since that's where we started at the beginning of the night. And so we're opposed to stay. We believe that the board has all the information it needs tonight to make a decision upon the issue of whether the NOV itself was properly authorized and should be upheld. Mr. Stickney's attorney have asked this be stayed because they have recently, although they had previously asked for a stay under some other grounds, they have now kind of focused on the idea that they have now filed a civil action against my clients. I've seen the complaint. We have not been served the complaint. Just to answer some of Mr. Dean's kind of questions about the process, is typically after a complaint is filed with the court, the defendants have to be served. That can take some time. So we officially have not been, though I'm aware of it, we have not officially been served with it. So we have not technically been brought into the legal process yet. Once we are brought in, the timeline for how that plays out is unclear. More likely than not, we'll be filing a counterclaim. And then kind of once you're in that process, it can take months, years to play out before anything happens. You know, the idea of tabling this meeting pending some kind of outcome there is really an unknown. I mean, it could be tabled for quite some time. And frankly, that's not necessary. And I think one of the reasons it's probably not necessary is the civil process, which has been started in the courts, and what this board's job is, and what the CEO's job is in issuing a notice of violation, are two different things. The purpose of the land use ordinance is that the CEO is tasked with enforcing. They are intended to maintain the character of the town of Raymond. And so the idea of having setbacks and having certain land use requirements is in order to maintain a certain aesthetic to the community, a certain lifestyle that the town deems appropriate. And so when the CEO sees violations of ordinances, it's not necessarily to vindicate the private rights between neighbors or abutters. What it is to maintain the standards of the town. And so here, regardless of what happens with the private dispute between my client and Mr. Stickney about the settling the encroachment, the fact of the matter is the setbacks aren't being complied with, and that is the town's primary concern, is whether or not is its ordinance being followed. Now, a settlement or a resolution of the judicial action might resolve that. That is, as we stand here tonight, unknown. But the fact of the matter is this town has to focus on whether or not its ordinances are being enforced. And I think it also has to think about, if it's not going to enforce its ordinance and it's going to table those kind of decisions, you know, while neighbors settle out private disputes, the message it can send to, you know, others in the town about how the town is dealing with these things. And so I think the town has an incentive and an interest in ensuring that its ordinances are broadly complied with. And really, again, the civil action has no real bearing on whether or not, you know, as we sit here tonight, whether or not the setback requirements in the shoreline zoning ordinance are being complied with. And I think the board has all it has in front of it. It needs to make that determination whether or not the notice of violation was properly issued. And so, you know, so there's been a lot, I think, made out of the history of this and the blazed lines, and I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. So the Morels property is a tree growth lot, and as part of being enrolled in the state's tree growth program, the trees and the cutting of it and the management is subject to a forestry management plan that has to be renewed every so many years. And as part of that, one of the requirements is that for any cutting, and this is my understanding, is any cutting, there has to be, the property needs to be marked the boundary lines to ensure that no cutting is accidentally cut onto somebody else's property. And so as part of that, the lines have been blazed in order to ensure that the cutting doesn't come onto Mr. Stickney's or another neighbor's property. But just because it's been blazed for the forestry management piece is not determinative of where the property line is. That's just to ensure that they stay on the Morell's property. It's not determinative of where the boundary is. The boundary is obviously determined by the deeds and what the deeds have in the plans for these particular subdivisions where Mr. Stickney's property is, that were recorded many years ago. They're the ones that ultimately determine where the lines is, and the surveyor who did the survey, that's what they looked to. And so even if there was a mistaken belief that the property line was somewhere else and that was mistaken based on the blazes, it doesn't change the fact of where the actual property line is. And I'd also like to point out that a lot of this, I think, issue is somewhat of self-created harm, whether it was created intentionally or it was by a mistake, and it may have been a mistake done by not Mr. Stickney himself, it may have been done by his contractor. But I may have Doug come up here and speak too, because Doug knows more of the details of the history of this, but my understanding is that, and I think the CEO had talked about this too, is that cutting had been started on Mr. Stickney's property as part of the construction without permitting, and when it was realized that there was work going on that was unpermitted, there was a stop work order issued, and Mr. Stickney applied for an after-the-fact permit. He could have, at that point, gotten a survey to ensure he knew where the property lines were before the permitting done, and so to ensure that he was locating the house on the correct spot. There was no survey done, and whether the builder made a mistake or an error, ultimately the house was built not in the location it was. And as I think there was a discussion earlier about the drawing that was in the build permit showing the house located kind of dead center. As I pointed out, some of those measurements on that map are not correct. It does say it's 275 feet from the sideline, which doesn't make sense when you consider that the line along Shore Road is roughly 300, so the house couldn't be dead center and also be located 275 feet from the property line. But I think also when you look at that drawing in the build permit, you'll see that the house is oriented lengthwise perpendicular to Shore Road. And then, but the actual construction, which I think you can see on the survey, the house is, the way I see it, has been turned 90 degrees a different direction, and now it's lengthwise running north-south, I believe, or maybe east-west at that point. But either way, it's running a different direction than what was on the build permit. So it does not seem to be that it was built in accordance with the permit that was requested. Again, whether or not that was a mistake or an error, that an innocent error, we can't say. But the fact of the matter is it was not built in conformance with the permit. And so this idea that the certificate of occupancy was then issued and that somehow that's the town is a stop from enforcing its setbacks because it issued a certificate of occupancy, I think it runs counter to the fact that this is a self-created issue. That the permit application makes very clear that they're not deciding, they're in the fine print there at the bottom, although it's not really fine print, but at the bottom there, the kind of warning that the CEO pointed to, that the permit application is not making any kind of decisions on location and lot lines, that they're only issuing the permit based on information provided, and that's the landowner's responsibility to ensure that the setbacks are complied with. That clearly didn't happen in this situation. And so, just because a certificate of occupancy is issued, I don't think relieves the landowner, from having complied with the setbacks given that warning. And I think I'm jumping around a little bit here, but another point I kind of want to make on the enforcement piece and to what extent the ordinance allows the CEO to enforce land uses after their certificate of occupancy. I think in Mr. Stickney's submission to the board with his appeal, they focus on section 300-5.5 of the land use ordinance, which talks about a certificate of occupancy shall be issued by the building inspector, or in this case, it's the CEO, determining that the building and structure and the land complies with the ordinances. However, I think, and I think there's been some suggestion that essentially that this means once a certificate of occupancy is issued, it's somehow blessing compliance with those land use ordinances. And I don't think that's a correct reading of the ordinance. I think it talks about what is done to get a certificate of occupancy, but I think it has to be read in conjunction with the other parts of the statute. And I think particularly it has to be read in conjunction with section 300-5.8, which then talks about the code enforcement officer shall, if the code enforcement officer shall find any provision of this chapter is being violated, then the code officer shall notify in writing the person and shall issue a notice of violation. So I think that clearly indicates that if any kind of violation, whether after certificate of occupancy or any time is determined, it's the obligation of the CEO to issue a notice of violation. And I think that's what's been done in this case. So there's no exception in that particular section for if there was a certificate of occupancy issued in the past, or if there was some kind of other permitting issue in the past. It says if there is a violation, then the CEO shall issue a notice of violation. And so I'm going to actually get Doug to come up here and talk a little bit, because Doug, like I said, I think Doug, we heard a lot from Mr. Stickney earlier about the timing of things, and I think our position is the timing of things is different than I think what's been presented to the board.
Good evening. My name is Doug Morrill. I'm an abutting landowner, and I am against granting the appeal or the stay. This has been going on for quite some time, as you well know, but the discussions with Mr. Stickney have been very amicable over the time, but they just don't, they stopped in the fall of 2024. So at least getting him in the room with us and having the opportunity to work something out down the road is beneficial. Back to the original survey that Mr. Stickney had performed, I was the one that recommended that was a good starting point for us. Let's figure out where the lines are. Let's figure out where the house is. On the town tax maps, it shows lot 101, 102, 103. Those were established in 1956 in a town-approved subdivision. As you can see on those sketches, each of the lines are marked with a distance, and each line is angular in some fashion. But it's got nothing to do with the cruise lines on the back that a forester established. He's not a surveyor, the forester. He's looking for tree types and what areas are wet, where the deer wintering yards and things like that. Not a boundary survey. So there was a surveyor on the road that happened to be doing some work in that same time frame. I went down and chatted with him. He was doing some work right in front of the Martin's house and Sheila Randall's house, and chatted with him, and he said he could be happy to come look at it, but couldn't get to it for a while. So Jonathan and I chatted about that and decided that, he decided he could make a couple of phone calls, and that was on May 22nd. 3 weeks later, he had a survey in hand, the survey that you see in front of you. If you look at that survey, the interesting part, and we keep talking about this blaze line in back that the forester did, the issue is that iron pin that's 20 inches high on the southeast corner, which does abut my land, and it abuts Brendan, Aaron, and Brittany's land. And by the way, excuse me, Brendan and Aaron are on the video tonight. Brittany is in Arnold, Maryland, trying to put 2 kids to bed, just outside of Annapolis. Brendan's in New York City in a hotel room on business, and Aaron's in Cape. They don't get up here much, except in the summertime. Brittany comes up for about 6 weeks in the summer, each summer. But they're around virtually every weekend. So we're around all the time. We can see our 2 houses, Mr. Stickney's house and mine. Getting back to the pin that's in that corner, you can see the jog in the line that's shown on the survey on lots 102, 103. there is a line, the most southerly line that runs from the lake up, runs from the road up to the back pin that I'm referring to is 224 feet. The Stickney lot only goes 150 feet. And again, as Jason said, don't know who to blame. A lot of folks have been blamed about this, that, and the other. But I could see how a contractor could look at that and say, yeah, that must be the corner lot, without having the sketch. Unfortunately, the contractor put the sketches together. It showed the location of the home, it showed the jogs on the lots. So I don't know how that got mixed up. The pink flagging that was installed was not necessarily installed by the forester. It was installed by myself. I have a bunch of pins on my back line that when you were the folks that were on the sidewalk had looked down to the south, you would have seen a whole row of pink flagging through the woods. I tied off all the pins that I had on my property because I wanted to measure up and see if that pin was located accurately within a few feet. It had been put there in 1955. I didn't know whether it had been moved or how accurate it was, and it turns out it was accurate for that location. I left the flagging in place because I've got 7 grandchildren that play up there in the woods. Instructions are, if you guys see that flagging, turn around. I don't want you going past that. That's the point of the flagging. It's got nothing to do with the forester. He blazed trees in the woods and he paints them, absolutely. But the cost for refreshing the blazed lines, not the property lines, but the blazed lines, is about $2,000 for that 100-acre parcel. So it's not a survey quality effort by any stretch. There's no deed work that gets done. There's no anything like that. It's just looking for types of trees. The orientation that Mr. Hennessy mentioned, the orientation of the sketches compared to what was built is 90 degrees different than what was submitted. I have absolutely no concerns with the applications when they were submitted. They looked accurate, it was well off the property line, and didn't think anything of it. I was walking down the road one day and I saw that the contractor was up there doing work and there's a huge dead tree in the back. I walked up to him, I said, if that's in your way, go ahead and take it down. I would do that today. It was a good sized tree. Didn't want it coming down on a brand new house, whether it's on my lot or my children's lot or Mr. Stickney's lot. They'd worked around it. I said, take it down. Just trying to be neighborly. It in no way implies that I gave him permission to build a house on land that either I own or that my children own. So those are just some of the issues that need clarification. After the survey was done, we did give, Jonathan and I talked, gave him a verbal proposal, followed up in writing. He responded back on August 16th, 2024. Excuse me, we responded and reiterated our initial proposal in September 3rd-ish. And then in October, we received a letter saying that they'd like to undertake non-binding mediation, and we split the costs. Well, my position is we haven't done anything wrong here. Why should we be incurring costs? We'll participate, but we're not going to incur costs, and that's where that discussion ended. And to the best of my knowledge, there haven't been any counteroffers or anything since the fall of 2024.
We don't need to get too far into that.
Yeah, okay. I think this NOV helps the discussion, at least, from facilitating things. And that's really what we want to accomplish, but they've got to be reasonable conversations. We gave 2 or 3 options that Jason's been talking about, and we're happy with any of those. We'd rather have the house pulled ahead, which Jonathan says he has room. We'd sell him a piece of the land, but it's at a price more expensive than moving the house. We'd rather have the house moved ahead. And then if there's some other option, we'll figure that out. But we're wide open for discussions. So, anyway.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep.
Can I just ask you one point of clarification?
Yes.
That back pin that we were talking about on the survey as the 1-inch iron pipe,
Yep.
1.8 above grade.
Correct.
Did I hear you just say it's your understanding that that pin was placed in the 1950s?
1956 probably,
Okay.
when it was surveyed. And I've got a whole row of pins. Those are 50-foot wide lots. Many of the lots had pins on all four corners. Over the years, they got moved, they got pulled out, they fell over, or whatever. So.
Okay. I'm trying to match this up to what I see on the survey.
Yep. I'm sure, not to drag you into this, Fred, but out behind your property in the back, there are blaze lines in the woods. They might be close to the property line, but they're not intended to be the property line. Fred's got pins back there that mark the property line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in the broadcast studio that would like to speak against this appeal? Is there anyone in Zoom or called in that would like to speak against this appeal? See a hand raised. I don't know who you are, but
That is Brendan.
okay. I think you're on mute, perhaps. I see you talking, but no words coming out. Not hearing anything. If you're talking, we're still not hearing.
Does the person in the studio need to unmute?
You are muted.
Still nothing.
Brennan, you need to unmute yourself.
Our tech guy says on your end, it looks like you're muted.
Yeah, I was trying to call in from my
There we go.
phone.
We can hear now.
This won't sound
Good.
good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, if you can just let us know who you are and.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Brendan Morrill, so I'm one of the co-owners of the abutting property at issue here. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for everyone for the time here. So I know we're going on an hour and a half. My brother Aaron joined late, and he was texting me asking if this was still going. You know, in our minds, I think it is pretty cut and dry, based on, you know, almost what Mr. Stickney's attorney had said in looking at and not disputing the results of that survey, right? So we do feel that the notice of violation was issued correctly, and that, you know, it shouldn't be stayed. It's really the only thing that's forced some action here. As my father alluded to, we've tried to have those discussions with Mr. Stickney through himself and his attorney that haven't really gone anywhere. So, you know, when we look at that survey, and it seems pretty cut and dry, and the notice of violation being issued, you know, we feel like that's the proper action. And it doesn't preclude the other actions that he's referring to. So the civil matter through the court system can continue to take place. You know, happy to entertain that. As our attorney alluded to, there'd probably be a counter claim there. But, you know, I just wanted to voice my opinion that, you know, I'm in opposition of the stay. So that's it. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you for your time tonight. Is there anyone else on Zoom or called in that would like to speak against this appeal? Is there anybody in broadcast studio that would like to speak on this appeal from a neutral perspective? Is there anybody in Zoom that would like to speak on this appeal from a neutral perspective? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments. Mr. Stickney, if you or your representation have any final comments you'd like to give, you may do so now. What's that? Jason, do you have anything final? Nope. Do you have anything for us to procedurally before we kind of close and go into discussion?
No, I don't.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and close out comments and move into board discussion. I guess I will ask our attorney one thing. I'm a little, it feels as though the appellant is asking us simply to stay this. I didn't get any real responses to any other action it's seeking out of the board other than to stay. I'm not sure. I mean, we can review the notice of violation, see if Jason's assessment of things is accurate. But outside of a request to overturn the notice violation, I don't know what we can discuss outside of whether we should stay it. Am I understanding this correctly, or procedurally what should we move forward with?
The appellant has the burden to show that it should be overturned. There was the argument in the first submission that the board doesn't have the authority to change the lines, change the boundaries, and there seems to be some agreement between he and the CEO on that. So I didn't hear them address directly the survey, other than to say, the lines in the survey, other than to say they didn't agree with them in a court action. So I guess you've got to determine whether or not they've made their case. If you determine not to stay, you've got to determine whether they made their case to bring forward evidence that to prove that the NLB was wrong.
Okay. Yeah. So, as I hear it, there's obviously a request to stay, but the stay is dependent upon a third-party action, a civil suit, for which, the notice of violation is a town issue, a town enforcement. Yes, there's a potential solution to this through a civil action or civil, but I mean, this notice violation, this is the town issuing something to a resident of the town. So I don't know that we have any reason to consider a stay given what was presented to us, and waiting on a civil action. So I feel very strongly that we don't consider staying or tabling this, waiting for the results of that. But I am open to hearing you guys' thoughts on that.
Did you say you feel very strongly or you don't feel very strongly? It's a pretty big difference. I'm just trying to understand.
I feel very strongly that we do not consider staying this based on a civil action. The results of a civil proceeding. It's outside of what the town is here trying to enforce a zoning violation. To me, that's what our focus should be. A violation was observed by code enforcement, action was taken, notice of violation issued, and an appeal came objecting to that notice of violation. They request a stay, or they're requesting us to table it, waiting an undetermined amount of time for the results of a civil action, but it doesn't change the fact that, Jason has observed zoning violations, action was taken as per our ordinances, and that's what I think our focus needs to be here tonight, is the notice of violation valid? So I don't see that we can or should entertain the request to stay.
I have a question for council, maybe.
Yep.
I'll ask you, and you can.
No.
Does tabling it have, or what is the implications if let's say it was tabled from a? Does it change the way fines or anything might be calculated? Like, I'm trying to understand what the implications would be one way or the other. Like, does it actually change anything?
It changes. Let me back up for a second. I guess, and first I want to just observe something just practically about a stay. The town isn't a party to this lawsuit, so it's not going to know when it's resolved. And so if, just practically speaking, any stay should be bumping off for a date certain to bring it back up and have the parties come back in 6 months or a year or 2 months and say, is it still going? Because that's your authorities to create an agenda and ask people to come. After this, there's 2 different potential court proceedings after this. The first is, and they're, as lawyers do, they name them in confusing ways. One is called an 80B appeal, which is, once this is final, they have 45 days to go to Superior Court to say, no, the board is wrong, and overturn the NOV again. The second is what's called an 80K, or proceeding, which would be to kind of seek to enforce the NOV in court. And so that's where you get into civil penalties and attorney's fees. It gets procedurally kind of a bit of a mess when you get one or those, and potentially both, involved in a case that's going on that doesn't involve the town but involves the same kind of issue. So what happens? So there's going to be town's attorney's fees, and that's one of the things that you could seek, the town could seek payment for, but that's, so staying it prevents the running of attorney's fees, or significantly decreases them.
Sorry, staying it prevents that, or would
it delays
perpetuate the attorney's fees?
It delays them being incurred, and so once.
Oh, it delays them.
Right, and so whether it's me or the town attorney kind of going to court, there's going to be a decent amount of cost in just responding to that, if they appeal, or bringing an affirmative case for civil penalties.
Maybe if I can narrow the scope a little bit of my question. I think I'm being maybe a little too broad. I guess like specifically what I meant is like our ordinances talk about, a certain dollar amount per day that occurs. If the board tables this, that day accrual still continues, or does it no longer continue, or does it have any bearing on how those days are calculated? That's, I think, maybe just to pin it down a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. You were clear the first time, and I forgot it.
No, it's all good.
The background. I don't know.
Okay.
Is the answer. The NOV doesn't speak to it. The ordinances, I don't believe do. I reviewed that today. I don't recall seeing anything that could be kind of read to infer some kind of a tolling situation. Okay. There would be arguments on both sides. I think the town would want to say, they're continuing to run to create some incentive, even though there is a stay. They may say, well, it hasn't yet been decided, so it wasn't. So, but that's going to be an issue for the court. And if the court finds that there are, in fact, once the determination is that this is a violation, it's mandatory that there's a penalty. The discretion then becomes how much. And so it's what you're pointing your finger on will be the fight in the second action about the penalties is how much do they accrue and how fast, and what are some of the factors that should go to that.
I guess, David, then, just to play the other side of this, the town's, at least my understanding was to have this resolved and outside of the town's involvement. I think their NOV got that. The appellant is asking for just to delay, which it doesn't seem like. The alleged encroachment was in 2024, right? Like, we're talking, if we were to table it again, I'm just trying to think through the other side of this and say, let's meet next month. I don't think it materially changes anything. So I'm just putting that out there for what it's worth. I don't know if it's worth anything, but I think that's just my understanding of it. It seems like the town's goal would be met either way, because it's not like unless we vacated the violation, which I'm not even sure there's been an argument that that should be done.
And that's an enforcement issue, which is really outside our scope.
Well, no, I mean, we could say there was an error.
Again, but that's a type of enforcement. I mean, vacating a certificate of occupancy.
No, the NOV.
Oh, vacating.
That's literally our mandate, right? Is to uphold the NOV or vacate the NOV, or send it back.
Yes.
Right. So I'm like I don't think that we're really even. I don't know. I guess I just don't feel as strongly as you do, and I'm not sure. I'm not as sure that it's not cleanest just to honor the or table it. I think that the outcomes are very similar. I guess it may be cleaner, and I think that is in our purview.
Mr.
Hey, David,
if I may
this
add,
is
just
one second, Tom.
A clarifying point.
okay.
The practical effect of a stay would likely be measured in years. One of the attorneys kind of spoke to a little bit of the court process. Once they're served and they have 90 days after it's filed to be served, that starts. Then the court in the next month or so will issue what's called a scheduling order. That will give about a year for discovery to happen, for them to kind of go back and forth and find the facts, that some of which have been adduced here, but there's some disputes. And so there would be a year for that, and then there will be motions back and forth, and there may be, so it's going to be, this won't go to trial for
right, but we could
2 years out.
Sorry, I was interrupt you. Just to clarify what I meant is we could untable it next month.
Absolutely.
Right, but let's just say, okay, you got to tape. You filed the appeal. You asked for a stay. We did that in the form of tabling it. You got 30 days. We'll see you in 30 days. Hope you make a lot of progress. Like, I think that meets everybody's stated goals. If the town's goal is to make progress, the Morals' goal is to make progress. We're not impeding that progress by tabling it.
Yeah, but I think the point I'm also hearing tonight is we've had anybody, the Morals and Mr. Morrill and his children, they all have advocated against this appeal. They're not advocating for the appeal and having them stay. They all said no. So I think you're missing the fact that the third party in the civil suit is telling you no, stick to the appeal. Yes, you have the other party saying we want to stay.
No, I guess what I'm saying is whether or not we, and our counsel just sort of backed this up, if I understand it correctly, is like, if we were to table this, wait 30 days, I don't think it has any bearing on the civil matter. Like, the Morals haven't even been served yet. They probably, like that's going to run its own course. I'm just merely pointing out.
What's the purpose of us delaying 30 days to make a decision that we can?
Well, it was the stated goal of the town to make progress. It seems like that may be happening, and the appellant has asked for it. I think those are the strongest points. I'm just trying to point out the.
But a notice of violation has been served.
Yeah.
Meaning the town has identified an issue. Jason's followed what's required of him through the ordinances. We're simply here to uphold the ordinances.
Right, but we do control the agenda of that. Like, it's in our purview to table something if we feel like it.
David, can I insert myself here somewhere?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom. Yes, please go ahead.
That's okay. All right. So we've heard a number of people that don't want to stay. We've heard Greg's argument doesn't, prevent opening it back up in 30 days. But that's not progress. I think we need to put it to a vote, stay or not stay amongst the board now, and end the discussion unless somebody else has some other opinion.
Yeah, what we're doing is discussing that, though. We don't need to prematurely end the discussion. This is actually part of the deliberation, though, Tom. Like, I appreciate your...
I want to hear from Fred and Pete.
Sure.
Greg, we've heard from you.
Okay. guess I'm not allowed to talk anymore.
I guess.
Thanks, Tom. I'm not sure. Like, I might have to. I think I'm going to file an appeal.
My new stay.
All right.
Just move ahead, and you can have a
With all
turn
due
back.
respect, no, honestly, Tom, with all due respect, this is part of the process, okay? Like, I appreciate you may not agree with me, but with respect, I think I get a chance to at least make my points, just like David did. So I appreciate your move for action, but the whole point is everybody should talk. So.
And I'd like to hear from the other two opinions on the board.
And as we always do, Tom, we all get our chance to have opportunity to
Duly
speak.
noted, Tom.
So,
Brad, you were trying to speak.
Well, yeah. I think, Greg, you took over, you took over my heart that I have, where your compassion is there for what's going on. And I don't exactly how I want to say this or whatnot, but I understand the town has tried to prolong this out to make a decision happen down the road. I'm not so sure, sitting here, that is something that's going to happen in 30 days or 60 days. And that's not really what the board is here for, other than if everybody said here, yeah, I think we can get this fixed in 30 or 60 days, then I think that that would open my mind up to say, okay, well, this can get fixed. Maybe we can avoid this novena that we have. But I think in the situation we're at right now, I don't feel that that's what's out there to happen, which my heart is killing me to have to do that. So the only thing that we have for options is, did the town file a NOVA of a violation under the correct ordinances? And I think what we've seen for evidence in front of us is that I think the town, I think Jason did the right thing, and I think he did it in the right thing, and trying to wait for it. And I think if we all had something in front of us that said, yeah, in 6 months or in 60 days, this could probably be resolved. And I think, Greg, your idea is great, but I don't think that that's going to come back to us. I think we just have to make a decision, because we haven't heard the evidence, for what was given to us up front. And up front is, did the town serve a violation under its ordinances? And it's up to us to make a decision, did we do that right or did we not? And if we did not, then we vacate it. If we did, he did, then I think we have to, uphold the town. I mean, my heart is right with you, but I mean, we don't have that in front of us.
Pete?
Yeah, so first of all, I think you're both very convincing. But I think in this case, having heard all the arguments and whatnot, I don't think that we'll really be doing the purpose of this board or the town by staying. I think that we should be trying to help this process to proceed forward.
So we will take this to a vote. Greg, did you want to have anyone?
Do you want a motion from me, or what are you asking?
No, I just don't know if there's anything more you wanted to.
I don't think you might want to make sure Tom got his word.
Tom, do you feel you had enough? You had your chance to say?
I'm ready for a vote.
So I guess the correct motion is to deny the stay. Would that be?
Well,
yeah, I think there could just be maybe just a straw vote. Probably the easiest thing, because that's not a formal, that's a request, but not a formal action before item before the board. So
gotcha.
David, do we have two actions? One on the stay and one on the actual NOV?
That's a good question. What is specifically are we going
so the motion will need to be on whether to, if you do choose not to stay, the motion will be on whether or not to uphold the NOV or reject it.
Okay.
The request for a stay isn't formally before the board, and so that could just be done in some kind of a straw poll. You could also do a formal motion if that feels better.
Well, we could perhaps do it in the form of a motion to table it, and then that could fail, and then that would be documented that
Yes,
we like, because it's. I think that my point I was trying to make is that the stay is sort of I think maybe confusing the decision we have. Like to table it just pushes it down a month. You know, we'd have to untable it. But anyway, I think I've said my piece. I just want to.
Procedurally, if this goes to the next step, is it better for us to take a vote or to do the straw vote?
Well, a motion to table would take precedence, and so that would be a formal motion. So,
yeah, I'll make a motion to table it. It seems, for the record.
Do we have a second? Okay, with the lack of a second, it fails to move forward. So we will then move forward with regards to considering the NOV as it stands. Where did I do? Where did my NOV go? Obviously, I had a chance to read over NOV. What is really the best way to go through this? Go through the individual points of the NOV to ensure that it matches, or do we?
You could do that, or you could kind of just go around like you did in the earlier piece about sharing what you think, and then I could kind of ask some questions to the NOV and some other questions.
Sounds good. I will go ahead and start. Jason does make reference to not meeting setbacks, and he indicates that there is encroachments. The survey that we have shows both of those things. The violation is specific to ordinance chapter 350 for shoreline zoning, article 6, land use 350-6-2, minimum lot standards and setbacks, front 30, side 30, rear 30. This will have to be towards the rear 30. Survey clearly shows that the house is in violation of the setbacks. Jason is not mentioning encroachment at this point. He's just simply stating violation of that specific ordinance. In order to correct the violations, we have one, removal of the portion of the structure. That does match up with Jason's authority under 350-7-8B1. There is number 2, legal resolution of the encroachment through a recorded lot line adjustment approved by the authority having jurisdiction. I believe that is not something that the town can enforce. If we do uphold this, I may say that it's upholded, noting that this is not a town enforceable action, just a recommended action for resolution. And the third aspect is submission of all required applications, plans, surveys, permits necessary to resolve the violation. Per Jason, that would be something he would have to do, especially if there's a movement or relocation of the structure. And then there's mentioning of a follow-up inspection, which obviously that would be at a different time. I don't see anything wrong with follow-up on an NOV, and then failure to comply with listing out of the statutes and ordinances related to fines, and giving it opportunity and how to appeal the decision. So that would be my thing. I believe this NOV is appropriately written outside of number 2, which I could see, and it has been noted that this may come across as a town requirement, which the town cannot require. So it may just need something added or noted that that's really a town suggestion for resolution. But
I'm wondering, Dave, if it's covered under where it says recording the line adjustments approved by the authority having jurisdiction, which that's not us. I think Jason may be responding to whoever has that jurisdiction, whether it's the court or whoever. Am I taking it that way?
Yeah, I think in this case, it's referring back to me as the code officer approving that the lot line, for example, if one of the lots didn't have enough acreage, we wouldn't be able to approve a lot line adjustment if it was making that lot more non-conforming.
Yeah, I mean, I think the corrective measures aren't something we're making a determination on right now, right? We're just, what if this is the violation correct or not? Was the appellant in violation of this ordinance? Right?
Well, I bring up number
So I'm not
2
sure.
because that was part of the initial submission by the appellant, saying that the town cannot require the land lot. And I could see through reading this that it can come across as number 2 being something the town can require, but I don't believe the town can require it. The town can only suggest it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that suggestion of action, because it's a nice alternative to having to remove everything. But my only point is, yeah, keep 2, but just indicate that it's can't be required by the town. Like, we can't require Mr. Stickney to move forward with that, nor can we require his neighbors to move forward with that. That would be my only suggestion for mod, but I don't see anything wrong with the NOV in terms of the violation and the required enforcement action outside of that number 2 needing a slight tweak.
Tom, you got anything you want to add?
You're on mute if you do, Tom.
I'm sorry, did I miss the question? Sorry.
We're just wondering, so I've had chance, Greg's had a chance to have some, just wondering, do you have any comments with regards to the NOV? It's whether you find it to be valid, parts of it invalid?
I believe that NOV is valid and it's backed up by the survey.
Fred?
I have nothing more.
Okay. Okay. So we've had our out loud discussions.
Okay. Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah,
Go
please.
through
Yep.
So I've all right, so I've got a proposed language here and kind of and some of the basic things, and then, does the NOV does meet the ordinance, does not, things like that. So it's not determining where you'll go, but some questions. And I'm kind of looking to skip down them so that when I come back next time with some proposed language, it's something that reflects generally where the board is. So Mr. Stickney owns the premises, the district in which it's in. I'm summarizing some of the testimony that I've heard. The names of the people who own title to the property that abuts the property, and it was suggested it was along the rear lot line. Is that agreed?
Correct, yeah.
It was the initially code enforcement officer Hanson that determined that construction had begun on the premises without a permit.
Correct.
Then it recites the permit number, and then the note at the face of at the bottom of the permit that talks about that the CEO discussed, that the applicant has the burden of ensuring his legal rights to the property, and so on and so forth. And it's recites the stamped boundary survey. One of the questions that I have in listening to the testimony is, do you have a clear understanding of when the town got the survey?
Yep.
I have it noted as July 9, 2024.
Okay. Is that?
Per testimony of Jason, Mr. Stickney didn't have a definitive date as to when.
It was commissioned June 15th, so shortly there. He said it would, per Jonathan's testimony, it would be, he would have given it to us quickly, so.
Right. So do you have, is there a consensus that the June 9th, 2024 is, I mean, do you find that that's the date that it happened, or what do you find about when the town got the survey?
I think you said it was several days after he received it.
Mr. Stickney?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was in the middle of June. Yeah.
Yeah. It's commissioned in the middle of June.
Commission in the
Yeah.
middle. Yeah.
And,
Right.
and then Jason said he got it and then done the.
Well, I guess, I don't know. I can't say definitively, no. I believe I heard Mr. Stickney to say July, and then I believe heard him say within a few days of receiving it. Submission date on the survey is June 13th, 2024, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the date on which he received it. I believe submission is when it's sent, but I don't know if that's when it's received. All they have for definitive date is July 9, 2024, which we heard from code enforcement.
Discussing that the certificate of occupancy was issued on June 28th of 2024. CEO Williamson's letter to the owner talking about the potential violation. The June 15th, 2026 notice of violation that citing the violation that the structure does not meet the setback in the shoreline zone in violation of
January, I was going to say it.
Oh, did I?
You said June out loud.
Well, it's January in the thing. Thank you for that. Yeah, it was on January 15th, 2026.
Yep.
And then citing the section of the ordinance that the NOV cites, cites the date of the appeal, February 12th, that the owner appealed. Town staff provided notice to the abutters. The site walk. The discussion, it's so one question is whether or not it's a pertinent fact that the owner asserted that it filed a lawsuit on March 27th, and then to kind of support the request for a stay. So I had, is that something that should be in there from your perspectives?
I mean, I feel like we're just determining whether the violation's correct or not. So I'm not sure what, I get maybe not sure why the civil has any bearing on that, right? Like it's do we want to approve or deny the appeal based off from the facts that were presented? So I don't, yeah, help me think through like.
It's highlighted for me to raise the question.
Gotcha, okay.
So I know that the civil suit was brought to the board's attention by email on this past Monday. It's mentioned tonight as part of the presentation. I did read through the civil suit. There's facts in there that, or information outlined that was reiterated through Mr. Stickney and his representation. So I guess technically it's a part of the official record. So did it have bearing on the deliberations? For me, no, but in terms of the actual being a civil suit.
Yeah. So if there was a appeal to this, it would be part of the record because it was given to the board. We had two members saying that that's not what they're basing their findings on, and so you don't need to include it if it's not what you're basing a finding on.
Okay.
Is that consensus? Okay. So then there's a finding that the shoreline zoning ordinance applies to the appeal. And I'm kind of pausing, it doesn't seem like there's a disagreement. That the appeal of the notice of violation was timely filed, and that the board has jurisdiction.
Yes.
So this is the first does not. does the board find that the structure at the premises does encroach on the minimum 30-foot rear building setback or does not encroach?
Well, the encroachment would be on the neighboring property, correct? It sits within the per the survey, it sits within the setbacks, which would be the violation.
Correct.
The encroachment would be on the neighbor's property, correct? At least that's how my understanding of the words. Encroachment versus.
It doesn't meet the minimum 30-foot setback, or it does meet the minimum.
It's less than 0. According to the survey, it's less than 0 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
it does not meet the 30-foot minimum setback.
Correct.
Is that a consensus? Okay.
Is the board does not meet the setbacks and it's an encroachment? Is that what we're trying to say?
You could say that. The ordinance requirement is that there be a 30-foot setback. There could be, you could, does the board want to add an additional observation that the survey shows that it encroaches in the neighboring property?
I would say yes, only because the notice of violation makes reference to an encroachment as well.
Is that
but it's not an enforcement action.
Yep. So then there's the question about the notice, the certificate of occupancy. And the certificate of occupancy references back to the permit. And so do you have anything to say about the certificate of occupancy and its validity based on that or the permit?
And given what was outlined through Jason, I don't see that. I believe the certificate of occupancy to have been issued based on the information available, issued correctly based on the information available at the time. Is that what you're looking for?
The information available given during the permit application?
I think I'm missing your point. I guess I'm missing the best question.
There was some discussion about whether, so there's an assertion by the applicant, or by the appellant rather, that the certificate of the town can't enforce because it issued the certificate of occupancy. And so what do you find on that point?
I was not, no statute or no state statute or ordinance was provided indicating that a zoning violation is not enforceable regardless of a certificate of occupancy. So I don't see that having a certificate of occupancy, avoids zoning violations to be enforced.
Okay. Is there, to kind of go back a second, you'd said earlier that the permit wasn't void on its face when it was issued because it was issued based upon the I'm added void on its face, but was based upon the information that the CEO had at the time. Is that
plot?
The handwritten plot? That's a consensus and that's important to include? Is that important to include?
I'm not sure that it's important to conclude, nor is it really, I'm not sure that's consensus. I mean, I'm just, I think what's important to conclude, and I'll let everybody else comment, but is the survey that was provided and the NOV stating that the ordinance was, that the appellant is in violation of. That's all I'm really basing this on. I'm not even really, the CO is, I'm not sure how relevant it is. There was, it's the burden is on the appellant. And one way to phrase it is the burden is on the appellant. I don't think that burden has been met to approve the appeal. And the reason I don't think
what
so.
What facts do you base on that? That's not
this, which is the appellant's own survey.
And so what does that So go a little further with that. So there's a survey.
Yeah, that the ordinance specifies a 30-foot setback on the rear boundary, and there's less than 30 feet.
But the appellant's argument is it doesn't matter because you've issued a CO. Even if it was issued wrong, it doesn't matter what you find later. So what facts do you find?
I think the CO even says that it's the responsibility of the property owner to ensure that it's correct.
And that's what I'm asking.
I see. Okay.
And so is that important that it's the permit that actually has that language? Is it important that the permit has that, or is that not something that you're finding is important as you conclude?
I think what's important is there was not a compelling argument made that would make me want to overturn the so I don't even, yeah, that's where I am.
I mean, for me, it's this section of our ordinance, 357-8 enforcement. Any violation of these ordinance provisions shall be deemed, there's a violation, code enforcement identified the violation and has taken action on it, given what's outlined in our ordinances.
Okay. Anything else from other board members on that line of questions?
Good.
Okay. Are you comfortable with what was said?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so you use the language that you didn't find a compelling argument to overturn the NOV. Specifically, one of the substantive argument that they make is that the CO precludes the town from doing that. Would you find that the certificate of occupancy does not preclude the code enforcement officer from enforcing the shoreline zoning ordinance?
Make sure I get the negatives right here.
I mean, I heard that as an argument.
Right.
I saw nothing was presented to us essentially to back it up.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm trying to say is it was said, it was not substantiated with oftentimes when there's an appeal and there's some sort of statement or claim that, there's this document is the proof, there's some sort of case or there's a reference to something.
There was cases.
Okay.
There was citations to ordinance, not cases, excuse me.
That a CO supersedes, okay, that's material then. If there's an ordinance that says that the CO obviates or you can no longer.
So this was the reference to the land use ordinance.
300.
There was some back and forth on that in the testimony.
Right, but I didn't think, maybe we should review that again. I actually have it open right here. You're talking 300-5.5, right?
That's what was cited.
Yeah.
You can read it aloud if you want, Greg.
In each instance, so I'm reading, for the record, I'm reading 305-5.5 from the land use ordinances. This is, in each instance, 1, in which different use of a building, structure, or land is proposed, or 2, following erection, alteration, repair, enlargement, or relocation of a building or structure, a certificate of occupancy shall be required prior to occupancy and use pursuant to the requirements in the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code. Neither the owner nor the person to whom the building permit has been issued shall permit any building, structure, or land for which a certificate of occupancy is hereby required to be used or occupied until the building inspector has issued a certificate of occupancy. Therefore, a certificate of occupancy shall not be issued until the building inspector determines that the building, structure, or land use has been completed in accordance with this chapter and any conditions imposed under this chapter. The building inspector may issue a temporary use permit valid for periods not exceeding 6 months during erection, alteration, repair, or enlargement of a building or structure. A fee for plan examination, A fee for each plan examination, certificate of occupancy, and inspection shall be paid in accordance with the schedule of fees as approved by the Board of Selectmen. That's the end. So that to me, and I would defer to fellow board members here. I'm not sure what conclusions you guys come from that, but there's emphasis on the what's the specific wording, David?
I got it for you, Rick.
Yeah.
So the building inspector determines that the building structure and land use has been completed in accordance with this chapter and any conditions imposed under this chapter. So basically, it's if this can, if a issuance of a certificate of occupancy blanket says that it's been completed in accordance with this chapter and any conditions imposed under this chapter. Basically, the chapter is the whole ordinance. So meaning if there's a zoning violation, the certificate of occupancy is issued, a subsequent zoning violation is found, doesn't matter because the CO was issued stating that there were none. So essentially saying that somehow it has overriding authority over subsequent discovery of setbacks, or not even setbacks, just any sort of zoning violation.
I mean, I don't.
I don't see how you can reconcile that with what we just went through with shoreline zoning 357-8. If there's a violation of the ordinance provisions are found, it's the duty of code enforcement to enforce it. So given the timeline, the CO was issued with the clear picture that there were no setback violations or any other violation. CO did determine later that there was a violation and has subsequently taken action on it as is required through the ordinances. I don't see how it makes no sense to have, if a violation wasn't known and a CO issued, that can blanket cover the fact that there's a violation.
Right.
A violation is a violation. It's got to be addressed.
Right, I would agree with that.
Per the ordinances.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that gives you. Okay. Would you agree with all that, Tom?
Sorry.
I would agree that the NOV can be written anytime after the certificate of occupancy, and it has no overriding effect. We deal with these NOVs all the time, and there's no question, except this time it's a brand new construction. So the NOVs can be written at any time, and that you could have something that's 100 years old and it still could come up with a violation.
Okay. One thing I'd point out is this was the information provided for the CO, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So when you get a CO issued with this, and then a couple years later, you provide this, that doesn't just from a logic perspective, this isn't a get out of jail free card, so to speak, right? That's my perspective is it's wrong, or could be wrong. I think compared to this, it's wrong. And so, I mean, what would be the case in which the CO would the town then have to go survey itself independently to arbitrate all possible drawings before a building permit is issued?
So if I can, I'm going to try to kind of restate that in the form of a fact. And
okay.
And you're pointing to documents that won't be seen in the record. So the permit application relied upon the handwritten plot plan that showed, and the CEO at that time apparently determined that it met setback requirements. When the applicant later conducted a survey, it showed more information and showed that the handwritten plot plan was wrong, and that's when the violation was shown.
Yeah. Right. That's my understanding.
Is that?
That's my understanding. So I'm just trying to really
that's
pin it
not
down.
my understanding.
Okay.
The handwritten one was not wrong. It was that they didn't follow the handwritten one.
That would be more accurate. I would agree with you, Tom. I guess it's
Well, one's a building. Okay. Well.
So I see what you're saying. Technically, in the long run, it ended up being wrong. But when it was initially submitted, it was correct.
Okay, but I think it matters.
I get what you're saying.
But it might matter, and I just want to I think Tom raises a good point, because the CO is issued on the observable post once the structure was built. So if the structure was built and it didn't match what the drawing was, that would have been something that I believe should have been incorporated into the prior. That's knowledge they had before the CO was issued. I think that's the only point I want to. I'm not sure if it means anything. I just think Tom raises an interesting nuance there. Like, this was provided for the building permit. The certificate of occupancy should have been issued on an as-built basis. Is that how that? Am I getting the sequence of these different steps right?
I mean, the certificate of occupancy is obviously issued after permits then, but, we don't do setback inspections at any point.
But if the structure was built, Tom's stating that it's more accurate to say that the structure was built and it deviated from the permit. And that...
So is this right? So the application was based on the handwritten plot plan. The CEO apparently determined at the time that the ordinance requirements were met based upon the handwritten lot plan. When the boundary survey was conducted, it showed that in fact the setback requirements of the ordinance were violated.
Yeah. But I think the appellant's point is that there's an implied agreement from the CO being issued that the building structure or land use was completed in accordance to the ordinances.
But that's their argument. But the question is, what facts are you relying upon to not agree with that? It sounds like there's consensus on that. On those facts. The application was on the handwritten plan that turned out not to have been followed. Okay. All right. So, and I guess the final thing is the conclusion. I mean, there's some other paragraphs that you can review that kind of go to the citations to the ordinance that talk about the power to hear appeals and the burden of proof and so on and so forth. But of the violations that have been cited in the notice of violation regarding the premises, the board concludes that the premises is in violation of the minimum building setback requirement or is not in violation of the minimum building setback requirement.
It is in violation.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I have enough to draft a proposed order for you, if you find that way.
Okay. Our typical procedure when voting on something is we will do an official vote tonight to make a determination of whether we grant or deny the appeal. Mm-hmm. That will be our official decision. Sandy will send the appellant an email specifically as the official notification on our end of the decision of the appeal. And then we will meet at our next monthly meeting, which is within 35 days. It's each month. end of Tuesday each month, for which we will then review and vote to adopt the findings of facts, which are then subsequently delivered to interested parties.
Yep, that is a very good process.
Okay.
Been honed over the years of
Yeah. Yeah. So do I have a motion to deny this appeal?
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this before we vote? Okay, roll call vote again. All those in favor of denying the appeal? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
So that will be unanimous. So, Mr. Stickney, as I've said here, Sandy will reach out to either you or your attorney with the official decision, and we will meet
David, I'll
next month.
prepare that tomorrow and forward it to both of them.
Okay, thank you. And then we
You're
will meet
welcome.
at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is the last Tuesday of each month, to then
That's
go over
April
the findings of
28th.
facts. What's that, Sandy?
That's April 28th, the next meeting.
Okay, so April 28th, we will meet here to discuss the findings of facts that the attorney will come up with. We will review, discuss, make corrections as needed, and then make a final vote to accept those findings of facts, which will then be provided. So, okay. Next item on the agenda is old business, of which we have none, which means the next item on the agenda is staff communications.
Yeah, I think the big thing right now, LD 1829, you guys all have to get training on that. We've missed the deadline already, but, well, there's already a bill to amend 1829 called 2173. I've reached out to the new Maine Office of Community Affairs, MOCA, try and get some guidance on how we can get everybody trained. Hoping to get something in town where we can get our two boards together and maybe our town attorney could do a training. I haven't heard back from them yet. It's very specific. I've kind of said, what about this training? Nope, not quite. That's just general, land use. So it has to be specific to 1829, because that's going to bring up, probably going to have to change a dozen ordinances or so, some definitions, and it's pretty encompassing, even subdivision.
Now, did we miss that because the board's incompetency or the town's incompetency?
I mean, you can blame me for that. That's probably my job.
I'm just trying to say something I need to fix.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy.
I mean, you guys can find.
Maybe it's both.
It's so hard to find training. There's so few of them. They're not actively, punishing towns for not getting the training, mostly because they haven't offered us any training. People trained, there's probably been maybe 2 in the last 6 months that I know of, and they were kind of last minute, and I'm not even sure if they would have satisfied whatever requirement was that they made in it, because I thought some things were going to definitely satisfy it, and apparently it didn't, so they're trying to get more trainings. We even talked about maybe trying to get one in Raymond, like not just the town, but other people could come to, but haven't heard back.
So this training, is it on the board to individually try and?
That's what I've reached out to them about, and there's not getting good guidance. It was kind of, it's a new thing. I haven't heard back from them in a while. But if any trainings do come up, I'll reach out, and if any trainings do come up, and and I'll see how, because sometimes they're not cheap. So I don't know if we get that out of my training budget or what budget that would come out of.
So this is a requirement for anyone sitting on this board?
Both boards, yeah, planning board, and it said boards. I don't know if the select board it would be, but I know planning and ZBA are the two that definitely need to get the training.
And what are the ramifications if we don't take it? Yeah.
They don't have a training police. Down the road, I suppose they could withhold some type of funding if we got some type of funding, because they do reimburse, and there are some grants for like ordinance writing. But
I'm interested in this reimbursements they do. Who is that?
well, like we had to just provide housing data to the state. They're doing a new thing, and so they reimburse you at like $32 an hour. Yeah. So,
yeah,
it's not a. But there is a grant to write the ordinances, so we're gonna try for that.
Does it block us from being able to meet? Like we have
no, and like I said, after hearing, because I was at a meeting where they brought up 2173, which is then going to change 1829. The discussion in the room kind of became, well, does it make sense then to wait on this training until 2173 comes through, because you don't want to all of a sudden get into a mindset of, okay, these are the things that are going to change, and then it's like, oh well, these two things are not going to change, and this one's going to change in a different fashion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Times.
It is. It's interesting, and I went to 2 different trainings, and after the first one, I thought I had my head wrapped around it. Then I went to the second one, and I'm like, it's almost like a different statute.
Okay.
But that's about it, I think, for there.
Well, keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Sounds like if there's no training, it's hard to get training. So
yeah,
I'm not sure what you're supposed to do.
I'm sure I know all the other towns are in our same position.
So I'm definitely in a position of having no idea what to look for or when. So I guess I'm going to rely on you to communicate to Sandy, then she can communicate to us what we have for opportunity.
Yeah.
I know we get MMA emails and stuff, but I rarely pay attention.
I mean, one of them I had to go to an AvCog conference, so I had to go, out of county to get some training on it.
Do they do them online? I mean, or even if it's not on your own, but can it be like a Zoom scenario where we don't have?
They may have some. Hopefully, they do, to make it a little bit more accessible, because some of these rooms, it's capped at 60 or 100 people, and there's so many people at the same time trying to go to these things too. Availability sometimes is difficult.
Okay. All right. Sandy, do you have anything for us?
I do not, because I was waiting to see what happened tonight, whether we had a meeting for April or not, which now we do.
Okay. All right. You guys all good?
All done.
All good.
Motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
All right. Good night, all. Thanks, all.
Good evening and welcome to the Raymond Budget Finance meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 1st. The meeting will now come to order. The new business, and tonight we are doing a review of the warrant articles and provide recommendations. And so I'd just like to do a little housekeeping before we get started. Either I or Sean will read the warrant article for the record, and then I will ask for public comment from those that are present in the room and then those that are on Zoom. And I respectfully request that each speaker maintains 3 minutes to speak, and I will keep track of the time for each speaker. This will help us to move the process along. Then the chair will ask for a motion and a second. And would the motion please include whether the motion is to recommend or to not recommend the warrant article, and then we will have the vote.